Chapter 921. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Han Yan's body shook violently. But Gu Tianma's facial expression changed dramatically. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened up. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. "How do you know so much about Gu Tianma's bloodline?" Gu Tianma couldn't help but be surprised because what Jiang Chen said was right. The ancient devil soul seizing technique was Gu Tianma's unique innate ability. Although Han Yan hadn't awakened this innate ability, he still possessed the complete bloodline. So, he could still control the soul seed. Gu Tianma had predicted that Han Yan didn't know that the ancient devil soul seizing technique was related to Gu Tianma's bloodline. That was why he controlled Han Yan directly. Now that Han Yan knew the secret, he had the means to fight against him and fight for the control of the soul seed. Although Han Yan was just a minor saint, this wasn't what Gu Tianma wanted to see. "I don't just know this. I also know that once Yan controls the soul seed, you will suffer a great backlash. At that time, it won't be you refining him, but he refining you." Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. "So, are you afraid now?" For a moment, Gu Tianma's face darkened. He couldn't imagine that an outsider would know more about Gu Tianma's bloodline than Han Yan. However, Gu Tianma wasn't afraid of Han Yan. After all, the gap between them was too big. They weren't on the same level. "Humph. So what if what you said is right? Although I'm at the end of my life now, I'm still a powerful 9th grade minor saint. My soul and bloodline are many times stronger than this brat's. It's wishful thinking to compete with me for the control of the soul seed." Gu Tianma harumphed coldly. He was very confident in his means. Why would an ancient devil care about a puny human? If he was at his peak, he could kill these two human brats with just a glance. Back in the ancient battlefield, the ancient divine devil had been seriously injured, but he had lingered on for many years without dying. However, his lifespan was nearing its end and he didn't have long to live. Now that he had finally encountered a young person with the complete bloodline of the ancient divine devil, he was really excited. He was very clear that this was his only chance and he wouldn't let it go. "Then give it a try. Your lifespan has already come to an end. You're truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Even your spirit is about to disappear. I'd like to see how long you can last under such circumstances." Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He strode towards Han Yan. He didn't attack Gu Tianma because Han Yan's soul and bloodline were connected with Gu Tianma. If he killed Gu Tianma, Han Yan would die as well. Gu Tianma also didn't have the ability to attack. He could only grit his teeth and watch when Jiang Chen joined the battle. If he could attack, he would control Han Yan directly instead of using this method. Jiang Chen sat beside Han Yan. He operated the Great Soul Derivation technique and enveloped Han Yan completely. After that, the mnemonic chant of the Great Soul Derivation technique rushed into Han Yan's mind like a clear stream. Han Yan's body shook. He endured the pain and tried to feel the uniqueness of the Great Soul Derivation technique. At the same time, Jiang Chen penetrated his soul power into the depths of Han Yan's soul to help stabilize it. Yan, try to comprehend the Great Soul Derivation technique while trying to control the divine soul seed with your bloodline. This old devil won't last long. As long as your divine soul grows stronger, his divine soul will be gradually consumed. You will have the chance to turn defeat into victory. This is a crisis for you, but it is also a rare opportunity. You must seize it. Jiang Chen's voice sounded in the depths of Han Yan's soul. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Sometimes, an unexpected calamity might not necessarily be without an opportunity. Just like Han Yan now, as long as he survived the calamity, he would get a great opportunity. A ninth-grade great Saint Gu Tianmo. Such a great opportunity was beyond his imagination. All right. Han Yan spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, but his eyes were incomparably firm. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to comprehend the Great Soul Derivation Technique. To him, the cultivation of the Great Soul Derivation Technique was much easier than when Jiang Qin first cultivated it. This was because when Jiang Qin imparted him the mnemonic chant, he also imparted him the cultivation method and a lot of cultivation experience. In other words, Han Yan was standing on the shoulder of a giant. Even if he couldn't master the Great Soul Derivation Technique in a short period of time, he could still stabilize his divine soul with the help of Jiang Qin. What he needed to do now was to have a tug-of-war with Gu Tianmo. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance. At the same time, Han Yan began to secretly circulate Gu Tianmo's bloodline according to Jiang Chen's instruction, trying to control the divine soul seed. Due to the carelessness of his attempt, the divine soul seed began to tremble violently. Under the blessing of two types of Gu Tianmo's bloodline, the divine soul seed was like a node in the center of a rope, being pulled back and forth by two different forces, trying to control it. While Han Yan was using his bloodline to control the divine soul seed, although he had to compete with Gu Tianmo, the divine soul seed had acknowledged his bloodline. Therefore, Han Yan's pain was reduced by a lot. This made him heave a sigh of relief, and he even saw a glimmer of hope. Bastard! Feeling the trembling of the divine soul seed, Gu Tianmo couldn't help but curse. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Thinking back to when he was at his peak, all the divine tycoons had to avoid him. Now, he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, but he couldn't even deal with a junior. Damn you two brats! How dare you fight against me? You will die without a doubt. You will die miserably. Gu Tianmo roared and gnashed his teeth. If I were you, I would choose to shut up, because you don't have much strength left to talk. You're just a dying man, you better cherish your last moments and enjoy this beautiful world. I'm sorry, I forgot that this world isn't beautiful at all. Jiang Chen mocked and ridiculed Gu Tianmo. Old Mo, you must be very lonely after staying in this damned place for so long. This is a prison. If I were you, I would rather die than to suffer in this miserable and cold place. Think about it, you really are a very pitiful person. Don't worry, after you die, I will do a good deed. I will burn your body with fire and not let the wild beasts eat your body. You don't need to thank me, I have always been a kind person, I don't ask for anything in return when I do good deeds. Jiang Chen chattered non-stop. Every word he said was seriously disturbing Gu Tianmo's state of mind, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. As long as Gu Tianmo's state of mind was in chaos, Han Yan would have a chance. Shut up! Shut up! Gu Tianmo was furious. His emotions were clearly fluctuating. He couldn't remember how long he had stayed in this space. That kind of miserable and cold feeling was simply killing him. Now that his thoughts were exposed by Jiang Qin, his anger soared to the sky. The Huang dog, who was standing guard in the distance, also let out a sinister smile. He walked step by step towards Gu Tianmo's body. He could already see that Gu Tianmo had arranged a formation around his body. It was a defensive formation that could block attacks from experts. From this, it could be seen that Gu Tianmo had left behind a contingency plan. However, this kind of formation was too easy for De Huang Dog, who was proficient in the heavenly book of formations. Hee, De Huang Dog let out a series of sinister smiles and strode towards Gu Tianmo. Gu Tianmo noticed De Huang Dog's action, but he didn't care about it at all. He could see that this dog was extraordinary. He was already a first-grade great saint, but the formation around him wasn't something a first-grade great saint could enter. Therefore, Gu Tianmo didn't put De Huang Dog in his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind now, and that was to completely control Han Yan. As long as he could refine this kid who possessed the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he would be able to regain his new life. By that time, it would be very easy for him to eliminate everything. However, what happened next made Gu Tianma feel like he was going to die. He saw this incomparably majestic De Huang dog spitting out some kind of talisman that tore a hole in his formation and swaggered into it. How is this possible? The ancient devil exclaimed and couldn't believe its own eyes. No matter how bad the formation it had set up was, it shouldn't be able to get in so easily. Could it be that its formation had failed? That was impossible. It had tried to sense it just now. The only result was that this dog had easily broken through its formation. That's right. That's right. Stupid dog, get out of my way, or else I'll stomp you to death. Gu Tianma shouted at De Huang. Ouch! You have quite a temper and a big head. You want to stomp me to death. Now that Master Dog is under your feet, why don't you step on me? It seems like you don't even have the strength to lift your feet. De Huang dog shook his head and wagged his tail at Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma was so angry that he rolled his eyes, but he couldn't do anything to this dog. This was the real case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when he fell to the flat land. Moreover, this dog was a shameless dog. You don't have the strength, right? It must be very uncomfortable, right? If you don't step on me, I'm going to bite you. Big Yellow said. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and bit at the ancient devil's thigh. The body of the ancient devil was very strong. If it was replaced by an ordinary human, he wouldn't be able to leave a mark even if he used his combat weapon to slash at the ancient devil's thigh. Unfortunately, De Huang dog's teeth were much scarier than an ordinary combat weapon. If a first-grade Great Saint De Huang dog went berserk, it could tear Gu Tianma into pieces. Chi La De Huang dog tore a piece of flesh from Gu Tianma's body with his teeth. Before Gu Tianma could scream, De Huang dog bit him again. Chapter 922. Arg! Gu Tianma couldn't stand it any longer. He let out a deafening roar. It wasn't a big deal for De Huang dog to bite off 2 pieces of his flesh. To him, such an injury was nothing, but the grievance he felt was indescribable. He was a dignified 9th-grade Great Saint, Gu Tianma. He had never thought that one day he would be bullied by a vicious dog and he couldn't even fight back. Damn dog, I won't let you go. I will eat you. Gu Tianma threatened De Huang dog loudly, then spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was all due to his anger. However, due to the violent fluctuations in its emotions, the spiritual seed also began to move violently. It actually showed signs of leaning towards Han Yan's side. This scene frightened the ancient devil and it hurriedly stabilized its state of mind. What? If you want to eat this Lord Dog, then this Lord Dog will eat you first. Although your meat is a bit smelly, this Lord Dog can still eat it. While speaking, De Huang dog bit Gu Tianma's butt. A Chi La sound was heard. A large piece of flesh was torn off by De Huang dog. Blood spurted out crazily. The scene was even more tragic than when one's anus was pierced. Ha! Gu Tianma, you are a dignified 9th-grade Great Saint, but now, your butt has been bitten by a dog. If I were you, I would have killed myself by knocking my head against the wall. Jiang Chen laughed and didn't forget to ridicule. Bastard, bastard, Gu Tianma had the urge to go crazy. He knew very well that the most important thing now was to deal with Han Yan and stabilize his mind, but this man and dog were too abominable. Especially this dog, he couldn't stabilize his mind and would go berserk at any time. Currently, Gu Tianma was fighting for his soul, being disturbed by the Great Soul Derivation Technique, being stimulated by De Huang dog and Jiang Chen's words, and being bitten by a vicious dog. He was going crazy. Of course, he knew the purpose of this man and dog. They were trying to disturb his mind so that Han Yen could gain the upper hand. However, even though he knew the intention of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, he still couldn't do anything about it. It was impossible for him to not be affected. Kaka, De Huang Dog cackled, then leaped forward and bit the other half of Gu Tianma's buttocks. The scene of his buttocks being torn apart was really incomparable. Gu Tianma was flustered and exasperated. He couldn't stabilize his mind at all. De Huang Dog only hurt his body and didn't kill him. The injury to his body had nothing to do with Han Yen. This made De Huang Dog even more unscrupulous. On the other side, Han Yen was wholeheartedly comprehending the Great Soul derivation technique. His divine soul was constantly stabilized. At the same time, because of his bloodline's control over the soul seed, he was getting more and more proficient. In addition, Gu Tianma couldn't stabilize his mind and his soul was constantly consumed. Under such circumstances, the soul seed had begun to lean towards Han Yan's side. This situation made Han Yan excited. He saw a great hope. As long as he could control the soul seed, Gu Tianma would suffer a great backlash. At that time, it wouldn't be Gu Tianma thinking of ways to refine Han Yan, but Han Yan would refine Gu Tianma. A great opportunity was about to arrive. In the following time, the Huang Dog kept jumping up and down. It opened its big mouth and bit the parts of Gu Tianma's body. Gu Tianma roared continuously. Gu Tianma's flesh and blood were everywhere on the ground. One of his thick thighs was bitten by De Huang Dog until only the bones were left. This situation lasted for a day and a night. At this time, there wasn't a single part of Gu Tianma's body that wasn't damaged. De Huang Dog was biting him piece by piece. The whole scene was extremely tragic. On the other side, after a day and a night of hard work, Han Yen finally gained the upper hand. He used his bloodline to firmly control the soul seed. Buzz! The soul seed shook violently. Gu Tianma let out a miserable cry as he suffered a great backlash. At this moment, he was completely like an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no room for him to resist anymore. No, the ancient devil let out an unwilling roar. It had never thought that things would turn out like this. Not only was it deprived of its only chance to be reborn, but it was also going to become someone's food. This was an incomparably tragic and stirring thing. You're right. Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog finally stopped biting Gu Tianma. He was panting heavily. Seeing that Han Yan had gained the upper hand, his hard work for a day and a night was finally not in vain. Jiang Chen also withdrew his spiritual force. He knew that Han Yan had not only won this tug-of-war but also controlled Gu Tianma's soul and bloodline. What Han Yan needed to do next was to completely refine this ancient Gu Tianma. It was hard to imagine how much would Han Yan grow after refining a 9th-grade Great Saint Gu Tianma. Swoosh! Han Yan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. With a sway of his body, he floated above Gu Tianma's head. Devil Qi overflowed from his body and turned into a cage, firmly enshrouding Gu Tianma. Little Chenzi, De Huang, thank you very much. Han Yan said to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog with a smile. You don't have to be so polite to your brother. This is a great opportunity for you. Make good use of it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was what he wanted to see the most when Han Yan encountered such a great opportunity. It made Jiang Chen incomparably happy to see the people around him continue to grow. That's right. This is a great opportunity for me. I'm going to refine this Gu Tianma now. However, it will take a long time. The 2 of you don't have to stay here with me. I can handle the rest by myself. There are many treasures in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Both of you have already wasted a day because of me. Don't miss it, said Han Yen. There were too many people who entered the ancient battlefield this time. There were countless experts. It was a race against time to search for treasures. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had already wasted a day because of Han Yen. The rest would be Han Yan's problem. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog wouldn't be of any help even if they stayed here. If they were to delay Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog from searching for treasures, Han Yen would feel really bad. All right. If that's the case, we will leave first. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, he had a lot of things to do. The Zulong Tower still needed to be condensed. He wanted to break through to the Great Saint Realm in this ancient battlefield. There were too many people who wanted to kill him. If he couldn't improve his cultivation as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to handle all of them. If he could advance to the first grade Great Saint, he would be able to handle all of them. Then, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog left the spatial zone, leaving Han Yen and Gu Tianma behind. Outside the spatial zone, De Huang Dog said, Little Chenzi, will there be anyone who came in here to disturb Ah Yen? No, this small space should be specially built by the ancient devil. It's very well hidden. Even if it's us, without Ah Yan's message, we won't be able to find this place. Moreover, we've been here for a day and a night and no one has come in. This place should be absolutely safe. Jiang Chen shook his head. He was very confident about this secret spatial zone. It was best for Han Yen to refine Gu Tianma in this place. Without worrying about Han Yen, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog began to fly towards the other spatial zones, but it didn't take long for Jiang Chen to find an anomaly. De Huang, have you noticed that a lot of spatial zones have disappeared? Jiang Chen released his divine sense and scanned the void. He found that the number of spatial nodes in the void had decreased by a lot, at least 90%. There wasn't much space left. That's right. What's going on? Why did so many spatial zones disappear all of a sudden? De Huang Dog also noticed the anomaly. They clearly remembered that a day ago, the spatial zones were still overlapping each other and there were spatial nodes everywhere. But now, most of the spatial nodes had disappeared, leaving only a very small number of spatial nodes. This situation was beyond their expectation. If my guess is correct, those empty spatial zones have disappeared, leaving behind a large number of evil spirits and treasures. Jiang Chen guessed. That's good. We don't have to waste time looking for spatial zones anymore. We can just find one and kill the evil spirits and monsters to refine your Zulong Tower. De Huang Dog said. You're right, but this situation is disadvantageous to us. The reduction of spatial zones means that we may encounter more people in each spatial zone. We have too many enemies. The people of the 5 major families and even those from Saint Origin Palace are after me. If we encounter them, a fierce battle is inevitable. That's right, but it's not good for us. Jiang Chen said. Previously, because there were too many spatial zones, it was hard for them to encounter each other even if a lot of people came in. But now, it was different. Most of the spatial zones had disappeared. The probability of encountering each other was much higher. Who cares? Even if we encounter them, we won't be afraid. Besides, ancient people and demon race are on our side. De Huang Dog wasn't worried at all. This dog had never been afraid of anything. So what if he encountered an enemy? At the worst, he would just have to fight. That's right. Whether we encounter evil spirits or enemies, it's time for a crazy massacre. De Huang, are you ready? Jiang Chen swung his arm. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand, emitting a buzzing sound. A blood-red shadow of a dragon could be seen flickering on its surface. Kaka, Master Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. A man and a dog began to fly forward. Soon, they found a spatial node. Without any hesitation, they rushed into it. Roar! An ear-piercing roar was heard. The place where Jiang Qin and the Huang dog entered happened to bump into a ferocious evil spirit. That evil spirit had also discovered them. It opened its ferocious mouth and lunged at Jiang Qin. Puchi. Chapter 923. The evil soul that was killed by Jiang Qin was merely a minor saint. That was why Jiang Qin didn't bother to use the Zulong Tower to absorb it. There were a lot of evil souls in this spatial zone. When they sensed the presence of Jiang Qin and the Huang dog, a few more of them lunged at Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. This time, Jiang Qin didn't attack them and left them to the Huang dog. The Huang dog charged forward with his hard head. The few evil souls were smashed into pieces by the Huang dog in an instant. Roars and roars could be heard continuously in this spatial zone. The roars of monsters could be heard everywhere. Sometimes, they could even hear the violent sounds of battle. It seemed like there weren't only a large number of evil souls and monsters in this spatial zone, there were also a lot of human cultivators here. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog exchanged a glance and flew towards the depths of the spatial zone. At this moment, a few people appeared in front of them. The person in front looked extremely miserable. His body was covered with blood. He was running for his life while the few people behind him were roaring and chasing him relentlessly. Stop! Leave the armor behind! A powerful 9th-grade minor saint roared loudly. The man who was running saw Jiang Qin and the Huang dog in front of him. It was as if he had seen his savior. He hastily shouted, "Brother Jiang, save me." As a matter of fact, the moment he saw Jiang Qin and the Huang dog, he knew that he could be saved. He knew the strength of this man and dog very well. Although the few people behind him were powerful and were ranked at the top of the sky ranking, they were no match for Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. Kong Yu! Jiang Chen and the Huang dog exclaimed at the same time. The man who was covered with blood was none other than the youngest son of Peacock King, Kong Yu. It was obvious that the group of people behind him was chasing after Kong Yu. Swoosh in a flash, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog appeared in front of Kong Yu. Their eyes were staring at the group of people. They had never seen these people before, but judging from their clothes, they were from the 8 families of Pure Land. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business. I'm Nalan He. There are also people from Sure family and Desolate family here. You can't afford to offend them. Nalan He didn't know who Jiang Qin was. Although he knew that this white-robed youth wasn't someone to be trifled with, he was also a genius of Nalan family. So, he wasn't afraid at all. So, he still spoke to Qin arrogantly. Kong Yu, hand over the armor. Otherwise, you will accompany your brother and that stupid leopard in hell today. A person from Sure family shouted at Kong Yu. He had completely ignored the existence of Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. They were only thinking about the armor in Kong Yu's hand. They didn't even think about the identity of this white-robed youth. In fact, if they really thought about it, it was impossible for them to not know about Jiang Qin's identity. After all, in the Pure Land, who didn't know about the famous Jiang Qin? A bunch of idiots. If I were you, I would immediately disappear from my sight. Although I have enmity with your 5 families, I'm too lazy to kill you. Get lost, disappear from my sight. Jiang Qin said impatiently. You want us to get lost? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Since you don't want to leave, I will kill you as well. Offending our Nalan family will only result in death. Nalan He pointed his finger at Jiang Qin. He even released his chi, ready to attack Jiang Qin. The people of Sure family and Desolate family felt that something was wrong. They frowned as if they were thinking about something. Pu Chi Nalan, he released his chi. His body trembled all of a sudden and stopped moving. He lowered his head and saw a cold long sword piercing through his chest. Blood was gushing out. He could feel that his life was fading away. You, Nalan, he stared at Jiang Chen blankly. He was a powerful 9th grade minor saint, an existence on the sky ranking, a genius among geniuses. How could he be killed instantly by this opponent? He didn't even see how the opponent did it. Only now did he think of a name. Remember, the person who killed you is called Jiang Chen. I have given you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Jiang Chen's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Nalan He's heart. His heart was filled with endless regret. He must have been blinded by Kong Yu's armor. He didn't even recognize Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen. The genius of Shi family exclaimed. He couldn't care less about Nalan He anymore. They quickly turned and ran, fearing that they would be too slow. They hated Jiang Chen to the core, but they were also afraid of him. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was a true fiend, a devil king. Although they were strong and were rare geniuses on the sky ranking, they were still far from being able to fight against Jiang Chen. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving me. Otherwise, I would have died here today. Kong Yu cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen and thanked him sincerely. Boy, what kind of armor did you get? They actually chased you like this? The Huang dog asked curiously. Kong Yu turned his arm and a golden armor suddenly appeared in his hand. This armor looked extremely ordinary, but it was full of a sacred and indestructible aura. This is the golden silkworm armor, a great saint weapon. This is the golden silkworm battle armor, a great sage weapon. You are very lucky. No wonder they want to kill you. Great sage weapons are extremely rare, and defensive great sage weapons are even rarer. This golden silkworm battle armor is made from the golden silkworm silk of the western region. Jiang Chen could tell the origin of the battle armor at first glance. He finally understood why Nalan He and the others were so persistent in pursuing Kong Yu. Oh, by the way, Brother Jiang, hurry up and save my elder brother and Leopard Wei. Kong Yu suddenly thought of something and said quickly. What happened to them? Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He knew that the big brother mentioned by Kong Yu was Kong Yang, the #1 genius of demon race and the third on the sky ranking. Looking at Kong Yu's expression, Kong Yang and Leopard Wei seemed to be in danger. Big Brother and Leopard Wei found a treasure that was left by a great saint expert. Unexpectedly, they met Desolate Yuan, that monstrous genius. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Desolate Yuan had, but now, he is already a great saint expert. But my big brother has also advanced to the great saint realm, so he has the strength to fight Desolate Yuan. However, Desolate Yuan seemed to have obtained a lot of benefits in the ancient battlefield. His cultivation has reached the peak of 1st grade Great Saint, only a step away from 2nd grade Great Saint. My big brother is certainly no match for him. Leopard Wei hasn't even reached the Great Saint realm, let alone Desolate Yuan. Moreover, there are geniuses of Saint Origin Palace over there. Kong Yu quickly explained the situation of Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. Both of them were now in the most critical moment. If they didn't save them in time, they would only be able to collect their corpses. Let's go and have a look. Without saying another word, Jiang Chen flew towards the depths of the spatial zone. He had a very good relationship with Peacock King. Peacock King was still helping him to protect Martial Saint Dynasty. Kong Yang was the son of Peacock King. If something happened to him, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to face Peacock King in the future. Kong Yu wiped off the sweat on his forehead. He was secretly glad that he had met Jiang Chen. He knew Jiang Chen's means. As long as Jiang Chen took action, his big brother would be saved. In the depths of the spatial zone, a fierce battle was going on in front of a cave that was shrouded by a formation. There were many onlookers in the surroundings. There were 3 people on the battlefield. 2 of them looked very miserable. They were Kong Yang and Leopard Wei of the demon race. Kong Yang was in a better condition. After all, he was a powerful first-grade great saint. Although he couldn't defeat Desolate Yuan, it was basically impossible for Desolate Yuan to kill him in a short period of time. Leopard Wei, on the other hand, was in a miserable state. Although he had obtained great benefits in the suspended tower, he hadn't fully digested them yet. His current cultivation grade was still at half-step Great Saint, 1 step away from the true Great Saint realm. The current Leopard Wei was covered in blood from head to toe. His chi was completely dispirited. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Kong Yang's chi was shrouding him, giving him the greatest protection. Kong Yang, going against me will only result in death. I heard that your demon race is in cahoots with that damned Jiang Chen. That means you are my enemy. Today, I will kill the 2 of you and the geniuses of the demon race. When I meet that Jiang Chen again, I will certainly shred him into 1,000 pieces. Desolate Yuan said sarcastically. That day when he fought with Jiang Chen, he was in a disadvantageous position and was forced to flee. It was the biggest shame of his life. Today, he had obtained great benefits again. His combat strength had almost doubled. If he were to meet Jiang Chen again, he was absolutely sure that he could kill Jiang Chen. Not far away, there were 2 young men standing with their heads held high, as if they didn't put the whole world in their eyes. Their cultivation grade was the same as Desolate Yuan, peak first-grade Great Saint, but they had the noblest identity, Saint Origin Palace. Desolate Yuan, don't waste time anymore. Kill them quickly. One of them said. His name was Desolate Song, also a member of the Desolate family. Don't worry. None of them will live. Desolate Yuan sneered. He didn't put Kong Yang and Leopard Wei in his eyes at all. In his mind, they were already dead men. Kong Yang, don't worry about me. Leopard Wei gritted his teeth and said to Kong Yu. He knew very well that Kong Yang wasn't a match for Desolate Yuan. Now, he had to split his attention to protect Desolate Yuan. In the end, not only would he not be able to protect Desolate Yuan, he would also lose his life. He knew Kong Yang's ability. The innate ability of the peacock was unparalleled. If Kong Yang wanted to escape, he might have a chance to do so, but Kong Yang didn't because he chose to stay behind. Shut up. Kong Yang reprimanded without turning his head. Chapter 924. Leopard Wei didn't say anything else. Although they were once rivals, he knew Kong Yang too well. Kong Yang would never abandon him and run away alone. If that was the case, he wouldn't be Kong Yang anymore. I never thought that the 2 great geniuses of our demon race would fall in such a place. What a tragedy. Leopard Wei sighed helplessly. Today's situation was very obvious. Kong Yang was seriously injured and wasn't Desolate Yuan's match. Not only that, there was also Xiao Tsong and the expert of Huo family standing next to him. All of them came from Saint Origin Palace and it seemed like they had no intention of letting them go. Kong Yang, although I'm going to kill you today, I have to say that among all the geniuses on the sky ranking, you are the one I admire the most. Unfortunately, we are destined to never be friends. Desolate Yuan shook his head and said. You're right. Both of you are destined to never be friends because people like you aren't qualified to be friends with Kong Yang. As soon as Desolate Yuan's voice faded, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. The person who spoke wasn't Kong Yang, but Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Immediately, they looked over, including Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. They saw 3 silhouettes appearing in front of them rapidly. 2 men and a dog. One of them was a young man covered in blood. He was Kong Yu, who had escaped earlier. Jiang Qin. Desolate Yuan and Leopard Wei exclaimed at the same time. They had never thought that they would meet Jiang Qin here. Seeing Jiang Qin, Desolate Yuan's battle intent erupted. He gritted his teeth, itching to dash forward and tear Jiang Qin into pieces. Ever since he was young, he had never been defeated by any of the younger generation. Only Jiang Qin had defeated him. This was considered the biggest humiliation in his life. There was only one way to get rid of this humiliation, and that was to kill Jiang Qin. Leopard Wei's way of thinking was completely different. When he saw Jiang Qin, he felt like he was looking at a blazing sun, bringing boundless sunshine to his gloomy heart. He could feel that the current Jiang Qin was much stronger than before. He had fought with Jiang Qin before, so he knew how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Now that Jiang Qin had appeared, he and Kong Yang could be saved. He believed that even Desolate Yuan might not be a match for Jiang Qin. Kong Yang also looked at Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with different colors. He had long heard of Jiang Qin's name, but today was the first time he had met him. He was very interested in a person who could kill Shi Han. However, he didn't expect that his first meeting with Jiang Qin would be like this. Xiao Yuan, it's useless even if you frown at me, because no matter how furious you are, it can't change the fact that you've lost to me. You escaped last time, yet you've encountered me again today. That's your misfortune. Of course, you still have a chance if you choose to flee like a dog that has lost its master. Jiang Qin sneered. He didn't put Desolate Yuan in his eyes at all. What? He defeated Desolate Yuan. Many people were shocked, including Kong Yang and Leopard Wei, as well as Kong Yu, who was beside Jiang Qin. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe this was true, especially Leopard Wei. He had guessed that Jiang Qin could defeat Desolate Yuan, but he didn't expect that the two of them had already fought. According to Jiang Qin, Desolate Yuan was defeated by him and then fled. This was too shocking. Desolate Yuan, who was ranked first on the heaven list, was defeated by Jiang Qin. If these words didn't come from Jiang Qin's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Moreover, they all saw Desolate Yuan's expression. It was as if he had been defeated by Jiang Qin before. Jiang Qin, I will take revenge for the humiliation I suffered that day. The stronger the Earth Devil Beast was, the more help it would be to him. His current combat strength was enough to fight a 3rd-grade Great Saint, but he wouldn't be a match for a 4th-grade Great Saint. Now that the Earth Devil Beast had advanced to the 3rd-grade Great Saint, Jiang Qin would have the ability to fight a 4th-grade Great Saint. In order not to affect the advancement of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil, Jiang Qin slowly put down the Heavenly Saint sword and stopped participating in the battle between the Huang Dog and the genius of the Hua family. He took a glance at the genius of the Hua family. The genius of the Hua family was no match for the Huang Dog at all. It wouldn't be long before he was killed by the Huang Dog. Looking at the Huang Dog's high-spirited look, Jiang Qin had a feeling that the Huang Dog would definitely bite his ass if he took action now. Bang! Under Big Yellow's ferocious attack, the genius of the Hua family fell from the sky and slammed hard on the ground. Big Yellow's speed was even faster. His huge body also pressed down, but his action was very inelegant. He shook his fat butt and pressed it against the face of the genius of the Hua family. Upon seeing such a scene, Jiang Qin hastily covered his eyes and dodged backwards. He didn't need to see what kind of tragedy was going to happen next. If the genius of the Hua family died under the fart of the Huang Dog, he wouldn't be able to raise his head even if he became a ghost. Taste my invincible whirlwind fart. Big Yellow exerted his strength. his butt enlarged by 1 fold. Then, everyone heard an earth-shaking rumble that sounded like thunder. A mass of green air rushed out from Big Yellow's butt and landed on the face of the genius from the Huo family, causing it to explode in an instant. Big Yellow's face was filled with disbelief. Rumble. The air dispersed like a violent storm. Everyone heard an inhuman scream from the genius of the Huo family. His whole body was smashed to the ground by the force of De Huang's fart, creating a huge pit with thick green smoke billowing out. "Ah! Kill me!" The scream from the pit was simply hair-raising. It was obvious that the genius of the Huo family didn't finish his words and was forcefully swallowed by something. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. However, they clearly saw that De Huang dog seemed to have let out a fart just now. The power of this fart was simply terrifying. However, the aftermath of the fart also drifted towards everyone's face. Those who were originally in a state of shock instantly had their faces distorted. Blurg. Motherfucker, it stinks. Blurg, blurg, I'm going to die. I don't want to live anymore. Blurg, even those minor saint and great sage experts couldn't bear the attack of De Huang dog's invincible fart. They vomited immediately. Many people's faces turned ashen as they cursed. They suddenly felt that they had lived most of their lives in vain. How could there be such a terrifying fart in this world? As soon as Big Yellow released his fart, many people moved away from him and looked at him with fear. But soon after, they shifted their attention to the big pit. They couldn't help but shiver when they thought about the miserable condition of the genius from the Huo family. Big Yellow, you're the genius of the Huo family. They only felt a trace of the aftermath of the airflow, but it was already so unbearable. How miserable would the genius of the Huo family who was in the deep pit with thick smoke at the moment be after being hit head-on? Someone scanned the area with his divine sense and found that the genius of the Huo family was lying quietly in the deep pit. He was motionless. However, judging from his aura, the genius of the Huo family wasn't dead yet. There was only one explanation for why he was motionless. He had fainted. My God! A great sage fainted. This was simply a fantasy. That was a great sage. How could a powerful great sage faint? However, the genius of the Huo family had really fainted. Moreover, he had fainted into a complete mess. De Huang dog had also created a miracle by knocking out a great sage with a fart. Chapter 926. Amazing. I swear that from now on, De Huang will be my leopard ways idol. Kong Yu and Leopard Wei's facial expression was incomparably marvelous. Their admiration for De Huang dog was like a torrential river that couldn't be stopped. A fart that could kill a great saint. Only De Huang could do such a miracle. TSK. Even if this Huo family guy doesn't die, he will be crippled in the future. De Huang's fart not only knocked him out, but also caused him serious injuries that can't be healed. Moreover, this guy won't be able to lift his head up when he walks. It's impossible for him to return to St. Origin Palace. Kong Yang clicked his tongue. He could already see that this genius of the Huo family wasn't simply knocked out by a fart. De Huang's fart not only stinks, but also has infinite power. That Huo family guy was just a mighty great saint. If he was replaced by an ordinary minor saint, De Huang dog's fart was enough to blast him into pieces. You're too inexperienced to fight, Master Dog. De Huang dog wagged his stout tail, raised his proud head, and swaggered to Jiang Chen's side. It seemed that he had no intention of killing the genius of the Huo family. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. He didn't plan to attack either. They had the same thought as Kong Yang. There was no need to kill such a person because his future would be worse than death. There were many geniuses of the 5 major families in the surroundings. Upon seeing this scene, they hastily scattered in all directions, fearing that Jiang Qin would kill them. Given their strength, they were no match for any of them, let alone Jiang Qin. Kong Yang came to Jiang Qin and cupped his fists at him. "Brother Jiang, thank you for saving us today. I'm very grateful. Brother Kong, you don't have to be so polite. I have a good relationship with your father. The Peacock King is now protecting his homeland, so I naturally have to ensure the safety of his descendants. I can see that your injuries are not light, so take this pill as soon as possible." Jiang Qin took out 3 pills and gave them to Kong Yang, Leopard Wei, and Kong Yu respectively. Leopard Wei and Kong Yu's injuries were the most serious, and if they couldn't recover soon, it would be detrimental to their future journey. The 3 of them didn't hold back. They were now on the same boat as Jiang Qin. To Kong Yang, this was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Qin's power. A 9th-grade great saint could be so terrifying. He had never seen such a genius in his life. Kong Yang rarely admired people, but today, he was convinced by Jiang Qin. After swallowing the pill, their complexion instantly changed. They had the same feeling as Gu Lufeng and the others. Originally, they had a lot of healing pills in their hands, but compared to Jiang Qin's pill, they were on a completely different level. "Good pill." Kong Yang couldn't help but praise. "That's right. The recovery ability of this pill is really strong. I have suffered such serious injuries, but half of them have been healed in such a short period of time. This is too scary." Leopard Wei couldn't help but say. Of course. Jiang Qin not only has a strong combat strength, but he is also a powerful alchemist. De Huang Dog said proudly, as if the one who concocted this pill wasn't Jiang Qin, but him, De Huang. "Alright, we shouldn't stay here for long. Too much spatial zone has disappeared. The commotion here is likely to attract more powerful experts. Let's leave first to save ourselves some trouble," Jiang Qin said. "Alright." Kong Yang nodded, feeling that what Jiang Qin said was very reasonable. Hong Long. However, just as they were about to leave, a hole suddenly burst open in the void. 3 silhouettes appeared at the same time. They were 3 elders wearing different clothes. From their clothes, one of them was from the Desolate family, one from the Huo family, and the last one was from the Narong family. If they didn't get rid of him now, who knew how strong Jiang Qin would become in the future? Alright. The elders of the Huo clan and the Narong clan responded immediately. Both of them attacked Jiang Qin at the same time. "Brother Jiang, what should we do now?" Kong Yang looked over at Jiang Qin. 2 3rd-grade great saints wouldn't be easy to deal with. "All of you stand back. I will deal with them," Jiang Qin said plainly. "This," Kong Yang frowned. "What is this?" "Although Master Dog can still kill one of them with my means, Master Dog doesn't intend to do it. These 2 old men are dead for sure," De Huang Dog said and swaggered to the back, leaving the battlefield to Jiang Qin. Upon seeing this, Kong Yang and the other 2 no longer hesitated and followed De Huang Dog. "Jiang Qin, die." The elder of the Huo clan was enveloped in boundless flames. Suddenly, he struck a palm at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't say a word. He struck a palm casually, but this palm strike wasn't ordinary. It was the water dragon seal. After a water dragon appeared, the temperature of the entire void dropped abruptly. When the water dragon collided with the elder's attack, the elder's flames were extinguished. "What? What kind of water is this?" the elder of the Huo family exclaimed. As a mighty 3rd-grade great saint, he cultivated the supreme cultivation method of the Huo family. Ordinary water couldn't withstand his powerful fire element and would be burned into steam immediately. Under his full force, even an ocean would be vaporized completely. However, Jiang Chen simply struck a water dragon and destroyed his attack. This was simply shocking. It was impossible for him to know that Jiang Chen's water dragon seal wasn't made of ordinary water. It was the heavenly earth pure water, the coldest and heaviest water in the heavens and earth. A drop of it could penetrate a mountain. It was the nemesis of all fire sources. Only the purest yang flame could resist it. Coincidentally, this purest yang flame was also in Jiang Chen's hand. The flame of your Huo clan is too weak for me. I'm the nemesis of your Huo clan. You will be completely restrained by me. Under such restraint, you won't be able to exert your full combat strength. Jiang Chen pointed at the elder of the Huo family and said impolitely. Then I'll kill you. The elder of Narong family struck. He conjured an illusory mountain, intending to crush Jiang Chen to death. I'm too lazy to kill you, but you won't be able to live today. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't put the elder's attack in his eyes at all. He shouted, Devil, come out and exercise your muscles and bones. Roar! As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, Devil Qi soared to the sky in the void again. An enormous devil jumped out and destroyed the illusory mountain conjured by the elder with a punch. The devil was the same as the earth devil beast. He had been bored to death in the Zulong Tower for a long time. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of third-grade great saint, he was eager to rush out and start a massacre. The devil's physique was incomparably strong. His physical body was strong and his combat strength was sky-high. In addition to his superior cultivation, the elder of Narong family was no match for him. My God! What kind of monster is that? What a powerful devil Qi! It's a devil. It's actually a devil. The devil race's Qi has long been exhausted. It has been suppressed by the great lightning tune temple in the devil world. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen not only has an earth devil beast but also a devil. This is too scary. What a powerful devil. Judging from the devil's Qi in cultivation, he is much stronger than the elder of Narong family. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The powerful earth devil beast was already terrifying enough, but now, another powerful devil had appeared. Not only were Jiang Chen's trump cards extraordinary, they were also endless. Jiang Chen's trump cards weren't ordinary at all, they were endless. Kong Yang and the other two were stunned once again. Now, they finally understood why Jiang Chen was so calm. However, there was a question lingering in their minds. How could Jiang Chen control the earth devil beast and the devil with his current ability? The devil race was wild and unruly, and it was very difficult to control them. This was a well-known fact, and it was even more impossible to control the earth devil beast. It was the king of the devil race and had a supreme bloodline. You could kill it with powerful means, but you would never be able to control it. However, Jiang Chen had done it. No matter what means Jiang Chen used, the three of them admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are also a devil. Even if you are a human, your nature is the same as that of a devil. A person like you should be punished by everyone. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are also a devil. Even if you are a human, your nature is the same as that of a devil. A person like you should be punished by everyone. The two elders of the Narong family and the Huo family seemed to be grieving, but in fact, they were afraid. If you want to put a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. I, Jiang Chen, don't need you to tell me what to do. Since you have offended me, I will be your devil, your eternal nightmare. Cut the crap and prepare to die. The black-haired elder, Jiang Chen, emitted a domineering aura. The heavenly saint sword rippled in the air, and a strong murderous aura filled the air. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Whether it was a devil or a devil, as long as they went against him, there was only one ending: death. Roar! As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the devil released a devil wave, which directly rushed towards the elder of the Narong family. At the same time, Jiang Chen wielded the heavenly saint sword and appeared in front of the elder of the Huo family in the blink of an eye. This time, Jiang Chen didn't use the heaven and earth pure water. Instead, the heavenly saint sword was covered with a layer of flame. Whether it was the heaven and earth pure water or the true thunder fire, both could completely suppress the Huo family. The heaven and earth pure water was the nemesis of the Huo family, while the true thunder fire and the true dragon fire were the kings of flames. When the flame of the great saint of the Huo family encountered the two flames of Jiang Qin, it could only submit. The elder of the Huo race took out a long spear that was also covered in raging flames. The scarlet flames could burn everything, but unfortunately, when it encountered the flames other than the heavenly saint sword, the flames of the elder of the Huo race immediately trembled violently. It was a kind of fear, a kind of fear, a kind of fear towards a king. Clang! If the Zulong Tower could absorb him, it would bring boundless benefits. However, after the previous experience, Jiang Qin didn't dare to try it again. That kind of furious qi wasn't something to be trifled with. What? Jiang Qin killed the elder of the Huo family in such a short time. Such a scene made the two great saints of the Desolate family and Narong family exclaim. They initially thought that killing Jiang Qin would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? The death of the elder of the Huo family didn't make the two of them feel better, especially the elder of the Narong family. He had been injured in many places by the devil. His qi was starting to become unstable. Roar! The demon roared and unleashed wave after wave of berserk attacks towards the Narong clan's elder. Arg! The elder of the Narong family began to let out a miserable shriek. As his combat strength continued to decline, how could he be a match for the devil? It seemed that he was going to die here today. Blood sacrifice! The elder of the Narong family suddenly let out a roar. Bloody holes appeared on his body. Streams of blood spurted out from those bloody holes. This was an extremely cruel taboo technique. It used injuries to bring great power. Now that his life was at stake, the elder of the Narong family had to use this blood sacrifice technique. However, it was a little too late. With his current state, even if he used the blood sacrifice technique, he wouldn't be much stronger. Of course, the elder of the Narong family did not use the blood sacrifice technique to turn defeat into victory. He only used it to gain the ability to escape. Therefore, he used the blood sacrifice technique to increase his speed. A layer of blood-red halo appeared on the surface of Elder Narong's body. His speed suddenly increased to the extreme. With a swoosh, he disappeared and directly escaped into the inner part of the void. You only know to escape now. Unfortunately, it's completely too late. Jiang Qin sneered. How could he give the elder the chance to escape? Even if the elder had used the blood sacrifice technique and escaped into the void, Jiang Qin would still be able to catch him back. His great soul derivation technique was so terrifying that it could penetrate into the interior of the void. Jiang Qin struck out the true dragon palm once again. Qi-la sound was heard as the void was torn apart. The elder who had escaped into the void was pulled out by Jiang Qin like a little chick. Everyone was stunned by the scene. That was a mighty third-grade great saint. In their eyes, he was the supreme existence, their lifelong dream. That level was like a god in their hearts. But now, the mighty third-grade great saint didn't even have the ability to escape. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Don't kill me, Jiang Qin. Let me go. The elder of Narong clan was terrified. He began to beg for mercy. Chapter 929. All right. Kong Yang nodded. He felt that what Jiang Qin said was very reasonable. This time, the opening of the ancient battlefield was no small matter. It had attracted a lot of attention from the 8 major families in Pure Land. Therefore, not only the young generation but also the older generation experts who came here. The strongest among them had already reached the 5th grade Great Saint. Although the Earth Devil Beast was strong, it would certainly die if it encountered a 5th grade Great Saint. There was almost no chance of winning. Therefore, the top priority now was to leave this place as soon as possible. Not long after Jiang Qin and the others left, 2 powerful experts appeared. One of them was the elder of the Desolate family who had escaped earlier. Beside him was another elder of the Desolate family, but this elder's cultivation was truly powerful. He had already reached the 5th grade Great Saint. His powerful chi swept across the entire spatial zone, but he couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin and the others. It seems like they have already escaped. The 4th grade Great Saint said fiercely. Humph. It doesn't matter. The spatial zone here is still disappearing. The remaining spatial zone is getting lesser and lesser. It will be very easy to find Jiang Qin. This time, he must not be allowed to walk out of this ancient battlefield alive. The 5th grade Great Saint harumphed coldly. It's a pity that Desolate Yuan has died. We must avenge him for making our family lose such a dazzling genius. That little bastard must be eliminated as soon as possible. His speed of growth is just too fast. How long has it been since he came back from Void Triangular Domain? Now, he can easily kill a 3rd grade Great Saint. If he is allowed to grow any further, he will become a huge threat to our family sooner or later. The 4th grade Great Saint said. Thinking of Jiang Chen's scariness, he couldn't help but clench his fists, producing cracking sounds. Jiang Chen was just too powerful. He had never seen a genius that could be so heaven-defying. A 9th grade minor saint could easily kill a 3rd grade Great Saint. If Jiang Chen advanced to the Great Saint realm, he would become even more powerful. Not long after Jiang Qin and the others left the spatial zone, they met the experts of the demon race. After handing Kong Yang and the other 2 to the experts, he left with De Huang Dog. The secret of the Zulong Tower couldn't be known to outsiders for the time being. He and De Huang Dog still had to kill those evil creatures and monsters. In the next few days, Jiang Qin and Big Yellow were shuttling through different spatial zones, killing countless evil creatures and monsters, obtaining endless energy attacks. The first level of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda had been condensed by half. Jiang Chen's cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade Minor Saint. Currently, Jiang Chen was only 500 dragon marks away from the Great Saint realm. However, it was precisely these 500 dragon marks that caused him great distress. Damn it, isn't your Ancestral Dragon Pagoda a little too abnormal? How much energy has it absorbed and the first level has not been condensed yet? De Huang Dog was depressed. The problem now isn't with the Zulong Tower, but with me. Jiang Chen thought of the key point. With you? De Huang Dog was stunned. That's right. The Zulong Tower has absorbed enough energy. It shouldn't be a problem to completely condense the first level, but I haven't been able to completely condense it because I haven't advanced to the Great Saint realm yet. I am the reincarnation of the greatest saint. There are basically no bottlenecks in my cultivation, but the Great Saint realm is a threshold after all. Even I didn't expect that the difficulty of condensing the last dragon marks would be so great. Jiang Chen felt helpless. However, the temperature of the magma in front of them was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. This showed how terrifying the magma was. It was conceivable that if a minor saint expert entered the magma ocean, he or she would be burned into nothingness in an instant. Where did this magma come from? It's floating in the air. This is too strange. That's right. The temperature of this magma is too high. It's incomparable to ordinary flames. This is too scary. I guess there must be a powerful existence in this magma. Otherwise, it's impossible for it to float in the air. Look, the great saints of the 8 families of the Pure Land are investigating this magma ocean. I'm sure they will find something. No one wasn't shocked. More and more people were appearing in this spatial zone. Everyone's eyes were staring at the magma ocean without blinking. The conditions for the formation of magma were harsh. Although these experts had seen magma before, this was the first time they saw magma that could float in the air. There seems to be an invisible seal outside the magma ocean. It's blocking our divine sense, but I can feel that there must be a powerful existence in it. Perhaps, there is a supreme treasure. An elder of the Hua family said. His cultivation base had reached the 5th grade great saint, but even his divine sense was blocked outside the magma ocean. However, the 5th grade great saint's perception was still very sharp. He could sense the difference in the magma ocean. To the Hua family, the treasures in the magma ocean were what they were most interested in. Their physiques were all fire attribute. If they could find some powerful treasures in the magma ocean, it would bring them endless benefits. There must be a reason for the magma to appear out of nowhere. Any strange place in the heavens and earth would have a certain amount of luck and treasures. This magma ocean must be extraordinary. An elder of the ancient people said. Roar. Suddenly, a roar was heard from the magma ocean. Then, a blood-red dragon that was hundreds of meters long floated above the magma ocean. This dragon was completely condensed from the magma ocean. It was a real magma dragon. After the magma dragon appeared, it glanced around. Its eyes were made of flames, but it was emitting an incomparably cold light. Everyone could feel the hostility of this magma dragon. It was a ruthless creature. This could be seen from its eyes. Incredible. The chi of this magma dragon is at least a 3rd grade great saint. An elder of the Narang family exclaimed. It's the heart of Blaze. This dragon is actually evolved from the heart of Blaze. My God, there is actually a heart of Blaze here. An expert exclaimed when he saw the essence of the magma dragon. What? The heart of Blaze. It's the legendary heart of Blaze. This is the legendary heart of the heavens and earth. I never thought that it would really exist. The heart of Blaze is also known as the heart of blazing flame. If someone can get this heart of Blaze and integrate it into his heart, he will have a lofty ambition and look down upon the world. If our Hua family can get this heart of Blaze, we will be able to cultivate an unprecedented genius. At that time, breaking through to the immortal world won't be a problem. It's too precious. This is the real treasure. We must get it. If we can get this heart of Blaze, it will bring us endless benefits. It's simply immeasurable. A heart of Blaze is enough to change the future of our family. Everyone was shocked. No one from the 8 major families could remain calm. The thing that appeared in front of them was the heart of Blaze. Putting aside the benefits of the heart of Blaze, the magma that was affected by the heart of Blaze was an incomparably precious treasure. Chapter 930. Roar. The magma dragon roared once more. Then, it revealed a sarcastic sneer at everyone. That's right, it was a sarcastic and provocation. Judging from the expression of the magma dragon, it didn't put these humans in its eyes at all. Because of the heart of Blaze, the magma dragon seemed to have gained spirituality. Although it was provoking them, it could tell that there were many among these people who weren't to be trifled with. So, it didn't take the initiative to attack them. Instead, it dived into the magma and hid. Hong long long. The magma was rolling, rippling layers of flame waves. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, who had just arrived. The two of them were hiding far away from them, keeping their composure. Everyone's attention was focused on the heart of Blaze. None of them paid any attention to the two of them. What a good treasure. Did you see that? My luck has come again. As long as I get this heart of Blaze, I will be able to break through to the Great Saint Realm immediately. At that time, the second or even third floor of the Zulong Tower will be condensed. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with blazing light. No one knew the preciousness of the heart of Blaze better than him. He was now at the peak of 9th grade minor saint. This last step was very difficult to cross. The condensation of the last 500 dragon marks wasn't a matter of energy, but an opportunity. He needed to stimulate his potential from the origin and advance to the Great Saint Realm. This opportunity was undoubtedly very difficult to obtain, but a treasure like the Heart of Blaze was just right. It was enough for Jiang Qin to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Given his ability, once he advanced to the Great Saint Realm, his combat strength would increase exponentially. At that time, he would be able to kill a 4th grade Great Saint with ease. He could even deal with a 5th grade Great Saint in his dragon form. You're right. The Heart of Blaze is indeed a rare treasure. However, given the current situation, wanting to obtain the Heart of Blaze is undoubtedly a fantasy. The Huang dog curled his lips. There were 16 5th grade Great Saints from the 8 major families here, not to mention the other Great Saints. Now that the Heart of Blaze had appeared, which one of them wouldn't want it for themselves? It was no different from a fool's dream for Jiang Qin to get the Heart of Blaze in this situation. What do you know? As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let me tell you, that magma dragon is evolved from the Heart of Blaze, or should I say, the Heart of Blaze is in the body of the magma dragon. This dragon has already developed spirituality and its cultivation has reached the 3rd grade Great Saint. Such a creature of heaven and earth won't be easy to deal with. If a fight really breaks out, this magma dragon would at least have the combat strength of a 5th grade Great Saint. With the help of the magma, any ordinary 5th grade Great Saint would find it hard to be a match for it. Without the experts of the 8 major families, you and I will only be devoured by the magma dragon, let alone getting the Heart of Blaze. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose, and his eyes shone with wisdom. Hee. I know. You want to use the power of the 8 major clans to deal with the magma dragon and reap the benefits. The Huang dog smiled sinisterly. The tacit understanding between him and Jiang Qin was too good. He could understand the meaning of Jiang Chen's glance. That's right. The Heart of Blaze is very precious. These people won't miss it if they encounter it. However, if only one clan makes a move, they won't be able to get the Heart of Blaze. So, the 8 major families will definitely try to take down the magma dragon first before deciding how to distribute it. We just have to wait for the opportunity. But even under such a fierce attack, the defense outside the magma still couldn't be broken. This made those who thought that they could kill the magma dragon and obtain the Heart of Blaze with their own strength felt how ridiculous their original idea was. Not to mention killing the magma dragon, just the defense outside the magma alone couldn't be broken even if they exhausted themselves to death. Rumble, dozens of great sages once again joined forces and launched the same fierce attack. This time, the defense outside the magma shook more violently. Not only that, but more and more cracks appeared. Such a situation made the experts present couldn't help but feel happy. If this situation continued, the defense would be completely destroyed after 2 more attacks at most. Roar! However, at this moment, the magma dragon was also enraged. Its huge body once again pierced through the magma. As the magma dragon's body swayed, countless fireballs once again flew out in a frenzy. But this time, due to the experts' preparations, the fireballs did not hit the people in the distance. Otherwise, it would be another disaster for those cultivators. The magma dragon was incomparably furious. Its eyes looked even colder. It opened its huge mouth and brought along a sea of magma as it charged towards those experts. Everyone, be careful. Attack together. An expert of the desolate family shouted. All the experts didn't dare to be negligent. They knew that this dragon wasn't easy to deal with. Immediately, they launched another attack. However, the dragon was indeed ferocious. It used the defense outside the magma to block the attacks of the experts and swallowed a powerful 4th grade Great Saint with its huge mouth. Arg! The 4th grade Great Saint let out a blood-curdling cry before vanishing completely. He was devoured by the vicious dragon, leaving nothing behind. Hiss! Countless people couldn't help but gasp at the incomparably cruel scene. It was too horrifying. That was a mighty 4th grade Great Saint, but he was swallowed in a single bite. How cruel was the scene! If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to imagine such a scene. That's right. Damn it. This dragon is too scary. Fortunately, we didn't attack it. In the distance, Big Yellow couldn't help but shiver. The joint attack of so many experts was earth-shattering and destructive, but under such circumstances, not only did it not cause any damage to the evil dragon, but it had also cost them a 4th grade Great Saint. Big Yellow was shocked. The dragon is borrowing the power of the magma. If it loses the magma, it won't be able to exert such powerful combat strength even if it has the heart of Blaze. However, a creature of heaven and earth like this is very scary. We can't underestimate it. We are no match for it. That 4th grade Great Saint will end up like that. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Truly amazing. The Huang dog couldn't help but praise. But this dragon is going to die today. This was his only chance to break through to the Great Saint realm. He couldn't miss it. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's body flickered and vanished. He used the spatial shift to travel at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through those experts and entered the magma. Hong Long! A loud bang appeared out of nowhere in the void. Then, those 5th grade Great Saints who had just launched their last attack saw a blood-red dragon claw descending from the sky, enveloping the magma dragon in an instant. Plop! A half-human half-dragon fell into the magma with a plop, along with the magma dragon and the heart of Blaze. What? Someone exclaimed. Who is it? Who dares to snatch our treasure? Courting death. Everyone was infuriated. It's Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen. This bastard has been hiding in the dark and took away the heart of Blaze at the critical moment. Behind them, the 4th grade Great Saint who was defeated by the Earth Devil Beast roared. For a moment, the name Jiang Chen exploded in the crowd. The facial expression of those 5th grade Great Saints changed dramatically. Each of them gritted their teeth. They hated Jiang Chen to the bone. One of the most important figures in this ancient battlefield was to kill Jiang Chen. Now, they hadn't even made a move to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to appear. Not only did he take the initiative to appear, but he had also snatched the fruit of their labor at such a critical moment. This was simply intolerable. Kill. Skin this little bastard alive. How dare he scheme against us? The 5th grade Great Saint of Desolate Family said with a face full of tyranny. Elders, please help me by some time. I am breaking through to the Great Saint realm. Once I succeed, I will reward you handsomely. At this time, Jiang Chen's divine sense spread out from the magma, falling into the ears of every elder of the demon race and the ancient people. Without any delay, the experts of these two families stood in front of the magma, confronting the other 6 families. The relationship between the two families and Jiang Qin had long been fixed. Not to mention the demon race, Jiang Qin had once entered the suspended tower and De Huang was one of them. It was the same for the ancient people. Jiang Qin was the son-in-law of the ancient people, which meant that he was a member of the ancient people. Even the patriarch, Gu Xiantian, had a good relationship with Jiang Qin. Since Jiang Qin was one of them, they naturally had to help him. In their point of view, it would be better if the Heart of Blaze could be obtained by Jiang Qin. It was better than sharing it equally among the 8 families. Ancient people, demon race, what are you doing? The great saint of the Huo family shouted. So many of you are bullying a junior. Don't you think it's too much? The elder of the heavenly leopard family said loudly. Too much. Old leopard, it's easy for you to say that. Chapter 933. This bastard is too audacious. He still dares to attack in such a situation. He must be courting death. That's right. He thinks that no one will dare to attack him just because he has the support of the ancient people and the demon race. What a joke. The Heart of Blaze was won by the experts of the 8 major families. If it falls into the hands of this bastard, where will the 8 major families put their faces? Don't worry. He is going to die for sure. Now that the Shi family and Huo family are blocking the demon race and the ancient people, the experts of the other 4 families are going to deal with Jiang Qin. That brat is just a minor saint. Even if he has heaven-defying means, he won't be a match for so many 5th-grade great saints. Many of them were ridiculing Jiang Qin, but at the same time, they couldn't help but admire Jiang Qin's audacity. His audacity was boundless and insane to such an extent. However, in the eyes of many people, such audacity was a display of stupidity because Jiang Qin was too ignorant of the current situation. A genius like him couldn't even see the current situation clearly. Attacking in such a situation was no different than courting death. It turns out that Brother Jiang has been hiding in the dark all this while, but his current situation is really dangerous. Kong Yang, who was standing at a very far distance, saw everything. His face was full of worry. Brother Jiang is really a peerless hero. This Heart of Blaze is also known as the ambition of raging flame. It's the perfect match for someone like Brother Jiang. If Brother Jiang can refine it, you will get unimaginable benefits and you will be able to exert the power of the Heart of Blaze to the extreme. Unfortunately, the situation is too dangerous. We are too weak to provide any help and can only watch helplessly. Gu Lufeng shook his head and sighed. As a genius, he had been completely subdued by Jiang Qin, but even he knew how dangerous the situation was for Jiang Qin. All the experts of the Desolate family, Dan family, Narang family, and Bin family, including 8 5th-grade great saints, nearly 20 4th-grade great saints. Not even the evil dragon could resist such a force, so how could Jiang Qin resist it? The battlefield was filled with flames. Destructive energy was raging everywhere. The entire spatial zone was about to explode. The geniuses of the ancient people and the demon race were completely pinned down. It was impossible for them to help Jiang Qin. On the other side, the experts of the 4 families were ready to attack Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin could only rely on himself. Currently, Jiang Qin was circulating the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, another 100 dragon marks were formed. There were only 100 more dragon marks left before he could break through to the 1st-grade great saint. The only thing he needed to do now was to seize the time to do so. Hong Long. However, the people on the outside obviously didn't want to give him any time. An enormous wave of energy blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards the magma. If Jiang Chen was hit by this boundless energy head-on, he would be torn into pieces. Zulong Tower, I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. As long as I can withstand this wave of attack, I will be able to advance to the Great Saint Realm. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and released the Zulong Tower completely. The huge blood-red ancient tower enveloped Jiang Chen completely. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil inside instilled all their energy into the Zulong Tower, hoping to increase the power of the Zulong Tower. Hong Long. The attacks of all the experts of the four families hit the Zulong Tower at the same time. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Kong Yang and De Huang Dog felt that it was difficult to breathe. Today, you will die for sure if we attack together. The great saint of Desolate family said loudly. Kill him and take out the heart of Blaze. The elder of Dan family said sternly. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. A bunch of old bastards. You have forced me to do this. Jiang Chen wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand. His eyes were filled with ferocious light. He was concentrating on condensing the Zulong Tower and exploring the heart of Blaze, but these old bastards kept attacking him. This had undoubtedly infuriated Jiang Chen. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Little beast, you have just advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Don't tell me you still have any means to fight us. A great saint of Narong family sneered. Jia, these old bastards are going to suffer in a while. De Huang Dog smiled evilly from afar. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's means, but he knew it very well. As long as Jiang Chen advanced to the Great Saint Realm, everything would be fine and no one would be able to do anything to him. De Huang, could it be that Brother Jiang still has some powerful means? Kong Yu asked doubtfully. That's right. Although Brother Jiang has advanced to the Great Saint Realm, he is just a first-grade Great Saint. It is already very heaven-defying to be able to survive the joint attack of so many experts. It's almost impossible for Brother Jiang to turn defeat into victory when there's a huge gap in their cultivation. Leopard Wei also looked at De Huang Dog in surprise, because he couldn't think of any means that Jiang Chen had to deal with so many fifth-grade Great Saint experts. You all have overlooked one thing. Why didn't the heavenly tribulation befall Jiang Chen when he advanced to the Great Saint Realm? De Huang Dog smiled mischievously. That's right. I have been wondering about it. One should know that the heavenly tribulation would befall immediately after an ordinary expert advanced to the Great Saint Realm, but Brother Jiang has already advanced to the first-grade Great Saint, but the heavenly tribulation hasn't befallen him yet. What's going on? Kong Yang also looked at De Huang Dog. As someone who had experienced it before, he had more right to speak than Kong Yu and Leopard Wei. He knew more about the situation of advancing to the Great Saint Realm. When he advanced to the Great Saint Realm, the heavenly tribulation befell him immediately. Undoubtedly, the current situation of Jiang Chen was very strange. Because Jiang Chen can control the time of the heavenly tribulation by himself. You all will see. De Huang Dog's face was full of confidence. Not only did he know that Jiang Chen could control the time of the heavenly tribulation, but he also knew that once the heavenly tribulation was over, Jiang Chen's cultivation would probably advance to the second-grade Great Saint. At that time, any fifth-grade Great Saint and sixth-grade Great Saint would be killed instantly. Everyone looked at it and saw a golden dragon with a length of 100 feet in the depths of the thunderclouds. It was circling and dancing, letting out bursts of dragon roars. Next to the dragon, there was a big bird emitting a 9-colored light. The big bird was incomparably mystical. It exuded arrogance from head to toe. Although it was not a real existence, its posture alone made people unable to help but have the thought of worshipping it. Divine Bird Phoenix. Yes, that was the legendary Divine Bird Phoenix. Oh my God, the dragon and phoenix roar together. It turns out to be the legendary dragon phoenix major tribulation. How is this possible? This is really the legendary dragon phoenix major tribulation. The dragon and phoenix roar together. This is the symbol of the dragon phoenix major tribulation. There has never been a tribulation in history. Generally, when people advance to the great sage, it is already very terrifying to attract the 9 revolutions major tribulation. This dragon phoenix major tribulation has never appeared. This is the first time. Chapter 935. The dragon phoenix major tribulation was a legendary tribulation. The legendary tribulation of the immortals had never appeared in the Saint Origin world. The most powerful tribulation here was only the 9 revolutions major tribulation. Now that Jiang Qin had advanced to the great sage realm, the dragon phoenix major tribulation had appeared. The appearance of the dragon phoenix major tribulation shocked countless people. No matter what happened to Jiang Qin today, Jiang Qin's name would be recorded in the history of the Saint Origin world. The appearance of the dragon phoenix major tribulation was a historical moment. Heaven-defying. Jiang Qin is really heaven-defying. You should know that the strength of heaven's tribulation depends entirely on the heaven-defying degree of the person who transcends the tribulation. Only a very heaven-defying person can trigger the dragon phoenix major tribulation. The elder of the heavenly leopard clan stared at the scene of the dragon phoenix in the sky and sighed again and again. Yes, De Huang has the bloodline of the divine beast, and he has obtained the existence of the totem divine seal. What he triggered was only the 9 revolutions major tribulation. Jiang Qin is really heaven-defying, but this dragon phoenix major tribulation is too terrifying. It's not easy to pass through it safely. Yeah, such a terrifying major tribulation is a great test for the person who transcends the tribulation. The destructive power of such a tribulation is too great. It is very likely that the person will die during the tribulation. Even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned and fall into a very serious state of weakness. This is very disadvantageous for Jiang Qin's current situation. It's a pity that we can't help with this dragon phoenix major tribulation. We can only rely on Jiang Qin himself. He has been creating miracles all along. Now that he has obtained the Heart of Blaze, the benefits are great. I hope he can create another miracle again. Ancient people and the great sages of the Beastkin clan sighed endlessly. While they were shocked by the dragon and phoenix tribulation, they were also worried about Jiang Qin. They really couldn't help but worry. Jiang Qin's dragon and phoenix tribulation was indeed shocking, but the power of this tribulation was also unimaginable. After Jiang Qin experienced the dragon and phoenix tribulation, even if he didn't die, his condition would be very bad. How could he resist the attack of the 6 clans? However, even though they were worried, they couldn't do anything to help. Even a 9th grade great saint couldn't do anything about the tribulation. One had to rely on himself to overcome the tribulation. If anyone else were to enter the tribulation, they would trigger their own tribulation. At that time, they would be burned by the lightning fire and die without a burial place. Under the thunderstorm, Jiang Qin raised his head. His blood-red eyes stared at the dragon and phoenix in the sky, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The dragon and phoenix major tribulation. The dragon transformation skill is truly abnormal. It has actually attracted the dragon and phoenix major tribulation, but this is nothing. I can use this tribulation to break through to the 2nd grade great saint. At that time, I will kill everyone. Jiang Qin thought to himself. As a matter of fact, he didn't expect to attract the dragon and phoenix major tribulation. The last time he advanced to the minor saint was the devil dragon tribulation. He thought that this tribulation would be more terrifying than the last, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Come on. Jiang Qin's chi fluctuated, and he roared at the thunderclouds in the sky. Roar. Howl. The dragon and phoenix roared again. Both of them were staring at Jiang Qin with merciless eyes. They were furious at this person who dared to challenge the heaven's might. The heaven's might was inviolable. Anyone who violated the heaven's might must die under the lightning tribulation. The dragon and phoenix major tribulation was used to destroy everything. Hong long. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Countless lightning began to condense. The body of the dragon and the phoenix grew a lot stronger. Then, the dragon and the phoenix opened their mouths and spat out a ball of raging fire. It was the thunder fire, a flame that was condensed by lightning. It was the true thunder fire that Jiang Qin had obtained in his body. However, these two bolts of true thunder fire were cast by the dragon and phoenix. They contained boundless heavenly might and unimaginable destructive force. The two bolts of true thunder fire crashed towards Jiang Qin. Wang, however, at this moment, the ancestral dragon pagoda that had already condensed 2 floors suddenly shook violently, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Jiang Qin was stunned for a moment before he saw the ancestral dragon pagoda automatically unleashing its power from his body and colliding with the 2 lightning lights. Hong long. The 2 thunder fire struck the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower shook violently, but to everyone's surprise, the 2 thunder fire were devoured by the Zulong Tower. Crackle. Lightning flickered outside the Zulong Tower. There were dense electric nets everywhere, making the Zulong Tower even more magical. Moreover, after absorbing the 2 thunder fire, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower began to condense. This scene made Jiang Qin almost shout in excitement. Awesome! Jiang Qin laughed. The Zulong Tower was said to be able to refine and absorb any energy between heaven and earth. However, he never thought that the Zulong Tower could even absorb the power of thunder and lightning. This was the dragon and phoenix tribulation. Jiang Qin's own tribulation was forcibly taken away by the Zulong Tower. However, Jiang Qin was now connected with the Zulong Tower by blood. Therefore, the forced appearance of the Zulong Tower did not cause the heavenly tribulation to go berserk. Under the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Qin's tribulation and the Zulong Tower's tribulation were the same. They were one. Rumble. The dragon and phoenix roared together. 2 thicker thunderbolts fell again. Each thunderbolt was like a giant python. No one knew how much destructive power it carried. Jiang Qin was originally worried that the Zulong Tower could not withstand it. However, after the Zulong Tower absorbed the 2 thunderbolts again, he was completely relieved. It seemed that after the Zulong Tower condensed 2 floors, its defensive power was even more tyrannical. Now that the Zulong Tower was condensing a 3rd floor under the thunder tribulation, Jiang Qin was naturally very happy. More importantly, Jiang Qin did not have much confidence in crossing the dragon and phoenix tribulation. In addition, there were so many strong enemies outside. In the near future, Saint Origin World will fall into chaos and Jiang Qin will certainly play the most important role. That's right. Now it seems that we don't need to worry about the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation anymore. Let's see if he can create another miracle after the heavenly tribulation. Ancient people and the great saint experts of the demon race heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Qin had this kind of heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. His whole body was bathed in the sea of lightning as if he was taking a bath. Jiang Qin didn't have the mood to pay attention to the shock outside. All his attention was on the heart of Blaze. While absorbing the power of lightning, he was making the heart of Blaze fuse perfectly with his heart, waiting for the appearance of a miracle. Chapter 936. Hong Long Long. The rumbling sound lingered in the sky above the entire spatial zone. The dragon and phoenix kept launching lightning and fire attacks, but they couldn't cause any damage to the Zulong Tower. All the lightning were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. It was obvious that the third floor of the Zulong Tower was condensing at the fastest speed. Half of the third floor had already been condensed. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin was in a perfect state of cultivation. Apart from the fact that the number of dragon marks in his body was condensing slowly due to the absorption of the heavenly lightning, the most important thing was the fusion of the Heart of Blaze. Currently, the Heart of Blaze had completely fused with Jiang Chen's heart. At the moment when the two hearts were completely fused together, a tremendous aura was suddenly released from Jiang Chen's body. That aura was that of a peerless hero, a supreme hero. The Heart of Blaze was also known as the Heart of Raging Flames. After fusing together, Jiang Chen's already domineering aura was added with a hidden heroic spirit, making people admire him. However, what Jiang Chen obtained was not only his heroic spirit, but also his own benefits. Behind his back, an illusory pair of fire wings gradually appeared. The wings gradually solidified, and in the end, it turned into a solid form. These fire wings were different from his dragon wings. They were evolved from the Heart of Blaze. In other words, the Heart of Blaze had turned into a pair of dazzling and bizarre fire wings. Wings of Blaze. 4 words emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. His eyes turned fiery red, and the fiery wings on his back fluttered, unleashing endless waves of fire. Especially after the Heart of Blaze merged with the true Thunder Fire and true Dragon Fire, its power was unimaginable. The wings of Blaze could travel thousands of miles in a flash. The world was so vast that any place could be within a single thought. Although the wings of Blaze didn't have much offensive power, the increase in speed was unimaginable, especially to Jiang Qin. With the help of the wings of Blaze and the spatial shift, he could travel to the interior of the void. Even a mighty 7th grade great saint wouldn't be able to kill him. Ha! This feels great. Jiang Chen laughed. This was indeed a very delightful thing. He had gained a lot from this trip to the ancient battlefield. Putting aside the Zulong Tower, the Heart of Blaze alone had brought great benefits to Jiang Qin. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin kept the flaming wings. His eyes were fixed on the experts of the 6 major families through the ancestral dragon pagoda. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. It wasn't the first time that he was implicated. If he were to face the heavenly tribulation and chase after the experts of the 6 major families, he didn't know how many of them would die under the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation. There were a lot of 5th grade great saints on the other side. If it was before, Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could kill all of them. After all, most of them would choose to flee due to the fear of the lightning tribulation, but now that he had the flaming wings, he could kill anyone he wanted. Catching up to the 5th grade great saints was just too easy. I'll let you live a little longer. You can't miss such a great opportunity like the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen looked at the lightning surrounding him and began preparing to concoct the 9 solar lus rond pill. He had no more 9 solar lus rond pill. He had left some in the martial Saint dynasty, and he had given the rest to the ancient people as a betrothal gift to Wu Ningzhu. For a medicine like the 9 solar lightning dragon pill, it would be best if he could concoct more of it. Today, the ancient race and demon race had helped him a lot. Kill. When the heavens tribulation is over, we have to kill him no matter what. He's too terrifying and heaven-defying. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, there will be endless troubles in the future. The faces of the experts from the 6 clans changed. They were completely shocked by Jiang Chen's monstrousness. Dan family is known as the #1 family in alchemy, but compared to Jiang Qin, it's like a child playing house. Ancient people and the great saints of demon race were generous with their praises for Jiang Qin. The elder of heavenly leopard race even started to ridicule Dan family. In fact, Jiang Chen's existence was a slap to Dan family's face. Roar. Howl. The roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix. The two lightning gods were completely enraged. Their lightning attacks were at least twice as powerful as before. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly kept his flames and pills and stopped his pill concoction. With a sway of his body, he rushed towards the camp of the desolate family at top speed in the blink of an eye. Ancient people and demon race, retreat now, lest you get caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen's voice reached the ears of ancient people and demon race at the same time. The experts of the two races saw Jiang Chen's movement and their facial expression changed. They instantly understood what Jiang Chen was going to do. How would they dare to delay any further? Immediately, they flew away at full speed. Damn it! This is crazy. The elder of Heavenly Leopard race was full of excitement. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation had reached its final stage, its power was countless times stronger than before. It was imaginable how much damage and destructive power would be caused if Jiang Chen rushed into the crowd with lightning. Not good. Run. The fifth-grade Great Saint of Desolate Family's facial expression changed drastically. Immediately, he stretched his neck and roared. Many of them had seen through Jiang Chen's intention. This was simply insane. Normally, when a cultivator was transcending the tribulation, he would only focus on his own tribulation. How would he dare to split his attention to deal with others? If other experts were involved in the tribulation, it would only increase the power of his own tribulation. This was a suicidal method, but Jiang Chen had done it. Swoosh. All the experts of Desolate Family were terrified. Immediately, they fled in all directions. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's speed was just too fast. He caught up with them in an instant. Half of them were shrouded by the lightning, including the two powerful fifth-grade Great Saints. Hong Hong. Org. 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 Immediately after that, shrill screams were heard. Those Great Saints of Desolate Family who were shrouded by the lightning let out blood-curdling screams. They were blasted to pieces by the heavenly tribulation and died on the spot. Swoosh. It was too fast. Everything happened in an instant. The Desolate Family had encountered a catastrophe. The two fifth-grade Great Saints had died tragically. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Chen to enter a weakened state after the tribulation, but no one had thought that Jiang Chen would use such a method to attack them. Arg! In the entire five-elemental sphere, lightning flashed and flames soared to the sky. Miserable shrieks were heard everywhere. Some of them were covered in lightning fire and were burned to ashes in an instant. In less than a minute, all the experts who were enveloped by Jiang Chen's sphere had died tragically. None of them survived. Not good. The patriarchs of the 8 major families are here. There are also other 6th-grade Great Saints. They are here for you. The news has already reached the Pure Land. Chapter 939. Ha! Jiang Chen, you are dead meat. Without the heavenly tribulation, you have lost your protective talisman. How can a puny first-grade Great Saint fight a 6th-grade Great Saint? That's right. You are a mad devil. Everyone has the right to punish you. Seeing the emergence of the experts of the 6 major families, the people of the 6 major families were excited. Thinking of their people who died tragically under the lightning tribulation, their hatred for Jiang Chen was indescribable. All of them gritted their teeth and their eyes turned red. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Jiang Chen, run away quickly. The elder of the Heavenly Leopard family said. That's right, Jiang Chen. You might have a chance if you run away now. The elder of the ancient people also reminded him that if he didn't run away now, there would be no chance for him to escape. It's too late. Jiang Chen smiled, but there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. He didn't plan to run away at all. If he wanted to, he could leave safely even if all the sixth-grade great saints besieged him. However, after seeing the emergence of these sixth-grade great saints, Jiang Chen suddenly came up with a new plan. Bo! Bo! More than a dozen sixth-grade great saints appeared, hovering in the sky. After they appeared, their eyes fell upon their own camp. Their facial expression changed dramatically when they saw that almost half of their people had been killed. What's going on? The patriarch of the desolate family, Desolate Yuntian, shouted. A fourth-grade great saint elder of the desolate family hastily flew to Desolate Yuntian's side and said bitterly, "Patriarch, it's all because of that Jiang Chen." He snatched the heart of Blaze and advanced to the great saint realm. He used the heavenly tribulation to destroy half of the people of the 6 major families. What? Desolate Yuntian's anger burst out immediately. He had never been so furious before. The chi of a 6th-grade great saint was fully unleashed. His cold eyes stared at the direction where Jiang Chen was. "Patriarch, we've also lost half of our people," said the elder of the Huo clan. Huo Batian was even more furious. He wanted to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. At the same time, the patriarchs of the Bin clan, the Shi clan, the Narong clan, the Dan clan and the great elder who came with them were all furious. The number of their clansmen who came to the ancient battlefield was too great. To them, this was an unimaginable loss. "Little bastard, I only regret not killing you in the spiritual space mountain back then." Shi Haotian's arms released caw-caw sounds. "You've killed so many of my clansmen. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape today. You must leave your life behind." Narong Changtian was also furious. "It's a big mistake that we didn't kill him in the spiritual space mountain." The patriarch of the Dan clan, Dan Yangtian, was also grieved. Just like the other patriarchs, he felt that the biggest mistake they made was not killing Jiang Chen in the spiritual space mountain, which resulted in today's disaster. During this period of time, not only did they give Jiang Chen a chance to grow, but they also lost a lot of geniuses. Now, a large number of their clansmen were killed by the lightning tribulation. The culprit of all this was Jiang Chen. What reason did they have to let him go? "Jiang Chen, our Bin clan has no grudge against you. Why did you do this?" The patriarch of the Bin clan, Bing Longtian, shouted at Jiang Chen. "I'm afraid you have to ask your clansmen. They attacked me first. Could it be that only the Bin clan can kill me, but I can't kill them?" Jiang Chen said indifferently. He had a lot of enemies anyway, so he didn't care about one more member of the Bin clan. Back then, these people in the spiritual space mountain didn't kill him. Now that he had fully grown, it was impossible for these people to kill him. Jiang Chen was now full of confidence. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear when facing these people. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian didn't speak. They just stood on the left and right of Jiang Chen. Ancient people and the great sage of the demon clan had already told them everything that had happened before using divine thoughts. Even Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian were shocked by such earth-shattering events. It was a pity that they couldn't witness the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation and the refinement of 29 Suns less Ron Pill with their own eyes. Moreover, Jiang Chen had given them 8-9 Suns less Ron Pill. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian also knew about it. They really felt that Jiang Chen was a good friend. More importantly, the reason why they decided to befriend Jiang Chen was because of Jiang Chen's potential and talent. However, they had never thought that Jiang Chen could grow to such a terrifying extent in such a short period of time. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already turned the entire Pure Land upside down. Jiang Chen, we will help you hold them off for a while. You need to buy some time to escape. Gu Xiantian secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. That's right. The trouble you have caused today is too big. I'm afraid that our two families won't be able to protect you, but we can buy some time for you to escape. You must do it. Lang Xingtian's voice also reached Jiang Chen's ears. There was also a great elder of the ancient people and heavenly leopard king beside him. There were a total of 4 6th-grade great saints, but there were 10 6th-grade great saints from the other 6 families. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to resist all of them. I'm afraid it's too late to escape now. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had no intention of escaping. Of course, he wasn't confident that he could kill a 6th-grade great saint, but he had a new plan, a plan that he had to execute. The arrival of these 6th-grade great saints gave him a good opportunity. Gu Xiantian, Lang Xingtian, are you two really going to protect Jiang Chen? We won't take a step back today. Desolate Yuntian said loudly to Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian. Of course. Gu Xiantian was incomparably domineering. If he retreated now, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his reputation? Besides, the ancient people didn't treat their friends like this. Cut the crap. In that case, let's fight. Anyway, we must kill this little bastard today. He must die. Hua Batian was hot-tempered. He was ready for battle. All right. 4 of us will resist Gu Xiantian and the others. The rest of us will besiege Jiang Chen and kill this little bastard. Shi Haoyan said and launched an attack at Jiang Chen. Everyone listen, retreat immediately. Jiang Chen, find a chance to escape. Gu Xiantian shouted at the people of the Gu family and demon race. This was a battle between 6th-grade great saints. The aftermath of the battle was unbearable. If these people were caught in the shockwaves of the battle, no one knew how many of them would die. Hua La. The ancient people and demon race had retreated completely from the battlefield. They couldn't get close to such a battlefield. There was a risk of losing their lives at any time. That was an unnecessary loss. Jiang Chen didn't retreat, because he knew very well that his opponent's target was him. If he and the ancient people and demon race retreated together, it would bring a disaster to them. The experts of the 6 major families had completely sealed this part of the void. It seemed like they wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't plan to escape. His plan was about to be implemented. Gu Xiantian blocked Shi Haoyan. The 2 patriarchs were fighting. Hua Batian had also rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle with Lang Xingtian. Heavenly Leopard King and the Great Elder of Ancient People were also fighting with the elders of the other 2 families. Desolate Yuntian and Narong Changtian locked their eyes on Jiang Chen. Their bodies were emitting strong murderous intent. Bang! Jiang Chen's body swayed and turned into his dragon form. The dragon wings on his back flapped and he fled frantically. Although he didn't plan to escape, he still had to pretend to be one. Humph! Trying to escape. It's too late. If we let a little beast like you escape today, where will we put our faces? Dan Yangtian harumphed coldly. The 6 of them vanished instantly. When they reappeared, they had already surrounded Jiang Chen. Little beast, where do you think you can run to? Desolate Yuntian sneered. What should we do now? Jiang Chen is besieged by 6 6th-grade great saints. There's no way he can escape. Unfortunately, we can't help him. Damn it. How could this happen? Jiang Chen is in real danger now. The opponents are too strong. All we can do is to watch. Now, we can only pray that Jiang Qin can create another miracle. The people of the Gu family and the demon race were incomparably worried. The siege of 6 sixth-grade great saints would surely kill anyone. Jiang Chen had already lost the advantage of the heavenly tribulation. How could he fight a 6th-grade great saint? He couldn't even handle one of them, let alone 6 of them at the same time. Kong Yang, Leopard Wei, Kong Yu, and Gu Liufeng's faces were filled with worry. Facing such a scene, even De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel worried. Ha! This little beast is going to die soon. Let's see how arrogant he can still be. That's right. He has killed so many of our people. Even if he dies 10,000 times, it won't be enough. We must destroy his body and soul. Kill. Kill him. Compared to the worries of the ancient people and demon race, the other 6 families were incomparably excited. To them, the death of Jiang Qin was a matter of universal celebration. Completely trapped in the encirclement of the 6 experts, Jiang Qin had become a turtle in a jar. It seemed that there was no chance for him to escape. The dignified patriarchs of the 6 major families, 6th-grade great saints, are actually besieging a puny 1st-grade great saint like me? Aren't you ashamed? Jiang Qin said in a stern voice, but in the eyes of the 6 experts, Jiang Qin was obviously afraid of them. Little beast, aren't you very bold? It seems like you also have moments of fear. You have killed so many people and now, it's your turn. Desolate Yuntian said Lang Lang. Why are you wasting so much time talking to this little beast? Just kill him now. Energy was rolling in Narong Changtian's palm, ready to strike at any time. In my opinion, we can't let this little beast die too easily. We have to torture him to death bit by bit. Dan Yangtian said sinisterly. Ha! Just use whatever means you have. I, Jiang Chen, am not afraid of you. Chapter 940. Alright, I will torture you first. I will extract your soul so that you will never be able to reincarnate. An elder of the Desolate clan released his chi and was about to attack Jiang Qin. Hold on. At this moment, Bing Long Tian stopped the elder of the Desolate clan. Bing Long Tian, what are you trying to do? Don't forget that half of the people of the Bin clan died in the hands of this little bastard. The elder of the Desolate clan looked at Bing Long Tian. This person must die. In my opinion, we should attack at the same time and directly destroy his body and soul. After all, we are all tycoons, and there are so many people watching. Killing a brat is, after all, beneath our dignity. If we torture him slowly to death, it will affect our reputation too much. Bing Long Tian said. Jiang Chen must be killed, but he did not agree with torturing him slowly. Alright, he's right. Let's attack together and destroy his soul. Let's just kill him. Dan Yangtian nodded, thinking that what Bing Long Tian said made sense. No matter how much Jiang Qin deserved to die, they were still big shots after all. They represented the pinnacle of the Pure Land and they cared about their reputation the most. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Jiang Qin off back in the spiritual space mountain. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Everything was within his expectations. He knew that these people cared about their reputation, but they couldn't let him off today. Therefore, they would attack and kill him. This was exactly what Jiang Qin needed. Little bastard, you're lucky today. The elder of the Desolate clan said while gritting his teeth. Come on. You bunch of old guys ganging up on me, a junior. I will definitely leave you guys with a good reputation. Jiang Qin looked like he was not afraid of death. Cut the crap. Kill him. Desolate Yuntian bellowed and unleashed all of his chi. At the same time, the other 5 experts also unleashed their own powerful attacks. For a moment, the entire void was submerged by violent energy, turning into a chaotic battlefield. Jiang Chen was completely submerged in it. No one could see his figure from the outside, and no one could feel his qi. The 6 experts attacked with all their might. No matter how strong a monster was, he would die on the spot. Not even a piece of him would be left. Ha, come on. After 18 years, I, Jiang Chen, will be a hero again. Jiang Chen's voice came from the center of the energy, startling everyone. Jiang Chen. Gu Xiantian screamed and tried to get rid of Shi Haotian to help. However, he was trapped by Shi Haotian. Gu Xiantian, your opponent is me. Even if you go, don't even think about saving that kid's life today. Shi Haotian sneered. He and Gu Xiantian were equally famous figures, one of the 8 magnates. Shi Haotian had no confidence in defeating Gu Xiantian, but keeping Gu Xiantian occupied was not a problem. Lang Xingtian and the others were also entangled by their opponents. They had no time to save Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is dead for sure. The people from the 6 major clans laughed. Damn it, totem god seal, give me strength. The Huang dog went berserk. He could not watch Jiang Chen die just like that. At this moment, looking at the powerful energy released by the 6 experts, the Huang dog did not know if Jiang Chen had the ability to escape. However, he would not bet on it. Even if he had to die a horrible death, he would save Jiang Chen from the center of the energy. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, the Huang dog's body began to change. His body instantly doubled in size. The dragon horn on his head shone brightly, and the totem god seal floated above his head. At this moment, the Huang dog went berserk. De Huang, don't! Kong Yang cried out in alarm. The people of the monster race were all alarmed. They could see what De Huang dog was doing. He was going to burn his divine beast bloodline to stimulate the totem god seal and obtain a powerful force to save Jiang Chen. However, this method was too harmful to De Huang dog. He might lose his divine beast bloodline and the totem god seal. De Huang, don't do it. Don't mess up my plan. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly reached De Huang dog's ears. Hearing the word plan, De Huang dog, who was about to burn his bloodline, hastily stopped. The aura on his body receded like the tide, and the totem god seal once again entered his body. His body, which had doubled in size, instantly returned to its original appearance. This scene stunned the people of the monster race. They had no idea what this damn dog was going to do. Just a moment ago, he looked like he was going to fight at all costs, but in the next moment, he completely stopped, causing the people of the monster race to worry for nothing. For God's sake, this master dog was almost consigned to eternal damnation. This bastard, I'll bite his ass when I get back. The Huang dog said indignantly, but the worry on his face had vanished completely. It seemed like all of this was part of Jiang Chen's plan. He was still feeling gloomy at first. Since when did Jiang Chen become so easy to bully? It wasn't his style to stand there and let the 6 great experts attack him. Now, he completely understood what Jiang Chen was up to. But one thing was certain, Jiang Chen had a way to protect himself. Even if the 6 great experts attacked him at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen wasn't that easy to kill. Hong Long. Under the gaze of innumerable people, the spatial zone exploded completely. A huge hole was blasted in the sky. It was dark and scary. Countless of gloomy airflow drifted out from it. The combined attack of 6 6th-grade great saints was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. Even the sky had been smashed. It was imaginable what would happen to Jiang Chen, who was at the center of the attack. He was afraid that not even his dregs would be left. Thick smoke billowed and raging fire rose. The entire area was covered by thick smoke. Everyone held their breath and stared at the area without blinking, waiting for the result. Desolate Yuntian waved his hand and struck out a stream of airflow, dispersing all the thick smoke. The place where Jiang Qin was just now was empty. Except for the broken void, nothing was left. Is he dead? He must be dead. The attack just now was so powerful that even the sky was smashed. It's impossible for Jiang Qin to still be alive. Ha! He's dead. Not even his dregs are left. This crazy bastard has finally gotten his retribution. Upon seeing the scene, the experts of the 6 major families were excited. It was a very delightful thing for them to witness the death of Jiang Qin. Damn it. Sigh, the heavens are jealous of the talented. It's such a pity for a genius like Brother Jiang. If he didn't die, his future would surely be limitless. The heavens are helpless. We, the ancient people and the beast race, can't save him in the end. The ancient people and the members of the beast race wore pained expressions. Jiang Chen's death was undoubtedly one less peerless genius. They were sad and angry, but it did not change the fact that they had tried their best. Desolate Yuntian and the other 5 sealed the void. Their divine sense swept through the spatial zone again and again, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin. Finally, they came to a conclusion: Jiang Qin was dead. He died under the full force strike just now. Is he dead? Danyang Tian was still unconvinced. He's dead for sure. It's impossible for him to run away from us. We didn't find any trace of him. The attack was enough to kill him. Desolate Yuntian said confidently. It's too easy for him to die just like that. Leng Leng, the elder of the Desolate clan, said. All right, from today onward, Jiang Qin will no longer exist in this world. We've suffered a great loss this time. We'll need some time to recuperate after we return. Bing Long Tian let out a sigh. The Bin tribe should not have been involved in the conflict. Even though they had killed Jiang Qin in the end and gotten rid of their greatest threat, the Bin tribe had suffered a great loss. You bunch of old men teaming up to kill a junior, how shameless of you. Gu Xiantian gritted his teeth and said. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife at the thought of Jiang Chen's death. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin was Wu Ningzhu's husband, he didn't know how to explain it to Wu Ningzhu when he returned. Moreover, he and Jiang Qin had developed a mutual appreciation for each other. Now that Jiang Qin was dead, how could he not be heartbroken? Unfortunately, no matter how heartbroken he was, he couldn't change the fact that Jiang Qin had been killed. Lang Xingtian also looked sorrowful. He hadn't known Jiang Qin for a long time. Jiang Qin wasn't even a member of the demon tribe. However, after such a long time of contact, he had long treated Jiang Qin as a friend. However, the ancient people and the demon tribe had tried their best today. There was nothing they could do to change the situation. Humph. Gu Xiantian, Jiang Qin should have died long ago. It's impossible for your 2 tribes to protect him. From today onward, Jiang Qin will no longer exist. Desolate Yuntian snorted coldly and left with the people of the Desolate clan. Subsequently, the other 5 clans also left with their clansmen. They had suffered a great loss this time and had to go back to recuperate. Since Jiang Qin was dead, there was no need for them to continue fighting with the ancient people and the demon tribe. During this period of time, because of Jiang Qin, the 6 major clans had suffered a great loss. However, the ancient people and the demon tribe had become stronger and stronger. The people of the 6 major clans left, leaving behind the ancient people and the demon tribe who were sad. Whether it was their superiors or their subordinates, they had already regarded Jiang Qin as one of their own. Especially Gu Lufeng and Kong Yang, Jiang Chen had saved their lives. Now, they could only watch helplessly as Jiang Chen died tragically. That kind of sorrow was as if they had lost a family member. Chapter 941. Ancient people took one last look at the place where Jiang Chen was killed. They sighed and left with sad faces. They wanted to bury Jiang Chen, but unfortunately, Jiang Chen's body was nowhere to be found. Since everything was over, the demon race was going to return to the spiritual space mountain. Lang Xingtian looked at De Huang Dog and said, "De Huang, do you want to go back with us?" "No, I'm going to the Martial Saint Dynasty." De Huang Dog said, trying his best to look sad. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't dead, but he didn't know what Jiang Chen's plan was. Therefore, he didn't reveal this secret to the people of the demon race. If he ruined Jiang Chen's plan, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. "Alright, tell Jiang Chen's family not to be too sad. We've tried our best." Sigh. Lang Xingtian let out a heavy sigh and left with the people of the demon race. Kong Yang didn't leave. "Why aren't you leaving?" De Huang Dog asked. "I'm going to visit Jiang Chen's family with you. Jiang Chen saved my life, so his family is my family. Now that brother Jiang is dead, I'll help take care of his family." Kong Yang said with a righteous expression. "You're quite a good boy. Come with me." De Huang Dog looked around and flew in a certain direction. Kong Yang followed behind De Huang Dog. Both of them were extremely fast, and soon, they disappeared without a trace. "De Huang, this doesn't seem to be the direction to the Martial Saint Dynasty." After flying for a while, Kong Yang realized that De Huang Dog wasn't heading to the Martial Saint Dynasty. He was confused. "Don't worry about going to the Martial Saint Dynasty. I'll bring you to meet someone." De Huang Dog grinned at Kong Yang. "Meet who?" Kong Yang asked. Looking at De Huang Dog's smiling face, he really wanted to go up and slap the dog's face. This heartless big fellow, how could he still smile when his best brother was dead? "You'll know when we get there." De Huang Dog ignored Kong Yang's gaze and continued to fly forward. Kong Yang followed De Huang Dog. He didn't know who the dog wanted him to meet, but he was sure that De Huang Dog wouldn't harm him. Soon, under De Huang Dog's lead, they came to a barren land. The void in front of them was very calm, but with De Huang Dog's eyesight, he still saw a trace of ripples. He poked his head out and directly tore the ripples apart. It turned out to be an independent space. Kong Yang was puzzled, but he followed De Huang Dog inside. It was obvious that this space had just been built. It was only the size of a house. Compared to an independent space, this size was pitifully small. At this moment, a young man in white was sitting in this space. His face was a little pale. When Kong Yang saw this white-clothed young man, his expression changed instantly. His eyes widened as if he was looking at the most unbelievable existence in the world. Jiang Chen. Kong Yang stuttered. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not mistaken. If this white-clothed young man wasn't Jiang Chen, who else could it be? "Brother Kong." Jiang Chen grinned at Kong Yu. This small spatial zone was created by him. Just now, he had used the spatial shift and flaming wings to escape the attacks of the 6 of them, but he had still suffered a certain degree of damage from the attacks. He needed a quiet environment to recover. As for this small space, he had secretly told the location to De Huang. Therefore, De Huang could find it accurately. As for the others, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. The experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land had all left. In the eastern continent, who could find the small space created by Jiang Chen? Therefore, he was absolutely safe here. "What, What's going on? Weren't your body and soul destroyed by the 6 experts? Kong Yang was so confused that he couldn't believe what he saw. However, there was one thing he could be sure of. Jiang Chen was not dead. He glanced at the Huang dog. No wonder this dog was so heartless and not sad at all. It turned out that he knew that Jiang Chen was not dead. At this moment, Kong Yang suddenly thought of the Huang dog's action when the 6 experts attacked Jiang Chen. This dog was about to burn his bloodline to save Jiang Chen, but he suddenly retracted his aura. This behavior was extremely abnormal. It seemed that the Huang dog knew that Jiang Chen could escape at that time. They want to kill me. They are too naive. Although I managed to escape, I've also suffered some injuries. I need time to recover. Jiang Chen smiled. You bastard. You made Master Dog worry for nothing. I almost burned my bloodline to save you. The Huang dog bared his teeth at Jiang Chen. Go to hell. You almost ruined my plan. Jiang Chen glared at the Huang dog. However, he couldn't hide the gratitude in his eyes. The Huang dog didn't hesitate to burn his bloodline to save him at the critical moment. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be touched by this kind of friendship. What's the situation outside? Asked Jiang Chen. Everyone thought that you were dead. It was the same for the Gu race and the Yao race. Now, all the members of the 8 great clans have returned. This time, you killed a lot of people from the Desolate clan and the Huo clan, causing them to suffer heavy losses. After returning, I'm afraid they will need a period of time to recuperate. However, your death has also caused a great impact on the emotions of the Gu race and the Yao race. Kong Yang explained the situation outside to Jiang Chen. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone to think that he was dead so that he could carry out his plan. Tell me quickly. What's your plan? Asked the Huang dog impatiently. My next target is Saint Origin Palace. I once promised someone to do something in Saint Origin Palace. This time, I've created an opportunity. Now, everyone thinks that I'm dead. Even if I enter Saint Origin Palace, no one will know that I'm dead. If I don't die, the 6 major families will endlessly deal with me. Now, I have nothing to worry about, said Jiang Chen. He had already advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Pure Land was no longer a challenge to him. Saint Origin Palace was different. There were many experts and geniuses there. Plus, he had promised Great Master Ran Feng that he would go to Saint Origin Palace to inquire about Ancestor Green Lotus. But there are also some geniuses in Saint Origin Palace who know you. How are you going to get there? Asked Kong Yang. I have my own way. Jiang Chen smiled. His plan had just begun. This move of yours is really amazing. I really want to know what kind of expression the people of the 6 major families will have when they know that you are still alive. Kong Yang chuckled. He really couldn't imagine what kind of expression the 6 major families would have if they knew that Jiang Chen was still alive. One had to say that this move of Jiang Chen was really brilliant. He was now a first-grade great saint. If he really wanted to go against the 6 major families, he wouldn't be able to inflict heavy damage to them. The 6th-grade great saint experts of the 6 major families would search for Jiang Chen everywhere. From then on, there would be no place for Jiang Chen in Pure Land. He could only live a life of fleeing. If the 6 major families were infuriated, they might even implicate Jiang Chen's family. But now, everyone thought that Jiang Chen was dead. The 6 major families would treat Jiang Chen as a thing of the past and never mention Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen would have plenty of time to cultivate. That was why Kong Yang thought that Jiang Chen's move was brilliant. They will know sooner or later. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The enmity between him and the 6 major families was far from over. Whether it was the 6 major families of Pure Land or the 6 major palaces of Saint Origin Palace, the enmity had just begun. Not only would the Pure Land be in chaos, but Saint Origin Palace would also be in chaos because of his existence. The entire Saint Origin world would be in turmoil soon. Jia, I have already guessed your plan, kid. The Huang dog smiled evilly. He knew Jiang Chen too well. He could roughly guess what Jiang Chen was going to do next and how he was going to do it. All right, the 2 of you guard me. I need to recover my injuries as soon as possible, said Jiang Chen. Then, he circulated the dragon transformation skill and wood element to heal his injuries rapidly. However, the injuries this time were more serious. It wouldn't be easy for him to recover. He was afraid that he would need at least 3 hours to fully recover. During this period of time, the news of Jiang Chen's death began to spread like wildfire. The first place the news reached was the Martial Saint dynasty. Since this had happened in the Eastern continent, as the ruler of the Eastern continent, the Martial Saint dynasty was naturally the first to receive the news. Jiang Chen's death had caused the entire Martial Saint dynasty to be grieved. The god in the hearts of countless people had fallen. That kind of blow was unimaginable. In the Martial Saint main hall, all the higher-ups of Martial Saint dynasty had gathered together. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Jiang Zhenhai was muddle-headed. He kept muttering Jiang Chen's name like a fool. All of his hopes and the most important part of his life had left him just like that. That kind of pain wasn't something that outsiders could understand. Peacock King and Lion Yen had also appeared in the main hall. These 2 great saints of the demon race had already advanced to the 5th grade great saint. What they didn't expect was that the first thing they heard when they came out of seclusion was the news of Jiang Chen's death. The excitement that they felt after advancing to the next realm was swept away in an instant. Their hearts were shrouded by a layer of haze. Heavy emotions filled the entire main hall. There was anger, sadness, and despair, but no one said anything because they knew that it was useless to say anything. Jiang Chen's enemy was too powerful. They would never have the chance to avenge Jiang Chen in this lifetime. Martial Saint dynasty could rule the entire Eastern continent, but the gap between them and the 8 families of the Pure Land was unimaginable. Any random expert of the enemy could annihilate the entire Martial Saint dynasty 100 times. How could they fight against them? Chen Er, actually, being a profligate disciple in Fragrant Sky City wasn't bad. Chapter 942. Bang! Suddenly, a hole exploded in the void and 3 silhouettes walked out of it. They were Jiang Chen, the Huang Dog and Kong Yang. The current Jiang Chen had fully recovered and returned to his peak state. Jiang Chen could be said to be the biggest winner and also the biggest winner in the opening of the ancient battlefield. The Heart of Blaze and the Zulong Tower had given him 2 more trump cards. The only regret was that he didn't discover any other functions of the Zulong Tower other than defense. Especially in terms of offensive power, it was estimated that the Zulong Tower had no other functions other than being used as a weapon to smash. Of course, how could a powerful true dragon treasure not have any offensive ability? Jiang Chen speculated that it was probably because he was still too weak to control the Zulong Tower to attack and unleash the full power of the Zulong Tower. Besides, the Zulong Tower had a total of 99 floors. He had only reached the 3rd floor, which meant that he hadn't reached the level where he could unleash the full power of the tower. Even so, the Zulong Tower was still a defensive divine weapon. At least, if Jiang Chen wanted to defend against it, the combined attack of the 6 6th grade Great Saints wouldn't be able to destroy the Zulong Tower. Where are we going now? The Huang dog looked at Jiang Qin. Let's go home first. The news of my death must have spread to Marshall Saint Dynasty. I'm afraid that my father can't bear such a huge blow. I have to let him know that I'm still alive. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of Marshall Saint Dynasty. The most important thing right now was to go home and tell Jiang Zhenhai that he was still alive. He knew Jiang Zhenhai too well. This father of his had placed all his thoughts and expectations on him. Jiang Chen was Jiang Zhenhai's entire world. If he died, he couldn't imagine how Jiang Zhenhai was going to survive. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen and the others flew towards the direction of the Marshall Saint Dynasty. With their speed, it would only take them a few breaths to reach the Marshall Saint Dynasty. He didn't want to disturb anyone and went straight to the Marshall Saint main palace. He was going to carry out a big plan. Therefore, the news that he was still alive should only be known to the higher-ups of the Marshall Saint Dynasty. In the Marshall Saint Palace, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Needless to say, Jiang Zhenhai had a lonely expression on his face as he kept muttering Jiang Chen's name. Peacock King and Lion Yan were sitting there like two gods, not saying a word. Yan Zhanyan, Wu Jiu, Guishan, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, and all the higher-ups of Marshall Saint Dynasty had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. Jiang Chen's death was a huge blow to them. In their hearts, not only was Jiang Chen the god of Marshall Saint Dynasty, he was also their family, friend, and brother. Right at this moment, the air in the palace suddenly trembled. Who is it? Peacock King and Lion Yan shouted out at the same time. Others might not be able to sense the slight tremble in the air, but they could. Since Jiang Chen had just died in battle, they would be the first to stop anyone who wanted to attack Marshall Saint Dynasty. Jiang Chen had given them the sacred heavenly demonic skill, which was a great favor to them. Now that Jiang Chen had died in battle, they had to ensure the safety of Marshall Saint Dynasty and ensure that Jiang Chen's family would not be harmed. 3 figures appeared in the palace. The one in the lead was dressed in snow-white clothes, looking elegant and elegant. Every single move he made was filled with a domineering and heroic aura. Who else could it be if not Jiang Chen? Peacock King, Lion Clan Chief, don't worry. Jiang Chen chuckled. Jiang Chen. Both of them exclaimed at the same time. Their expressions were exactly the same as Kong Yang's, as if they were wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. That's right, it's me. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Being able to see Peacock King and Lion Yan here made Jiang Chen very happy. It meant that he had a good eye for people. As the saying goes, the tea cools when the person is gone. He was already dead, but the Peacock King and Lion Yan were still here to protect his family. This touched Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Zhenhai, who was half dead, suddenly stood up from his seat when he saw Jiang Chen. With a single step, he arrived in front of Jiang Chen. His mood was indescribable. Not only Jiang Zhenhai, but everyone else was also shocked. Their eyes were wide open. Didn't Jiang Chen die in battle? How come he was still alive? What was going on? Dad, I've made you worry. It's all my fault. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and wiped away the tears from the corners of Jiang Zhenhai's eyes. He felt extremely guilty. Ever since he left Fragrant Sky City, he hadn't spent much time with his father, but he knew that no matter where he went, no matter how high he flew, he would always be the biggest concern of this middle-aged man. This was the love of a father, the irreplaceable love of a father. Brother, you are not dead. Wu Jiu ran over and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen, what's going on? Weren't you killed by the joint attack of the 6 great experts? Peacock King was still very puzzled, so was Lion Yan. When they heard that Jiang Qin was attacked by 6th-grade great saints, they basically believed that Jiang Qin was dead for sure. Even if Jiang Qin had broken through to the great saint realm, he wouldn't be a match for the joint attack of 6th-grade great saints. Therefore, they didn't doubt the authenticity of the news. Do you think that I, Jiang Qin, can be killed so easily? Jiang Qin shrugged. Dad, this is all Brother Jiang's plan. He wasn't killed, but escaped using a powerful technique. The 6th-grade experts didn't notice it at all, so they thought that Brother Jiang has been killed. Kong Yang said with a smile. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Peacock King and Lion Yen sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. A 1st-grade great saint was able to escape from the joint attack of 6th-grade great saints without alerting any of them. They were afraid that Jiang Qin was the only one who could do such a heaven-defying technique. Perhaps this wasn't enough to describe it as heaven-defying. Dad, father-in-law, Brother Joe, I didn't die in the battle. I, Jiang Qin, am not that easy to kill. I didn't want you to worry about me, so I came back as soon as I recovered from my injuries. However, I will be leaving soon. The reason why I pretended to be dead is to carry out another plan. Don't tell anyone that I'm still alive, not even in Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Qin said solemnly. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Jiang Zhenhai laughed out loud. I knew it, my son wouldn't die so easily. Jiang Zhenhai regained his vigor and enthusiasm, completely different from his half-dead appearance just now. Jiang Qin, what is your plan? Peacock King asked curiously. I'm going to change my identity and go to Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Qin told him his purpose. Go to Saint Origin Palace. Lion Yan was stunned. That's right. I have already advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Pure Land is no longer a challenge to me. Given my ability, it's not difficult to change my appearance. Plus, everyone thinks that I'm dead now, so I only need to change my appearance. No one will care about it. Jiang Qin said. One should know that it was easy to change one's appearance, but it was hard to change one's qi. However, the current situation of Jiang Qin was different. In many people's eyes, he had died in the battle. Both his body and soul were destroyed. That was why he didn't need to deliberately hide himself. No one would suspect him. Plus, none of the peerless experts in Saint Origin Palace had seen him before. It turns out that you are planning to go to Saint Origin Palace. But this is for the best. Given your ability, I believe that you will turn Saint Origin Palace upside down in the future. This is exactly what we want to see. Peacock King nodded. It would be great if Jiang Qin could go to Saint Origin Palace. A figure like Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to stay calm no matter where he went. Saint Origin Palace was the real ruler of Saint Origin World. Saint Origin Palace would certainly dominate the chaos in the future. Desolate family was getting stronger and stronger, which wasn't a good thing for the demon race and the ancient people. If Jiang Qin could muddy the water, it would be extremely beneficial for both the ancient people and the demon race. Jiang Qin, do you have any specific plan? Lion Yan asked. The 8 major families should have the right to send people to Saint Origin Palace at any time. I will enter Saint Origin Palace with the identity of an ancient people. When you return to Demon Race, you can tell the patriarchs about my trip to Saint Origin Palace, but don't spread it too widely. Once the people of the 6 major families know that I'm still alive, all the plans will be in vain. Jiang Qin arranged them in a very serious manner. That's for sure. Peacock King and Lion Yan nodded at the same time. They understood that Jiang Qin deliberately pretended to be dead in order to deceive the people of the 6 major families. If the news that he wasn't dead was spread out, all their efforts would be in vain. They were very clear about the stakes involved. There's no time to lose. Let's return to Pure Land now. Jiang Qin said and immediately bid farewell to Jiang Zhenhai and the others. Chen Heir, be careful. Jiang Zhenhai reminded Jiang Qin. Although he didn't know what kind of place Saint Origin Palace was, he could guess that it was a major power that was above Pure Land. Even Jiang Qin couldn't afford to offend it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pretended to be dead. Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. Don't you worry about your son's ability. Jiang Qin put his hand on Jiang Zhenhai's shoulder, looking like a playboy in Fragrant Sky City. Ha! Of course, I'm not worried. Jiang Zhenhai burst into laughter. He was in a good mood and his spirit was boosted. After that, Jiang Qin, Peacock King and the others left the martial Saint dynasty. However, Jiang Qin didn't leave immediately. Instead, he summoned the evil devil and the earth devil beast. Master. The two great devils saluted Jiang Qin. From now on, you two don't need to follow me. Stay here and protect Martial Saint Dynasty in secret. If anything happens here, you two will die. Chapter 943. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil didn't dare to be negligent. They wouldn't be stubborn no matter what Jiang Qin asked them to do. Subsequently, the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil disappeared. He asked them to hide in the dark so that they wouldn't put too much pressure on the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. After all, they weren't just great saint experts, they were also powerful devils. Once they appeared, the impact would be too great. The Martial Saint Dynasty was Jiang Chen's home, and it was the place that he cared about the most. He didn't want the Martial Saint Dynasty to become a powerful superpower, and he didn't want the Martial Saint Dynasty to be able to enter the Divine Continent or the Pure Land. He just wanted the Martial Saint Dynasty to be safe. Jiang Chen, now that the 6 major families think that you have died in battle, this chapter has been turned over. The Dark Shadow organization has also been wiped out. Even if there are some survivors, it's nothing to worry about. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil are enough to deal with them. At present, Martial Saint Dynasty is absolutely safe. You don't have to worry about it at all. Are you going to head straight to the ancient people? Asked Peacock King. That's right. I'm going to enter Saint Origin Palace through the ancient people. We'll part ways from here. If we go together, I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of outsiders. Peacock King, after you return, you just need to tell the news to a few reliable higher-ups of Demon Race that I'm still alive. Remember to keep it a secret, said Jiang Qin solemnly. If the news of him faking his death was leaked, all his plans would be ruined. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Peacock King patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Demon Race and Jiang Qin were on the same boat. In other words, the future of Demon Race depended on Jiang Qin to change it. Kid, you want to go to Saint Origin Palace through the ancient people? Where will Master Dog go? The Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin. Naturally, you'll follow me to Saint Origin Palace. You will follow Peacock King back to Demon Race and let them send you and Kong Yang to Saint Origin Palace. At that time, we'll have some fun there. Of course, you have to pretend that you don't know me. Jiang Chen patted the Huang Dog's head and said. Jiang Chen is right. As long as the geniuses of the 8 major families advance to the Great Saint Realm, they will immediately be sent to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Apart from that, Saint Origin Palace will also select some talented geniuses and accept them directly. Those who don't want to return to Saint Origin Palace will be part of Saint Origin Palace. Due to the influence of the cultivation environment in Saint Origin Palace, the geniuses born there are also peerless geniuses. You all have to be careful at that time. After all, Saint Origin Palace is incomparable to Pure Land. Now that De Huang and Yang Heir have advanced to the Great Saint realm, they are also qualified to be sent to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Peacock King said. Kaka, good. I really want to have a look at the legendary Saint Origin Palace. De Huang Dog was very excited. Kong Yang was the same. It was an incomparably glorious thing to be able to enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. It was an existence that countless geniuses yearned for the most. Everyone knew that Saint Origin Palace was jointly built by the supreme experts of the 8 major families. It was said that it could directly communicate with the immortal world and receive a trace of immortal qi from the immortal world. The entire spatial zone where Saint Origin Palace was located was filled with heaven and earth yuan qi that was many times denser than the outside world. It was absolutely a treasure land for cultivation. Of course, there were also countless geniuses and experts in such a place. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could do whatever they wanted in Pure Land, but they had to behave themselves in Saint Origin Palace. After that, Jiang Chen and Peacock King flew towards Pure Land from 2 different directions. In order not to attract attention, Jiang Chen separated from De Huang Dog. As a matter of fact, the one he should separate the most was De Huang Dog. From the beginning until now, De Huang Dog had become the symbol of Jiang Chen. Wherever De Huang Dog was, Jiang Chen would be there. Now, it was necessary for Jiang Chen to pretend to be dead in battle and separate from De Huang Dog. At this moment, the news had already spread across Pure Land. Almost everyone knew that Jiang Chen had died in battle. Every district, every street, and every alley was talking about that battle and Jiang Chen's name. Even if a peerless figure had fallen, he was destined to leave behind an endless legend. He would be talked about and admired for a long time. The illustrious Jiang Chen has finally died in battle. What a pity. If Jiang Chen didn't die, he would certainly become a pinnacle figure in the future. Yeah, I heard that he triggered the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation and was able to refine the legendary 9 Suns Les Ron pill under the tribulation. It's simply heaven-defying. It's a pity that he offended the 6 major clans and ended up dying tragically. That's for sure. The 6 major clans have decided to kill him. I heard that all the patriarchs have personally taken action. Although it's a bit shameless, it also shows that Jiang Chen is too strong. He has already made the 6 major clans feel afraid. It's conceivable that if such an evildoer is allowed to continue to grow, he will definitely become a big problem for the 6 major clans in the future. He will bring unimaginable losses to the 6 major clans. It's a pity that such a figure died, but the existence of Jiang Chen is destined to leave a deep mark in the history of Pure Land. Shi Han, who ranked 2nd on the heaven list, and Xiao Yuan, who ranked 1st on the heaven list, both died in his hands. I heard that he also killed half of the great sage masters of the 6 major clans during the tribulation. This is an earth-shattering event. Even if he died, it's worth it. The 6 major clans have suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid they need some time to recuperate. Everyone was discussing. Although in many people's hearts, Jiang Chen's death was inevitable. After all, the people Jiang Chen offended were too terrifying. It was difficult for him not to die. However, this did not prevent countless people from worshipping and feeling sorry for him. No matter when, the fall of a peerless figure would become a glorious period of history. Ancient people. No, little Chenzi won't die. I don't believe it. In the condensing mist world, Wu Ningzhu was incomparably emotional when she heard the news of Jiang Chen's death. All along, Wu Ningzhu had a cold and tough character. Chapter 944. I'm sorry to have worried the patriarch. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. After refining the heart of Blaze, I have obtained a pair of flaming wings. This pair of flaming wings combined with my body technique allows me to travel through the void silently. Let alone 66 grade great saints, even if there are 66 grade great saints besieging me, I will still be able to leave quietly. Jiang Qin smiled. He didn't have anything to hide from these people. Good boy. It seems like you are the biggest winner in this ancient battlefield. Not only did you make the 6 major families suffer a great loss, but you also obtained such a great treasure. Gu Xiantian was overjoyed. The death of Jiang Qin made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. It turned out that Jiang Qin wasn't dead, but had escaped safely. This made him very happy. He had no doubt about Jiang Qin's escape technique. One should know that he didn't notice Jiang Qin's appearance just now. This was enough to show how terrifying Jiang Qin was. It really made people speechless that a first-grade great saint had such a heaven-defying ability. However, Jiang Qin had created a lot of miracles. This time, it was an eye-opener for Gu Xiantian. If I didn't die, the 6 major families would never let me go. With my current strength, I won't be able to deal with the bombardment of the 6 major families. It will also involve the ancient people and the demon race, causing chaos in the Pure Land. Now that I'm dead, it will save them a lot of trouble. When I confront the 6 major families again, it will be their doomsday. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Gu Xiantian nodded secretly. His eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Jiang Qin. This young man was too scary. Not only did he have heaven-defying talent and potential, his wisdom was also amazing. Even he had to admit that Jiang Qin's fake death was a great idea. It could completely get rid of the pursuit of the 6 major families and buy him enough time to improve himself. What are you going to do next? Asked Gu Xiantian. He believed that Jiang Qin wasn't a person without a goal. I'm going to Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Qin told his thoughts to Gu Xiantian. Gu Xiantian also nodded. He felt that there was nothing wrong with Jiang Qin going to Saint Origin Palace. After all, a figure like Jiang Qin would come into contact with Saint Origin Palace sooner or later. The final chaos of Saint Origin World would also happen in Saint Origin Palace. If Jiang Qin went to Saint Origin Palace, he would certainly create chaos in Saint Origin Palace and destroy the plan of Desolate Family. This would be very beneficial to both the ancient people and the demon race. You should have a more complete plan, right? Gu Xiantian asked. A trace of a smile appeared on Jiang Qin's face. His countenance started to contort as cracking sounds rang out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had completely changed into a different person. The Jiang Qin in front of him looked much more ordinary, but the domineering aura between his brows was unconcealable. From now on, my name is Gu Qin. As for what identity Patriarch will give me to enter Saint Origin Palace, it's up to you. Jiang Qin said. Gu Xiantian wasn't a fool. Some things didn't need to be explained too clearly. He had changed his appearance in front of Gu Xiantian. As for what to do next, he believed that he didn't need to say it. Gu Xiantian would arrange everything. All right. You don't have to worry about going to Saint Origin Palace. You can rest in this mist-congealing world for a few days. Gu Lufeng is in seclusion. He has taken a 9-sun-less rond pill. I believe it won't take him a few days to break through to the Great Saint Realm. At that time, I will send both of you to Saint Origin Palace. Gu Xiantian said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. His impression of Gu Lufeng was very good. Gu Liufeng's cultivation had already reached the peak of half-step Great Saint Realm, only a step away from the true Great Saint Realm. Now that he had taken a 9-sun-less rond pill, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Great Saint Realm. For the next 3 days, Jiang Qin stayed in the mist-congealing world, accompanying Wu Ningzhu and her family, waiting for Gu Lufeng to break through to the Great Saint realm. On the third day, lightning and thunder were hovering above the ancient people. Thunderclouds were densely covering the sky. Gu Lufeng had successfully broken through to the Great Saint realm. A ray of light flew out from the seclusion place of the ancient people and flew towards the outside of the ancient people. Gu Lufeng was the same as Big Yellow. For something like going through a tribulation, they had to find a remote place. They definitely couldn't do it in the skies of the ancient race. Otherwise, the entire ancient race would be implicated. Something like a heaven's tribulation was hard to defend against. The more one tried to defend against it, the stronger the heaven's tribulation would be. For the ancient people, it was a rare good thing for the young generation to have a great saint. Gu Liufeng's advancement had caused a great commotion. Almost all the experts in the Pure Land could sense the movement of the tribulation. Gu Liufeng's tribulation made the 6 major clans extremely uncomfortable, especially the Desolate clan and the Shi clan. Desolate Yuan and Shi Han were originally much more powerful than Gu Lufeng. Now that Gu Lufeng had been promoted to the Great Saint realm, Desolate Yuan and Shi Han had died. Thinking that Kong Yang of the Demon clan had also been promoted to the Great Saint realm, they hated Jiang Qin even more. They deeply felt that it was too easy for Jiang Qin to die so easily. But in any case, Jiang Qin was finally dead. The 6 major clans could also be at ease. Even as an enemy, they had to admit that Jiang Qin was a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. If such a person was given enough time and enough space to grow, his future achievements were destined to be limitless. In the main hall of the ancient people, more than a dozen high-level people gathered together. Gu Xiantian sat at the top, and next to him stood an ordinary-looking young man in white. This young man in white was none other than Jiang Qin. These people present were the most trustworthy people of the ancient people. So, Gu Xiantian did not conceal the identity of Jiang Qin. After learning that Jiang Qin wasn't dead, everyone present was shocked to the extreme. Their expression was exactly the same as when Gu Xiantian first saw Jiang Qin, but at the same time, they felt endless joy. At this moment, Jiang Qin's position in the hearts of the higher-ups of the ancient people had become even higher and more important. You can use this token to enter Gu Palace. But I have to remind you that Saint Origin Palace isn't like the Pure Land. You must be very careful in there. Gu Xiantian reminded them solemnly. Chapter 945. Although Saint Origin Palace was built by the ancestors of the 8 major families of Pure Land, it had developed into a system of its own after nearly 100 years of development. Saint Origin Palace was divided into 8 palaces. Ancient people occupied Gu Palace. The token in Jiang Qin and Gu Liufeng's hands was the symbol of Gu Palace. Jiang Qin, Lufeng, drip a drop of blood on the token. Gu Palace will sense it and send someone to pick you up. After that, you will be a member of Gu Palace. Gu Xiantian said. Jiang Qin and Gu Lufeng cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood on the token. Buzz buzz suddenly, the token shook violently, emitting a buzzing sound. It was as if there was a strange connection between the token and the void. Both of them kept the token. Gu Liufeng's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of entering Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace was the ultimate dream of countless genius disciples. In other words, it was the highest institution in Saint Origin world. Those who could enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation could not only obtain top-grade resources, but more importantly, it was a symbol of identity and status. It represented a kind of nobility. I'll send both of you to Saint Origin Palace now. Gu Xiantian stood up from his seat with a solemn face. All along, only the patriarchs of the 8 major families had the qualification to open the door of Saint Origin Palace. A pale yellow talisman appeared in Gu Xuantian's hand. The talisman was covered with complex patterns, exuding a noble qi. Gu Xiantian struck out a divine light into the talisman. The talisman exploded with a bang, turning into an illusory portal. Everyone present was a great saint expert, so they could naturally feel the spatial fluctuation coming from the illusory portal. This was an incomparably solid spatial passage that was refined by a supreme expert. It connected to the spatial zone of Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen, Lu Feng, are you two ready? Gu Xiantian looked at Jiang Chen and Gu Lu Feng. The two of them nodded and leaped into the illusory door at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Patriarch, do you think Gu Palace will accept Jiang Chen well? After hundreds of years of development, Saint Origin Palace has almost broken away from the 8 major families of Pure Land. Although the ancient people and Gu Palace still share the same root, Gu Palace doesn't care about the ancient people of Pure Land anymore. The great elder of ancient people said. It depends on Jiang Chen's ability. Regardless of whether Gu Palace values us or not, we are all aware of the situation in Saint Origin Palace or not, we of ancient people are very clear. Desolate Palace has great ambition. Once they rule Saint Origin Palace, I'm afraid that all of us will be faced with extinction. Desolate land. Palace will Jiang Origin Palace will Palace. Palace. Ancient people of Palace of Sect of Palace. Saint Ancient People Palace is. Inside the spatial passageway, Jiang Chen and Gu Lu Feng were looking at the colorful spatial turbulence that kept retreating around them. They didn't need to use spatial force because this passageway was the safest and sturdiest. There wouldn't be any problem in it. This was probably the safest time that Jiang Chen had ever been in the spatial passageway. Brother Jiang, I really didn't expect that you could escape from the attack of the 6 great experts. It really surprised me. I, Gu Lu Feng, have never admired anyone, but you are definitely one of them. Gu Lu Feng said with a smile. Brother Gu, from now on, you have to change the way you address me. I am now called Gu Qin. You can call me Little Qinzi like De Huang and the others. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had to pay attention to the way he addressed Gu Qin. One should know that he was now Gu Qin, not Jiang Qin. It's my fault. Just think about it, those who were born in this spatial zone had been absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi for cultivation since they were young. The benefits were simply unimaginable. To put it bluntly, those who were born in this place were the geniuses among geniuses compared to those who were born in the outside world. Jiang Chen and Gu Lu Feng looked around and found that this spatial zone was simply boundless. Occasionally, a few red-crowned cranes would fly across the sky, adding to the feeling of a fairyland. Little Qinzi, this place is so big. It's much bigger than my imagination. Gu Lu Feng was incomparably shocked. That's right. This spatial zone has a circumference of at least 100,000 miles. It's enough to be comparable to a small world. No wonder Saint Origin Palace has been completely separated from the Pure Land for the past 100 years. I'm afraid that the 8 major palaces of Saint Origin Palace no longer put the 8 families of the Pure Land in their eyes. For the past 100 years, I don't know how many geniuses were born in this place. I wonder if there are any immortals in Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen said. Before he came to Saint Origin Palace, he had never thought that there would be such a high and mighty existence in Saint Origin Palace. When he was still unparalleled in the world, the Pure Land was already the pinnacle of existence in Saint Origin world. 100,000 miles of territory is nothing to a great saint, but the spatial zone here is very solid. Not even a 9th grade great saint has the ability to create such a spatial zone. It seems like this spatial zone was really created by the immortals of the 8 major families. However, I heard that ninth grade great saints will ascend to the immortal realm after reaching the immortal realm. I wonder if there are any immortals in Saint Origin Palace. Gu Lufeng said. Immortal realm. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. In order to achieve this goal, he had put in so much effort in his past life. With his abilities back then, becoming an immortal was a simple task. But too bad, he had fallen on the Saint Cliff, and all his efforts had gone to someone else. Now that he was reborn, not only did he want to reach the peak of his previous life, but he also wanted to enter the legendary immortal world to make up for the regret of his previous life. Little Chenzi, have you noticed that there are no buildings in this area? It should be Saint Origin Palace. It's an open space and we don't seem to know the direction to Gu Palace. Gu Lufeng said. He looked around but didn't see any buildings. Plus, this was their first time coming to Saint Origin Palace, so they didn't know the direction to Gu Palace. Don't worry, someone will come to pick us up. Jiang Chen shrugged with a relaxed face. Since Gu Xiantian didn't say anything, it meant that someone would come to pick them up. Gu Xiantian had said that the moment they dripped their blood on the token, Gu Palace would have already sensed it. He believed that Gu Xiantian would send someone to pick them up. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, 3 silhouettes flew from a direction and arrived in front of them. They were 3 young men. Their faces were filled with arrogance. The one in the front looked like he was in his 20s, but his cultivation wasn't weak. He had reached the peak of second grade great saint. Beside him were 2 other young men. One was a peak first grade great saint while the other was a second grade great saint. They were all geniuses of the ancient people, but the chi of the 2 young men seemed to be a lot weaker than the one in front. It wasn't because of the gap in power, but a symbol of status. The young man was arrogant, looking down on others with his nose. The innate sense of superiority on his face was much stronger than the other 2. Lufeng, congratulations on advancing to the Great Saint realm. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ha! A young man saw Gu Lufeng and immediately came forward to give him a bear hug. He was the weakest among the 3, a peak first grade great saint. Brother Lu Hui. Gu Lufeng recognized this man. His name was Gu Lu Hui. He came to Saint Origin Palace from the ancient people a year ago. Both of them had a good relationship when they were still ancient people. Was this the legendary show of strength? It seemed like the status of the disciples from Pure Land wasn't that good in Gu Palace. This could be seen from the way Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng didn't even dare to breathe heavily in front of Gu Ling. However, when he thought of Gu Xuantian's boasting, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Gu Xiantian had secretly introduced him as his secret weapon, which was only revealed today. It was no wonder that Gu Ling gave him tit for tat. After all, this boast was a little too big. Now, it seemed like ancient people and Gu Palace were 2 completely different things. Let alone becoming enemies with the 6 major families in Saint Origin Palace, Jiang Chen was afraid that his days in Gu Palace wouldn't be peaceful anymore. However, this wasn't a big deal. He, Jiang Chen, had seen all kinds of things. Since there was an internal conflict in Gu Palace, he would find a way to unite them. We are all from the ancient people. We are from the same sect and the same origin. We have come to Saint Origin Palace and you want to bully us. What's the meaning of this? Gu Lufeng was annoyed and said loudly. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so loudly in front of me? You asked for it even if I cripple you. But considering that you have just arrived at Gu Palace, I will forgive you for the time being. If there's a next time, I won't be polite anymore. Gu Ling reprimanded. Gu Lufeng was infuriated. Just as he was about to say something, he was pulled by Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng. Why are you pulling me? We are all from the ancient people. What gives him the right to treat us like this? Gu Lufeng absolutely couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. All along, it had been his biggest dream to enter Gu Palace. In his heart, Gu Palace and the ancient people had always been a family. He had never thought that Gu Palace wouldn't take him seriously, turning him into an outsider, a beggar. This kind of psychological blow was unbearable for Gu Lufeng. It was as if he had gone through hardships to achieve his dream, only to find out that it wasn't what he had expected. The gap in his heart was too big. Lufeng, there's no need to talk too much when dealing with this kind of person. Jiang Chen walked towards Gu Lufeng and squinted his eyes at Gu Ling. Although his eyes were squinted, it still couldn't hide the sharp light that was overflowing from his eyes, bringing with it a hint of coldness. Who do you think he is? But in my eyes, who do you think you are? Don't use your sense of superiority to show off your intelligence. What's so great about being born in Gu Palace? Your ancestors came from the Pure Land. What's there for you to be proud of? Jiang Chen enunciated each and every word without the slightest bit of politeness. Jiang Chen's way of dealing with people like this had always been very simple. He would shatter their sense of superiority and make them fall down from their high and mighty position, letting them know that they weren't that great. Gu Chen. Gu Luiying and Gu Liufeng's facial expression changed dramatically. They already knew the information about Gu Qin. When Gu Xiantian sent them the message, he almost praised Gu Qin to the heavens, completely suppressing the number one genius of the ancient people, Gu Lufeng. However, they didn't expect that Gu Qin would be so bold to confront Gu Ling. However, they knew that this was because Gu Qin and Gu Lufeng didn't know the specific situation of Gu Palace. They still brought the habits of those geniuses from the Pure Land here. But in Gu Palace, it wasn't the case at all. Those who came from the Pure Land didn't have any status. Offending Gu Ling wouldn't end well. As a matter of fact, Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng really wanted to beat this Gu Ling up. Everyone who came from the Pure Land was holding back their anger, but they had to stop Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin was just a first-grade great saint. How could he be a match for Gu Ling? Bastard! What did you say? Gu Ling raged immediately. You can't even understand what I said. It seems that not only do you look down on your ancestors, you also have a problem with your IQ. A retard dares to look down on others. Jiang Chen wasn't going to be polite. Upon hearing this, Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng staggered and almost fainted on the ground. They didn't expect that Gu Qin would have such a fiery temper. Now, they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. They knew Gu Ling too well. This guy must be angry and he would never let Gu Qin go. Good, very good. You people from the Pure Land haven't met such an arrogant guy for a long time. You are courting death by disrespecting me. I will let you know the consequences of offending me now. Gu Ling's anger couldn't be quelled. Yuan Qi began to surge on his palm. That was a tyrannical energy wave. He was infuriated. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Today, he must teach this arrogant guy a lesson. He must let him know that he had to kneel down for everything in Gu Palace. With lightning speed, Gu Ling raised his arm and slapped Jiang Chen's face. Paw! A loud and clear sound of a slap rang out. However, Jiang Chen just stood there, not moving an inch. Instead, it was Gu Ling who staggered and nearly fell to the ground. He was stunned, and felt a burning pain on his face. Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng were also stunned. They stared at the clear palm print on Gu Ling's face without blinking. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. Even though they were so close to each other, they couldn't see how Jiang Chen did it. It was too fast, too fast. Immediately, their hearts were filled with earth-shattering shock. One should know that Gu Ling was a peak second-grade great saint, only one step away from advancing to the third-grade great saint. Gu Chen was only a first-grade great saint. Even if he was a peak first-grade great saint, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Gu Lufeng sneered. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's strength, but he knew it very well. He believed that if Gu Ling was his enemy, he would be a dead man by now. It wouldn't be as simple as a slap. You dare to slap me? Gu Ling recovered from the shock. He couldn't believe that he was slapped by a first-grade great saint. He couldn't believe that a newcomer from the Pure Land would dare to slap him. You should be glad that you were only slapped. You should be glad that you can still stand here after offending me. Chapter 947. Arrogant. Arrogant. He was too arrogant. There were plenty of geniuses from Pure Land in the past few years, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. The first thing he did on his first day was to slap a genius of Main Palace. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui were truly shocked. Only now did they recall the information that Gu Xiantian had sent to them. The one and only peerless genius, the hidden trump card of the ancient people. Now, it seemed like this Gu Qin in front of them, be it his courage or strength, was too shocking. Good, Gu Qin. I never thought that you would be so audacious and insane. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. In this Saint Origin Palace, no one has ever dared to slap me, young Master Ling, in the face. I will let you know what terror is. Gu Ling was infuriated. His qi began to rise steadily. The qi of a second-grade great saint was completely unleashed. He was ready to teach this reckless newbie a lesson. One should know that in his point of view, it was an accident that he was slapped by Jiang Qin. It was caused by his carelessness. Given his peak second-grade great saint cultivation, how could he lose to a puny first-grade great saint? It was simply impossible. Lu Feng, advised Gu Qin not to make a big deal out of this. Gu Luiying whispered to Gu Lufeng. In fact, he was afraid that Jiang Qin would suffer a loss. In Gu Palace, the geniuses who came from Pure Land were very united because of the oppression from the geniuses of Main Palace. Although this was their first time meeting Jiang Qin, they had already regarded him as one of their own. Don't worry, Brother Luiying. He isn't a match for little Qinzi. Although we came from Pure Land, we are also the real ancient people. We shouldn't be bullied. This situation should be changed. Little Qinzi can change that. Gu Lufeng smiled. He was very confident in Jiang Chen's strength. Not to mention Gu Ling, even if there were hundreds of Gu Lings attacking at the same time, they would still be no match for Jiang Qin. Besides, even though he hadn't arrived at Gu Palace yet, he wasn't an idiot. From Gu Ling's attitude towards them, he could more or less guess the situation of Gu Palace. They were all descendants of the ancient people, but now, they were living under someone else's roof. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui were heroes in the Pure Land, but now, they had to lower their voice to a mere Gu Ling. This made Gu Lufeng even more furious. Furthermore, Gu Lufeng knew Jiang Qin too well. Even if he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. Jiang Chen had brought this upon himself. Paw! Gu Ling had just unleashed his aura, but before he could even attack, Jiang Qin slapped him across the face again, causing Gu Ling to fall into a daze. Paw! 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 Then, Jiang Qin kept slapping Gu Ling's face like a storm. Gu Ling didn't even have the strength to fight back. There were many times when he wanted to fight back, but he found that he had lost the ability to resist in front of Jiang Qin. He could only allow himself to be manipulated by Jiang Qin. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui, who were at the back, were completely dumbfounded. They finally knew the strength of Jiang Qin. If the first time was an accident, this time was definitely not an accident. The current situation was enough to prove that Jiang Chen's strength was far stronger than Gu Ling's. Gu Ling, who was a second-grade great saint, didn't even have the chance to resist in front of Jiang Qin. This was truly a shocking scene. Bang! Gu Ling was slapped to the ground by Jiang Qin. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. A few of his teeth had been knocked out. His face looked ferocious. Paw! Jiang Chen raised his big foot and stepped on Gu Ling's face. Gu Ling struggled violently and roared, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's foot. However, he found that it was useless. In front of him, Jiang Chen was like a mountain, suppressing him firmly. Gu Chen, you are so audacious. Gu Ling was extremely angry. This was a great humiliation, a humiliation that went deep into his bones. He, Gu Ling, had always been high and mighty. When had he ever been stepped on by someone like this? The psychological blow he suffered was unimaginable to ordinary people. You are now under my foot. What else do you have to be proud of? Don't always think that you are very noble. Your so-called nobility is nothing but a joke in front of me. Get lost. Jiang Chen's foot trembled, sending Gu Ling flying 100 meters away. Gu Ling stood up from the ground, trembling. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Jiang Chen like a wild beast. The word "get lost" was like a sharp blade piercing his heart. He was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, but he wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Gu Chen, just you wait. After saying that, Gu Ling turned into a ray of light and vanished. Good. This kind of person deserves to be beaten. Gu Liufeng's face was filled with excitement. Seeing Gu Ling being beaten like a dog, Gu Lufeng felt very happy. Amazing. No wonder the patriarch has such a high evaluation of him. With just a first-grade great saint, he beat Gu Ling until he couldn't even fight back. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Gu Chen, you have really helped us vent our resentment. This is really great. That Gu Ling has always been yelling and shouting at us, the people of Pure Land. He has never put us in his eyes. We have never put him in our eyes, but he is a member of Pure Land, so we have no choice but to swallow our anger. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui said. While they were shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, they also felt that beating Gu Ling today was a very refreshing thing. Or it could be said that this was something that they had always wanted to do, but they didn't have the means to do so. Although this was the first time they met Jiang Chen, they were full of admiration for this godson that the patriarch had picked up. It seemed like Gu Xiantian wasn't bragging at all. Gu Chen was indeed a great killer weapon that he had been keeping hidden. Once he was revealed, Gu Chen's ability would be revealed. There is no need to reason with this kind of people. Jiang Chen said. But Gu Chen, you have beaten Gu Ling on your first day here. This is something that has never happened in the history of Saint Origin Palace. Gu Ling will certainly not let this matter go. I'm afraid that those geniuses of Pure Land will be furious. This matter is going to be very troublesome. Gu Luiying said with a frown. Beating Gu Ling was undoubtedly a very refreshing thing, but the consequences would be very serious. After all, such a thing had never happened before. Brother Luiying, what is going on in Gu Palace? Asked Gu Lufeng. Plus, Saint Origin Palace has existed for nearly 100 years. Only when you are strong will others respect you and fear you. Rules are meant to be obeyed, but they are also meant to be broken. Our people have been bullying you for too long, and both sides have become accustomed to it. That's why the current situation is like this. Given Gu Palace's current situation, it's not necessarily a bad thing for us to make a big fuss. Chapter 948. Jiang Chen's words ignited the blood of Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui. Although it was Jiang Chen's first time in Gu Palace, he seemed to know more about the situation in Gu Palace than them. Furthermore, in their eyes, not only was this white-clothed youth powerful, he also had a maturity that didn't match his age. The domineering and heroic spirit that was exuding from his body made them admire him even more. They were very clear that Jiang Chen's words were right. In this world where strength was revered, strength was the only thing that mattered. The reason why the geniuses of Outer Palace were often bullied by Inner Palace and didn't even have the courage to resist was because they were too weak. If they were stronger and had the courage to resist, would the geniuses of Inner Palace still dare to bully them? Let's go. Bring us to Gu Palace. Jiang Chen's face was calm, as if he wasn't worried about beating Gu Ling. Let's go. Gu Luiying took a deep breath and flew towards the direction of Gu Palace with Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng. He was sure that Gu Ling wouldn't let this matter go. He would find trouble with Gu Qin, but since Gu Qin didn't seem to care about it, there was nothing for them to worry about. In any case, Jiang Qin beating Gu Ling was a very satisfying thing. The geniuses of Outer Palace had been suppressed for too long in Gu Palace. Gu Chen, Lufeng, this Saint Origin Palace has a circumference of hundreds of thousands of miles. It's a typical small world. The 8 major palaces occupy their own territories in different directions. Compared to the Pure Land, the number of people here isn't as much, but each and every one of them is an elite. The lowest cultivation base among them is at the Great Saint Realm. It can be said that this is the highest domain in Saint Origin world. Along the way, Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui told Jiang Qin and Gu Lufeng about the general situation of Saint Origin Palace. Both of them were Great Saint Realm experts. Their speed was extremely fast and they arrived at Gu Palace in the time of Xin Yuan. In front of them was an endless mountain range that seemed to stretch on for thousands of miles. Above the mountain range, white smoke was rustling and the world's yuan qi was extremely dense. Looking at the sky above the mountain range, there were buildings everywhere. The buildings of ancient palaces were filled with noble and majestic qi. There were palaces, courtyards, ancient pagodas and many other buildings were floating in the air. Some mountain peaks were floating in the air, relying on the power of space to exist. Those courtyards and buildings were built on top of the mountain peaks. The whole scene looked like an immortal palace, giving people a very shocking feeling. Gu Chen, Lufeng, now that you have the identity token, you are now the people of Gu Palace. From the moment you dripped your blood on it, Gu Palace will have your information. Do you see that mountain in front of you? Basically, the people of Outer Palace like us live on that mountain. Let me bring you there. Gu Luiying pointed at a relatively remote mountain peak and said. It was a mountain that was floating in the sky. There were many buildings and courtyards on the mountain peak. They were the places where the disciples of Gu Palace lived and cultivated. Under Gu Luiying's lead, the 4 of them flew to the top of the mountain. There were quite a number of empty courtyards here. Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng randomly picked one of them as their residence. It's noon now. Many people have gone to cultivate. There's a refining tower in Gu Palace. It's the main place for cultivation. This is the residential area. There's basically no one here at this time. Besides, those who live here are below 3rd grade Great Saint. Gu Luhui introduced. N. Jiang Chen nodded and walked into the courtyard. This would be his and Gu Liufeng's residence in the future. However, before Jiang Chen and the others had the time to rest, they saw a dozen silhouettes flying towards them from afar and landing on the huge martial arena. This was the only martial arena in the residential area. It was used to settle the grudges between the disciples, but in this area, the disciples of Outer Palace were very united. So, this martial arena was basically not needed. It's Gu Liang and the others. Didn't they go to the refining tower to cultivate? Why did they come back at this time? Let's go and have a look. Gu Luiying was puzzled. Usually, the training in the training tower would end in the evening. Noon was the time when the heaven and earth essence was the densest and most suitable for training. However, Gu Liang and the others had returned at this time. It was indeed puzzling. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, he had already guessed what was going on. On the huge martial arena, Jiang Chen and the other three were walking towards them. Gu Luiying came close to them and said, "Gu Liang, why did you all come back at this time? And you look so flustered." This youth called Gu Liang wasn't weak. He had already reached the second-grade Great Saint realm. "Brother Luiying, I heard that the newcomer from Pure Land, Gu Qin, has beaten Gu Ling. Is that true?" Gu Liang asked hastily. "That's right. How did you know?" Gu Luiying knitted his brows. "Something bad has happened. That Gu Ling has gone straight to the refining tower. Many people know about this matter now. He is bringing a lot of geniuses of Inner Palace and is coming here soon. He said that he is going to teach Gu Chen a lesson. We came back as soon as we heard the news. Many disciples of Outer Palace are also coming back," Gu Liang said. The other disciples looked worried, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. Such a thing had never happened in Saint Origin Palace. There was already a conflict between Outer Palace and Inner Palace. Now that the newcomer from Outer Palace had beaten Gu Ling, this matter wouldn't be left unsettled. Similarly, they were also excited to see Gu Ling being beaten like a dog. Their hearts were filled with joy, feeling that they had finally vented their resentment. "Gu Chen, it seems the matter is more serious than we thought." Gu Luiying looked over at Jiang Chen. "You are the newcomer, Gu Chen." Everyone's eyes shifted to Jiang Chen. Apart from shock, there was also admiration in their eyes. They were shocked that Jiang Chen was able to beat Gu Ling to such a state with just a first-grade Great Saint cultivation base. They were also impressed by Jiang Chen's courage. "Brother Gu Chen, it's really satisfying for you to beat that bastard Gu Ling, but I'm afraid that today's matter will be very difficult to deal with," Gu Liang said. "It doesn't matter. I will deal with everything. Our Outer Palace has been bullied by them for too long. It's time for us to regain our dignity and confidence. If they dare to come, I will break one of their legs." Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. His tone was extremely calm. There wasn't even the slightest ripple in his tone. No one could see the slightest nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. What a strong temperament. What a domineering figure. Gu Liang and the others immediately had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. Putting aside other things, Jiang Chen's temperament alone was incomparable to any ordinary person. Furthermore, the domineering qi that was casually exuded from Jiang Chen's body was really convincing. Break one of their legs. What kind of arrogant words were these? It was simply heaven-defying. They had never thought that the ancient people of Pure Land would have such a figure. It seemed that Gu Palace wouldn't be peaceful today. They had to admit that Jiang Chen's words made their blood boil unconsciously, but at the same time, they were extremely worried. After all, they didn't know much about Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen could defeat Gu Ling and was a rare genius, he was only a first-grade Great Saint after all. Soon, more and more people came back. Most of them were from the Outer Palace, coming back from the direction of the refining tower. Behind them was a large number of disciples. Judging from the number of these disciples, they were almost the same as the disciples of the outer palace. There were more than 100 of them, but their chi seemed to be stronger. They were the geniuses of the inner palace. Each of their faces was filled with anger and unconcealable arrogance. There were also a lot of disciples from the outer palace. In the past, the ancient people would send some genius disciples to the inner palace every year. Most of them were 9th grade minor saints. They would be given a year's time to cultivate. If they could advance to the great saint realm within a year, they would be allowed to stay. If not, they would be sent back. But since a year ago, Gu Palace had stopped accepting the people of Pure Land. Only the geniuses who had advanced to the great saint realm in Pure Land could enter. From this, one could see the internal conflict in Gu Palace. Soon, everyone landed on the martial arena. Both sides stood facing each other. There were nearly 300 of them. Most of them were 1st grade great saint or 3rd grade great saint. Of course, these weren't all the geniuses of the outer palace and the inner palace. There were still a lot of disciples who hadn't appeared yet. Which one of you is Gu Qin? Come out now. On the side of the main palace, the leader was a burly young man in a pale yellow robe. His face was full of arrogance. His chi was strong and his cultivation base had reached the peak of 3rd grade great saint. It was obvious that he was the leader of the group. Beside him was Gu Ling, who had a swollen face and a badly battered nose. His name is Gu Lang, the elder brother of Gu Ling. He is a very ferocious man. He usually acts high and mighty and doesn't put us, the people of the outer palace, in his eyes. Gu Luhui said in a low voice. Gu Lang, aren't you being a little too arrogant by bringing so many people to our place to cause trouble? A youth from the outer palace shouted. His cultivation was also at the peak of 3rd grade great saint, but his chi was obviously weaker than Gu Lang's. Gu Luyang, cut the crap and hand over that new bastard. Otherwise, I won't let this matter end here. You guys from the outer palace are getting bolder and bolder. A new piece of trash actually dared to hit the people of the inner palace. Why don't you take a look at your own status first? Remember, every single one of you here can cultivate in Gu Palace because of Gu Palace's charity. Gu Lang was too arrogant. He didn't put the people of the outer palace in his eyes at all. Motherfucker. He's too arrogant. We, the outer palace, have been enduring and swallowing our anger. Now, they are going to shit on our necks. This Gu Lang's words are clearly humiliating us. This is really infuriating. I've had enough of this. I really want to have a good fight with these bastards. Seeing Gu Ling being beaten like this really makes me happy. I wonder who is Gu Qin. I must thank him properly. Chapter 949. The people in the outer palace began to whisper and their voices were getting louder and louder. All of them came from Pure Land. When they were in Pure Land, all of them were famous figures. Now that they had arrived here, they had to endure such humiliation. Even a clay figurine would have 3 points of anger. The newcomer named Gu Qin had beaten Gu Ling on the first day of his arrival. This behavior didn't make the people in the outer palace resent Gu Qin. Instead, they admired and admired Gu Qin. The thing that many of them wanted to do but didn't dare to was done by Gu Qin. Looking at Gu Ling's arrogant appearance gave them an indescribable pleasure. That's him. He is Gu Qin. Gu Ling saw Jiang Qin from the crowd, and immediately shouted out. For a moment, all eyes were on Jiang Qin. Whether it was the people in the inner palace or the outer palace, their eyes fell on Jiang Qin. When they saw Jiang Qin's appearance clearly, they were all surprised. Is this the audacious Gu Qin? I didn't expect him to be so young. This Gu Qin is only a first-grade great saint. So, Guling was beaten up by a first-grade great saint. This is too shameful. How can this guy be so strong? Is there a mistake? A new first-grade great saint actually beat Guling to the point that he couldn't even fight back. At this moment, not only the people in the outer palace, but also many people in the inner palace were frowning. They thought that the person who beat Guling would be a very powerful person, but they didn't expect that it was just a first-grade great saint. It was really shameful for Guling to be beaten up by a first-grade great saint. As if feeling the sarcastic gazes, Guling's face turned red. He quickly said to Gulang, "Big brother, don't look down on this kid. He is very powerful." Ha! Guling can't even defeat a first-grade great saint. How dare you all come here to cause trouble? That's really funny. Gu Luiying laughed heartily. If this Gu Chen was a third-grade great saint, it would be considered as bullying Guling, but Gu Chen was just a first-grade great saint. Guling couldn't even defeat a first-grade great saint. This could only mean that his strength was too weak. Humph. You people from the outer palaces are of the first rank to begin with. You've beaten up people from the inner palaces, and that's a huge provocation to us. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll be doomed to die in the future. Gu Lang coldly snorted as he turned to look at Jiang Qin. Gu Chen, I have to say that you're too courageous. You actually dared to beat up my people. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and apologize to my brother, break your own legs, and take out 100,000 saint elixir as compensation. Then, I'll let this matter rest. Jiang Qin calmly walked to the front of the camp. His gaze swept across everyone in the main hall like a knife. Then, he said in a loud voice, "Gu Lang, your words are simply ridiculous. I can just treat them as fart." Jiang Chen could see that the internal conflicts of the ancient palace were far more serious than he had imagined. If they were not dealt with as soon as possible, it would have a great impact on the future of the ancient people. "Bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that?" Gu Lang was immediately enraged. It seemed that Gu Chen was indeed as arrogant as Gu Ling had said. "I said that your words are fart. Look at the faces of all of you. Each and every one of you is high and mighty. Could it be that your sense of superiority is based on your own clansmen? The distinction between the outer palaces and the inner palaces is simply ridiculous. Don't forget that your ancestors came from the Pure Land. Ancient people's bloodline flows in your bodies. They also have the bloodline of the ancient people. Why do you think you're superior to them?" Jiang Chen said in a righteous manner. These words were exactly what the people of the outer palaces were thinking. That's right, everyone had the bloodline of the ancient people flowing in their bodies. Why did the people of the inner palaces have to be superior to others? I hit Gu Ling because he deserved to be hit. You arrogant people just can't find your place. In my eyes, you are nothing because I am stronger than you. You look down on us from the outer palace. I will use my strength to show you that you are the weak ones. What right does a weak person have to look down on the strong? Gu Ling snorted coldly. What right do you have to look down on the strong? Jiang Chen's voice was very loud. It was the first time for the people of the outer palaces to see Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's words made them feel very satisfied. It was truly a pity that they couldn't see Jiang Chen beating up Gu Ling with their own eyes. There's no point in arguing. You said that the people of the outer palaces are stronger than us. That's just a joke. Gu Lang said. Brother Gu Lang, why are you wasting so much time talking to this kind of person? It seems like he's not going to apologize. Let me see how strong he is. I don't believe that a puny first-grade great saint like him can be that powerful. At this time, a young man walked out. His cultivation grade was similar to Gu Ling, he was only a peak second-grade great saint. He felt deeply ashamed that Gu Ling was beaten to such a state. He absolutely didn't believe that a first-grade great saint brat from Pure Land could be so powerful. So, he wanted to test it himself. Gu Qin, kneel down. The young man arrived in front of Jiang Chen and shouted. "AI." Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed that it was impossible to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace with words. In that case, he could only use iron and blood means. "Since you all want to break my legs, then everyone who came here today will have a leg broken, starting from you." Jiang Chen said plainly. "What did you say?" The youth was stunned, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him. "Paw!" The response to the young man was a loud slap on his face. The sound of the slap resounded across the entire training field. It was a very loud and clear slap. Jiang Chen's slap was very fierce, it slammed the young man onto the ground. After that, Jiang Chen raised his leg and forcefully stomped on the young man's face, causing half of his head to sink into the ground. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene. It was one thing to hear about it, but another to see it with their own eyes. Many of them didn't see how Jiang Chen did it. It was too fast. The scene was simply horrifying. This was Saint Origin Palace. There were countless experts here. Which one of them wasn't an expert? Which one of them didn't have some means? They had never seen a first-grade great saint that could be so tyrannical. That slap was absolutely not an accident. So strong. The people of the outer palace widened their eyes. Jiang Chen's slap was really satisfying. Arg! The youth struggled violently under Jiang Chen's foot, but it was to no avail. It was a great irony to think that he was arrogant enough to make Jiang Chen kneel down, but the next moment, he was trampled under someone else's foot. "You are now under my foot. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? I, a new disciple of the outer palace, can trample you at will. What qualifications do you have to look down on the people of the outer palace? This is a world where only the strong are respected. Everything depends on your strength, not your mouth. Your mouth should be used to chew mud." Every word and sentence of Jiang Chen had shattered the sense of superiority of the geniuses of the outer palace. Looking at the scene and listening to the arrogant words of Jiang Chen, all the experts of the outer palace didn't roar. This scene was too satisfying and satisfying. It was something that they had been dreaming of. "Gu Chen, stop!" Gu Lang bellowed. "What qualifications do you have to order me? I have already said that today, everyone will have a leg broken. He is just the beginning. None of you will be an exception." Jiang Chen said and stepped on the thigh of the youth. With a cracking sound, the thigh of the youth was twisted on the spot. His face, which was already buried in the ground, let out a shrill scream. "Bastard! Damn it! This is a great provocation to our inner palace. Presumptuous, too presumptuous. Since the establishment of Gu Palace, there has never been such an arrogant person. We must not let him go." The people from the main hall became restless. They simply couldn't believe this scene. This newcomer could simply be described as deranged. Regarding the anger of the inner palace, Jiang Chen didn't put it in his eyes at all. He walked past the body of the youth, took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Who else?" Disdainfully looking down on all the heroes, arrogant in the world. His words showed the true nature of a man. At this moment, all the disciples of the outer palace were infected by Jiang Chen's qi. Everyone's eyes turned fiery. Many years of suffocation were about to be released. They had never felt so refreshed after being suppressed for so long. Even though this was the first time they saw him, Jiang Chen's position in their hearts had already risen. To Jiang Qin, today was the day that he would restore the dignity and confidence of the people of the Outer Palace. Only by letting them know that the Outer Palace wasn't to be trifled with would they be afraid of them. Only by letting the people of the Inner Palace lose their sense of superiority and become equal could the internal conflicts of the ancient people be resolved. As for the injury of the broken leg, Jiang Qin wasn't worried at all. To a great saint, this kind of injury was nothing. Gu Qin, you are too arrogant. You will pay a heavy price for what you have done. I will personally deal with you and let you know what regret is. Gu Lang's qi fluctuated, completely unleashing the qi of a peak third-grade great saint. He was ready to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Brother Gu Lang, let me do it. You don't have to deal with him personally. At this time, another youth walked out. This person's cultivation was relatively strong. He had already reached the third-grade great saint, but he had just reached the third-grade great saint. There was still a huge gap between him and a peak third-grade great saint like Gu Lang. Chapter 950. The third-grade great saint was incomparably arrogant. He walked towards Jiang Qin and said in a cold tone, Jiang Qin, the fact that you could defeat a second-grade great saint while only being a first-grade great saint really surprised us. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in the Pure Land, but since you dared to beat a genius of our palace and spoke rudely to us, you must be punished and taught a lesson. The youth was incomparably surprised by Jiang Qin's strength. One should know that all the geniuses present on the scene weren't comparable to ordinary great saints. The fact that Jiang Qin could defeat a second-grade great saint under such circumstances was enough to show the strength of Jiang Qin. Even though they were his opponents, they had to admit it. Jiang Qin had a faint smile on his face. He stretched out his finger and waved it at the youth. You are no match for me. Gu Qin, you are too arrogant, but sometimes, you have to pay the price for being arrogant. The youth was infuriated. As a mighty third-grade great saint, which was 2 grades higher than Jiang Qin, he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. But now, he was being despised by Jiang Qin. How could he bear it? Jiang Qin shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. Today, he came to Gu Palace to establish his prestige and seek justice for the geniuses of the Outer Palace. He wanted to completely solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. So, he had to be tough. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin appeared in front of the youth like a ghost. So fast. The youth's facial expression changed. He didn't expect that Gu Qin's speed would be so fast that he, a third-grade great saint genius, couldn't even react in time. He could feel a strong force rushing towards him. Without any delay, he quickly conjured his Yuan force to defend himself. That's right. Paw. However, even though he was a third-grade great saint, his ending wasn't much different from Gu Ling's. Jiang Qin's slap landed on his face. He didn't even have the chance to dodge, let alone block it. He was slapped to the ground by Jiang Qin. Before he could struggle, Jiang Qin's foot landed on his face like before. What? My God! How can this Gu Qin be so strong? That's a third-grade great saint, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Is he still human? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can a first-grade great saint be so powerful? This scene made everyone exclaim. Whether it was the genius disciples of Inner Palace or Outer Palace, all of them widened their eyes, looking at Jiang Qin as if they were looking at a ghost. It was too unbelievable. Even in St. Origin Palace, there had never been such a terrifying genius. Ancient people of Pure Land actually had such a peerless figure. I also grew up among the ancient people, but I have never heard of Gu Qin among the ancient people. I have never seen him either. How could he be so nature-defying? You still don't know that Gu Qin was a beggar when he was young. He was adopted by the patriarch. The patriarch saw his extraordinary talent, so he hid him and cultivated in secret. Now, he has just come out. It is said that the patriarch values this person very much, calling him the hidden great killing weapon of the ancient people. Now, it seems that it is true. Compared to him, the gap between us is too huge. I see. The patriarch has really hidden his strength well. This Gu Chen is really valiant. I thought that it was already very scary that he could defeat a second-grade great saint, but I didn't expect that even a third-grade great saint couldn't withstand a single strike from him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. The arrival of this Gu Qin has simply vented out all the depression that we've been feeling for so many years. This is too satisfying. We're all from the Gu clan. Why should the people of the Gu clan act all high and mighty, bullying and looking down on us? It's time for us to retaliate. That's right. The people of Outer Palace were whispering to each other. On the first day that Jiang Qin arrived in Gu Palace, he had completely conquered all the geniuses of Outer Palace without even speaking a word to them. Now, there were so many people present on the scene. All of them admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of their hearts. Every word and action of Jiang Qin made their blood boil. The youth kept roaring under Jiang Qin's feet, but he couldn't break free. Jiang Qin looked down and said disdainfully, "I just want to ask you, what qualifications do you have to look down on the geniuses of Outer Palace? Even 100 of you won't be enough to defeat me." Jiang Qin's words were very impolite, but what he said was a fact. To deal with a third-grade great saint like this, he could kill him instantly even without using his dragon form. If he really wanted to kill him, the youth under his feet would already be a dead man. Ka-cha! Jiang Qin's attack was merciless. He broke one of the youth's legs. Then, his chi fluctuated wildly. His eyes stared at Gu Lang and the others like a knife. Suddenly, he shouted, "All of you, come at me together. Come at me together." His voice was rolling and domineering. He wanted to challenge more than 100 geniuses of Inner Palace alone. He was afraid that only Jiang Qin would have such a heroic spirit. Fight! Brothers, it's time for us to avenge the humiliation of Outer Palace. From now on, we won't be bullied by the people of Inner Palace anymore. Gu Lufeng shouted. At this time, the emotions of all the geniuses of Outer Palace had reached the tipping point. All they needed was a fuse. Gu Liufeng's words had undoubtedly become the fuse. That's right. Fight with them and let them know that we, the geniuses of Outer Palace, aren't so easily bullied. We will speak with our strength. That's right. Fight and defend our dignity. We are all the people of ancient people. Why should our status be lower than theirs? We can't let Gu Qin fight alone. We, the Outer Palace, have always been the most united. Motherfucker, I have long disliked these bastards of Inner Palace. The geniuses of Outer Palace roared. The repressed feelings of the past few years suddenly burst out. It was like a bottomless river that couldn't be controlled. They had been bullied for too long. Every one of them had been bullied by the geniuses of Inner Palace. The resentment in their hearts had been accumulated for a long time. Every one of them was once a famous figure. They were all rare geniuses. Who didn't have a little bit of arrogance? Who didn't have a little bit of anger? Boom! 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 Waves of tyrannical chi were released from the bodies of the geniuses of Outer Palace. The entire martial arts field was shaking. All the geniuses of Outer Palace had red eyes. All the geniuses of the Outer Palace were fighting for their pride. In this battle, they had to defend their position and change the situation. This was their only chance. All of them had followed Gu Chen's lead. If they were defeated, they would never be able to raise their heads again. They've had enough of the days of being bullied. They had to turn the situation around. Chapter 951. Every single outer hall disciple was suppressing a gloomy feeling in their hearts. Given the situation today, they had to vent their anger properly. There were more or less some conflicts between the people present here. Hence, when they fought, the outer hall disciples specially picked the people they disliked the most and wanted to beat up the most. Regardless of whether they could win the fight or not, they would fight first. It should be known that in the past, they did not even have the courage to fight. Rumble. The aftermath of the powerful battle had just begun, but it had already swept everything here into slag. All the buildings were destroyed. 200 to 300 great sages were fighting fiercely. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. However, although it was a fierce battle, they still had some sense of propriety. Everyone used combat skills to attack and didn't use combat weapons. After all, this was an internal conflict of Gu Palace. Compared to other families, no matter how much conflict there was, they were all on the same side. They were fighting to vent their anger. If someone really died, then the nature of the fight would be completely different. You bastard, aren't you very arrogant on normal days? Come on, fight with me. A genius of the outer palace shouted and rushed towards a genius of the inner palace who usually showed off his strength. He launched a powerful attack and began to bombard the genius. The people of the inner palace were also furious. They had never put the people of the outer palace in their eyes. In their hearts, their status was above the geniuses of the outer palace. But now that they were fighting with the disciples of the outer palace, they realized that the geniuses of the outer palace were actually so powerful. They were not inferior to them in a battle of the same level. Ka-cha! Ah! In the vast battlefield, a white silhouette flickered constantly. Every place he went would be accompanied by blood-curdling screams and the sound of bones breaking. That white silhouette was Jiang Qin. His attacks were ruthless and his movements were strange. Every time he appeared, he would cause a certain amount of damage to his opponents. None of the people from the main palace could withstand a single strike from him. One of their legs was broken as soon as he appeared. In just the blink of an eye, 20 geniuses of the inner palace had been killed by Jiang Qin. He had greatly consumed the opponent's fighting strength. Moreover, his strength had boosted the morale of the geniuses of the outer palace. This made the outer palace gradually gain the upper hand in this big battle. Damn, how can this bastard be so strong? Gu Lang shouted loudly. He jumped and his majestic body blocked in front of Jiang Qin. Gu Chen, let's fight. Gu Lang shouted. He could already see that among all the geniuses who came here today, he was afraid that he was the only one who could fight Jiang Qin. Besides, he had no confidence in fighting Jiang Qin. Although he was a peak third-grade great saint, he couldn't slap a third-grade great saint to the ground, but Jiang Qin did it so easily. A peak third-grade great saint. Gu Lang, you are no match for me. Jiang Qin said. Given his current cultivation grade, it would be hard for him to find a third-grade great saint who could match him. If he used his dragon transformation, even a fourth-grade great saint would die. However, he needed to hide his identity now, so he couldn't use his dragon transformation. Even if he didn't use his dragon transformation, it was enough to deal with these people. Arrogant black whirlwind. Gu Lang bellowed. The black whirlwind turned into a black storm. This storm was somewhat similar to Jiang Chen's eternal immortal wind. Each wind blade was like a sharp blade. Once it was used, the void would be cut into pieces. However, the difference between this black whirlwind and Jiang Chen's eternal immortal wind wasn't just a little bit. The two of them weren't on the same level. The eternal immortal wind came from Nan Bei Chao's powerful technique. It was the technique of an immortal. Naturally, Jiang Chen couldn't use the eternal immortal wind to deal with Gu Lang. Otherwise, he was afraid that Gu Lang would die. Roar! In the face of Gu Lang's powerful black whirlwind, Jiang Chen's response was very simple. He punched out. The golden fist wind turned into a golden dragon, roaring and colliding with the black whirlwind. Hong Long. When the two collided, one side of the battlefield was destroyed. A big hole was created in the spatial zone. The destructive energy rustled and made people shudder. Fortunately, there were great saint experts on this battlefield. If a minor saint fell into such a battlefield, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The aftermath of these terrifying attacks was enough to kill him in an instant. Arg! Gu Lang let out a blood-curdling scream. He was sent flying away. Even though he was a peak third-grade great saint and had cast a powerful combat skill, he still wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. The black whirlwind that he struck out was completely destroyed by the golden dragon that was punched out by Jiang Chen. Gu Lang was greatly shaken. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His combat strength had been seriously damaged. Impossible. Both of Gu Lang's eyes were red. Compared to his injuries, his heart was more shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying person. Not to mention the Pure Land, even in St. Origin Palace, a place where geniuses were as numerous as the clouds, there had never been such a monstrous genius. Such combat strength was simply heaven-defying. He was a peak third-grade great saint. Any ordinary fourth-grade great saint wouldn't be a match for him, but now, he couldn't even defeat a puny first-grade great saint. Such an ending was beyond his wildest dreams. Not good. Brother Gu Lang has been defeated. Even he isn't a match for Gu Qin. Motherfucker. Is this guy still human? Since when did the Pure Land cultivate such a monstrous genius? There are also those people from the Outer Palace. Usually, they would hide from us when they see us. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Now that Gu Chen is here, it's impossible for us to win. We have already lost a lot of people. Our morale is low, but the other side is as if they have been injected with chicken blood. The defeat of Gu Lang by Jiang Chen had made the geniuses of Inner Palace lose their confidence. During the battle just now, they had seen the true strength of the Outer Palace. Although they didn't say it out loud, subconsciously, these geniuses of Inner Palace no longer looked down on the people of Outer Palace like before. And this was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's body moved and appeared in front of Gu Lang in a flash like a flash of light. What are you doing? Gu Lang's face was filled with fear. I'm going to break your leg. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He struck out with the true dragon palm. Gu Lang couldn't resist the huge cage and was trapped by Jiang Chen on the spot. A force like a sharp sword hit one of Gu Lang's legs. Gu Lang let out a wail and followed the footsteps of the two youths. Gu Chen, you are insane. You are finished. Do you know what you are doing? Gu Ling, who was standing at the side, yelled, but he had the urge to cough up blood. Initially, he had called for reinforcements to avenge him, but he had never thought that Gu Chen would be so powerful. This made the hatred and disgust in Gu Ling's eyes turn into fear when he looked at Jiang Chen. Get lost. Jiang Chen slapped Gu Ling's face, which had already turned into a pig's head. The slap sent Gu Ling flying. Ha! The geniuses of Inner Palace are just a so-so. Brothers, beat them up. Beat them until their teeth fall all over the ground. That's right. Today, we are going to release all our depressed feelings. Motherfucker, beat them up. That Gu Lang is just a so-so. A peak third-grade great saint can't even withstand a slap from Gu Qin. Shouting loudly, the people of the outer palace were completely excited. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The geniuses of the inner palace were utterly defeated. This area had already been completely destroyed, but the people of the outer palace didn't care about this. Compared to losing some buildings, venting their anger was more important. However, the commotion here was too big. It was impossible for them not to be alarmed. Stop! At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from afar. In the next moment, a young man in blue appeared in the sky. This young man had a head full of red hair and was incomparably majestic. His aura was monstrous, and the airwaves that were casually emitted from him were extremely frightening. Gu Lian, it's Big Brother Gu Lian. Big Brother Gu Lian, you have to seek justice for us. Motherfucker. Big Brother Gu Lian, these guys from Outer Palace are rebelling. They must be punished. Seeing the newcomer, the geniuses of Inner Palace who were crying for their parents were cheered up, as if they had seen hope. Gu Lian, the genius of Inner Palace, 4th grade great saint. What's going on? Gu Lian Langlang's eyes swept across the battlefield. He saw that many of the geniuses of Inner Palace had a broken leg. The others were also covered in dust and dirt. As a genius of Inner Palace, Gu Lian was naturally infuriated. Big Brother Gu Lian, one of them used divine sense to tell Gu Lian everything that had happened. A bunch of trash. After listening to it, Gu Lian couldn't help but scold. Of course, he wasn't scolding the geniuses of Outer Palace, but the geniuses of Inner Palace. He didn't feel angry at the miserable state of the geniuses of Inner Palace. Instead, he felt ashamed because he could see that the geniuses of Inner Palace were superior to those of Outer Palace in terms of numbers and cultivation. Under such circumstances, the geniuses of Inner Palace were still defeated miserably. It was an incomparably shameful thing, but it also gave Gu Lian a new view of the geniuses of Outer Palace. Swoosh! Gu Lian's eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. When he realized that Jiang Qin was only a first-grade great saint, his eyes glinted with a strange light. Putting everything else aside, the fact that a first-grade great saint like Jiang Qin could defeat Gu Lang was enough to earn his respect. You are the newcomer, Gu Qin? Gu Lian Langlang asked. Yes, I am. Jiang Qin didn't show the slightest fear in Gu Lian's eyes. Gu Qin, it seems like we are going to be in trouble today. This Gu Lian is a 4th-grade great saint. He won't be easy to deal with. You must be careful. Chapter 952. Jiang Qin smiled. He didn't put Gu Liuyang's words in his heart. He looked straight at Gu Lian and said, You have seen it yourself. None of the geniuses of Inner Palace can defeat me. Although Jiang Qin didn't make it very clear, the meaning he wanted to express was very clear. He was saying that the geniuses of Inner Palace couldn't even defeat him, a first-grade great saint. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant and bully the disciples of Outer Palace? You are indeed very good. You have really shocked me. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in Pure Land. They can't defeat you because they are not strong enough. I have nothing to say. The performance of Outer Palace today has indeed made me, Gu Lian, look at all of you in a different light. Gu Lian nodded and said. He was indeed a straightforward person. However, you're a newcomer, yet you've beaten up so many of our people and broken so many of their legs. This means that you don't place us in your eyes at all. I'll take this as a provocation to us. So, even though I admire you, I must seek justice for us and regain the face we've lost. Gu Lian said. His words were understandable. Jiang Chen also expressed his understanding. If he was in Gu Lian's shoes, he would also make the same decision. After all, Gu Lian was on Inner Palace's side. If he remained indifferent in the face of such a situation, he would be considered as a coward. What do you want? Jiang Chen said plainly. The internal conflict between the ancient people had intensified. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to resolve it as soon as possible. If it couldn't be resolved in time, the conflict would escalate to an unmanageable stage. At that time, the entire Gu Palace would be finished. From the bottom to the top, everyone would be caught in the conflict. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no other way out now. He could only take one step at a time. However, there was one thing that he must do. He must be strong to the end. He must show the prestige of the geniuses of Outer Palace. I will fight with you. Gu Lian's eyes were blazing. A trace of combat intent burst out from his body. No way. Gu Lian, you are a 4th grade great saint. It's not fair to fight with Gu Qin. Gu Luyang was the first to object. That's right. It's a 4th grade great saint versus a 1st grade great saint. Even if he won, there's nothing to be proud of. Has your palace become so shameless? One should know that the gap between a 4th grade great saint and a 3rd grade great saint wasn't small. The advancement from 3rd grade to 4th grade was a hurdle in itself. Jiang Chen was able to defeat the 3rd grade great saint Gu Lang, but he was only a 1st grade great saint after all. How could he deal with the 4th grade great saint Gu Lian? Jiang Chen raised his hand and silenced the voices in the outer hall. He smiled at Gu Lian and said, "All right, I'll fight you." As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with Gu Lian. If he transformed into his dragon form, he would certainly be able to defeat Gu Lian, but he couldn't use it now. His current strength was more than enough to deal with an ordinary 4th grade great saint, but it was somewhat insufficient to deal with a genius like Gu Lian. However, he had no choice but to accept Gu Lian's challenge. If he didn't, the outer palace would still be looked down upon and bullied by the inner palace like before. Furthermore, it would only get worse. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of the battle, he had to fight. Gu Chen, Gu Lian, admire your guts. Come, let me see how powerful the peerless genius nurtured by the Pure Land is. Today, I will beat the crap out of you and defend the dignity and status of the Pure Land. Gu Lian's chi fluctuated wildly. His entire body soared high into the sky. His chi of a 4th grade great saint was completely unleashed. Jiang Chen also unleashed his chi and stood in front of Gu Lian. His clothes were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. His black hair fluttered along with the wind. He was exuding a strong heroic aura that captivated and subdued people. Motherfucker. Isn't this bullying? I don't know if Gu Qin can defeat Gu Lian. I think it will be very difficult. That Gu Lian isn't an easy opponent. Gu Chen is only a 1st grade great saint. This battle is really worrying. What do you all know? Gu Chen is fighting for the dignity and glory of our outer palace. He has to accept the challenge. Otherwise, our outer palace won't be able to stand firm in the future. We will still be bullied by those bastards of the inner palace. Everyone in the outer palace shifted their eyes to the sky. Their eyes were filled with worry. Their opponent was the mighty Gu Lian. There was no way they wouldn't be worried. This guy actually dared to accept the challenge. I really don't know where he got his courage from. Although he is from the outer palace, I have to admit that this Gu Qin is really powerful. You and I are still far away from him. That's right. Yeah, I didn't expect the Pure Land to be able to cultivate such a genius. Even I admire him a little. However, this is a battle of dignity and status. Big brother Gu Lian will let him know how powerful he is and teach him a good lesson. A newbie is going to pay the price for being so arrogant. A lot of people in the inner palace were talking about it. Jiang Chen didn't even think about it before accepting Gu Lian's challenge. This was beyond their expectation. After all, the gap between their strength was just too big. It was a gap that was hard to make up for. Even though they were his opponents, even though they hated Jiang Chen to the bone, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen to show their admiration. Sometimes, admiring a person had nothing to do with whether the person was a comrade or an enemy. Gu Chen, come on. Give it your all. Gu Lian shouted. He was fully prepared for the battle. Stop. Just at this moment, another shout was heard. Four extremely powerful silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were 4 elders. Each of them was brimming with qi and powerful cultivation base. All of them were 5th grade great saints. They had a panoramic view of everything that had happened here the moment they appeared. This was originally a beautiful place where the geniuses of the outer palace resided. There were martial arts arenas, flowers and trees, as well as courtyards and palaces. But now, there was nothing left. Everything had been completely destroyed. Although it was worthless, it was still the symbol of the ancient palace. This group of prodigal sons of Bichis. It seemed like this floating mountain peak would have been completely destroyed if it wasn't for the restrictive spells set up by the masters. It's the elders. They were indeed the elders of Gu Palace. Chapter 953. 5th grade Great Saint was the most common cultivation grade in Gu Palace. The 4 elders in front of him were also at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, from the different standpoint of Gu Rong and Gu Jing, one could imagine that even among the higher-ups of Gu Palace, such conflicts also existed. In the final analysis, this conflict wasn't between people, but between the outer palace and the inner palace. The people of the inner palace thought that they were superior and superior, so they looked down on the people of the outer palace. The people of the outer palace, on the other hand, were naturally dissatisfied because they were all from the ancient people. All right, stop quarreling, both of you. Another elder said with a frown. What's the difference between the two of you arguing here and them fighting here? I believe both of you are very clear that the conflict between the inner palace and the outer palace isn't new. Today, because of the arrival of Gu Qin, this conflict has erupted. But it's good that it has erupted because this kind of potential conflict isn't a good thing for Gu Palace. Since it has erupted in advance, we should solve it as soon as possible. Gu Lian, Gu Qin, how do you want to solve it? This person was called Gu Wang. His words were considered more dignified among the 4 elders. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire his words. It seemed like there weren't any lack of discerning people in Gu Palace. He believed that many of the higher-ups were also very worried about the conflict in Gu Palace, but they didn't have a good way to stop it. Elder Gu Wang, I will fight with Gu Qin. If Gu Qin loses, all the people of the outer palace, including Gu Qin, will have to apologize to Gu Lang and the others in public. From today onwards, they will have to avoid the people of the inner palace. Gu Lian said. Gu Lian, you are a 4th grade great saint, challenging a 1st grade great saint. Do you still have the nerve to say that? Gu Zheng harumphed coldly. Elder Gu Wang waved his hand, signaling Gu Jing to keep quiet. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, Gu Chen, Gu Lian's challenge, are you willing to accept it? Of course I accept, but I also have a condition. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the 4 elders. Say it. Elder Gu Wang nodded approvingly. A first-grade great saint didn't even think twice before accepting the challenge of a fourth-grade great saint. This courage alone was worthy of admiration. Furthermore, he had heard about Gu Chen's means today. Even Gu Lang wasn't his match. Such a genius, even if he came from the Pure Land, Gu Palace would still treat him seriously. If I lose, I will do as Gu Lien said, and I will also compensate them with a huge amount of wealth. From now on, the disciples of the Outer Palace will hide wherever they are. However, if I win, I don't want anything. I just want to give the disciples of the Outer Palace a proper name. I will fight for the dignity and status of the Outer Palace. If I win, I hope that from now on, there will be no distinction between the Outer Palace and the Inner Palace. Jiang Chen said. What he said wasn't only for the four elders, but also for the geniuses of the main palace. One should know that this wasn't something that could be achieved with just a single word from an elder. If the words of an elder were effective, there wouldn't be any internal conflicts between the geniuses. Ha! What a joke! Gu Chen, it's impossible for you to win. If you win, I, Gu Lien, will be the first to submit to you. In the future, the people of Inner Palace will never look down on Outer Palace. Gu Lien laughed heartily and said in an extremely solemn tone. That's right. As long as he can defeat Big Brother Gu Lien, we will acknowledge you as the geniuses of Outer Palace. Someone in the main palace shouted. As a matter of fact, after today's battle, many of them had a new opinion about the disciples of Outer Palace, especially Gu Qin. Countless of them admired him. If Gu Qin could defeat Gu Lien, who was a fourth-grade great saint, it would be enough for him to be called the #1 genius of Gu Palace. Such a genius would probably alarm the higher-ups of Gu Palace. Moreover, such a genius came from Pure Land and not from Inner Palace. So, what qualifications did the people of Inner Palace have to look down on the geniuses of Outer Palace? Good. Since you all are willing to use this method to solve the problem, then 3 days later, in the martial arena of Gu Palace, Gu Lien and Gu Qin will have a showdown. At that time, many people of Gu Palace will be watching, including the higher-ups. Now, you all have 3 days to prepare. After Elder Gu Wang finished speaking, he left with the other 3 elders. As for why Elder Gu Wang wanted to delay the battle to 3 days later instead of letting Jiang Qin and Gu Lien start the battle immediately, many of them knew the reason. After all, this battle was related to the conflict between the Inner Palace and the Outer Palace. These 3 days were undoubtedly used to create hype for Gu Qin and Gu Lien, allowing many people in Gu Palace to know about this battle. This news had even reached the ears of the higher-ups, causing them to pay close attention to this battle. After all, the significance of this battle was extraordinary. The more people paid attention to it, the better it would be for Gu Palace. It was time for the internal conflict of Gu Palace to be resolved. Therefore, no matter who won this battle, it would be beneficial to Gu Palace. If Gu Chen won, then the internal conflict of Gu Palace would be resolved. From then on, the people of Outer Palace would have a high status and dignity. Inner Palace would no longer bully the disciples of Outer Palace, which would unite everyone in Gu Palace. Moreover, Jiang Chen had defeated Gu Lien and became famous. Gu Palace would certainly nurture such a genius. On the contrary, if Gu Lien won, the conflict would escalate to the surface. The people of Outer Palace would lose more and more status. Perhaps many of them would return to Pure Land. From then on, Gu Palace would no longer accept people from Pure Land. Ancient people of Gu Palace and Pure Land would be completely separated. In this way, although it was cruel, Gu Palace would soon be united and there would no longer be any hidden conflicts. Gu Wang was a smart man. Many people weren't stupid either. They could still see the situation clearly. Even Jiang Chen and Gu Lien were aware of it. Therefore, everyone expressed their understanding of the reason for postponing the battle for 3 days. Gu Chen, if I were you, I would immediately admit defeat to avoid losing face 3 days later. Gu Lian said. At that time, we will know who will lose face. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. These 3 days were a good thing for him. Chapter 954. After everything was restored, Jiang Chen found a random courtyard and went into seclusion. It wasn't an easy task to advance to the second-grade Great Saint in just 3 days. Jiang Chen's seclusion lasted for a day. He shook his head helplessly. Although there are only 500 dragon marks left, it's too difficult to condense them all. Unless there's an opportunity or a powerful energy impact, I won't be able to advance to the second-grade Great Saint even if I cultivate for another 2 days. Jiang Chen stood up from the futon. He decided not to go into seclusion anymore. This kind of meaningless seclusion was just a waste of time. There were only 2 days left before the battle with Gu Lian. He couldn't afford to delay it any further. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and saw Gu Lufeng and Gu Luiying standing in front of his door. It seemed like they were about to knock on his door. Lufeng, what's the matter? Jiang Chen asked. Gu Lufeng had been in contact with him for a long time and he had a certain understanding of him. If there was nothing important, he wouldn't disturb his seclusion. Little Chenzi, today is the opening day of the refining tower. Brother Luiying wants to ask if you want to go there for cultivation. Gu Lufeng said. Isn't the refining tower opened every day? Yesterday, they were still cultivating in the refining tower. Jiang Chen was puzzled. He still remembered what happened yesterday clearly. Gu Luyang and Gu Ling came from the refining tower and had a chaotic battle here. That was to say, the refining tower had opened yesterday, but today was the opening day of the refining tower. Wouldn't it be contradictory? Gu Chen, you don't know this. This refining tower is different from the previous one. There are a total of 9 refining towers in Saint Origin Palace. Each of the palaces has one that is used for cultivation. The purpose of the refining tower is to condense the heaven and earth yuan qi. If you cultivate in it, your cultivation speed will be faster. However, the refining tower that opens today is the most unique tower in Saint Origin Palace. It opens for 1 day every month and the geniuses of the 8 major palaces can enter it. If you can't enter it, all the good cultivation places will be taken away. Gu Luiying explained. I see. What's the difference between this refining tower and Gu Palace? Jiang Chen asked. The difference is huge. The refining towers of the various palaces can only gather the heaven and earth yuan qi in this space, making the heaven and earth yuan qi even denser. There are also some arrays that can help in cultivation. But today, the refining towers can absorb a small amount of immortal qi. This is the immortal qi from the immortal world. If you are lucky enough to absorb some, it will bring you endless benefits. Gu Luhui hurriedly said. Immortal energy. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled all of a sudden. He was worrying about how to advance his cultivation grade in 2 days. Now, it seemed like this refining tower was a good choice. If he could absorb the immortal qi, he might be able to stimulate his dragon transformation skill. At that time, he would be able to condense 500 dragon marks and advance to second-grade Great Saint. As long as he advanced to the second-grade Great Saint, he would have no problem dealing with Gu Lian 2 days later. That's right. This refining tower was set up by the old ancestors of the 8 major families when Saint Origin Palace was built. It can absorb a small amount of immortal qi from the immortal world. Although the amount is very little, it's very beneficial to us. However, It only opens once a month and many geniuses of the 8 major palaces will go there. The competition is very intense. Gu Luiying said. The refining tower should have been opened by now, right? Jiang Chen asked. It has been opened for a while. Gu Luhui said. All right, let's go there now. Jiang Chen said. He was very interested in this refining tower. He was eager to improve his strength. The immortal qi came from the immortal world. The quality of the heaven and earth yuan qi was many times higher than the heaven and earth yuan qi in Saint Origin world. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which was a supreme divine skill. Therefore, his ability to absorb the high-grade yuan qi in the immortal world was much stronger. Under the lead of Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui, the 4 of them flew rapidly towards the refining tower. It was the first time for Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng to go to the refining tower. Jiang Chen's reaction was better than Gu Liufeng's. The refining tower of Saint Origin Palace was located at the center of Saint Origin Palace. A grey ancient tower was suspended high in the sky. This ancient tower seemed to have 9 floors. There was a golden light at the top of the tower that went straight into the sky. No one could see where it extended to, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. Thousands of miles around the ancient tower was empty, which added a sense of loneliness to the ancient tower. This was the refining tower, which only opened once a month. At this moment, a lot of people were moving towards the refining tower. All of them were young geniuses. Each of their faces was filled with arrogance. The geniuses of the 8 major palaces had arrived. For this day, Saint Origin Palace was a grand event. Gu Chen, this is the refining tower. It opens once a month. The tower is divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the higher the chance of absorbing immortal qi. The lower the level, the lower the chance. Basically, only 5th grade great saints and above can enter the 7th level and above. With our current strength, we won't be able to go there. Gu Chen, this is the refining tower that opens once a month. Gu Luiying introduced. I'm afraid that there will be constant friction and trouble when the geniuses of the 8 major palaces gather together, right? Jiang Chen smiled. That's for sure. The relationship between the 8 major palaces has always been very tense. This time of the month is also the most chaotic time. Many people will fight each other for territory. Sometimes there will even be deaths, but these are the battles between the geniuses. The higher-ups of Saint Origin Palace won't care about it. Even if someone dies, as long as it isn't too excessive, no one will care. This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. Apart from allowing the geniuses to absorb immortal qi, the opening of the refining tower is also a form of training for the geniuses. Whether it is Pure Land or Saint Origin Palace, the contradictions between the 8 major palaces have long been deep-rooted. It's not uncommon for people to die because of the battles. Gu Luiying said. He had been here for a long time, so he had a better understanding of the situation here. Although Saint Origin Palace was a powerful place, the competition here was also more intense. Compared to Pure Land, this place was much crueler. Under normal circumstances, which floor should we go to? Asked Jiang Chen. Given our cultivation grade, we can still go to the 4th and 5th floors, but I'm afraid that the 4th and 5th floors have already been occupied. Let's go to the 5th floor and try our luck first. Gu Luiying said. All right, let's go to the 5th floor and have a look. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't care which floor he was going to because given his strength and means, he would still be able to absorb immortal qi even if he was cultivating in the lowest floor. Although he wanted to compete with the geniuses of the 6 major families, he didn't want to cause any trouble today. All he wanted now was to cultivate and absorb immortal qi to advance to 2nd grade great saint. Then, he would fight Gu Lian 2 days later and solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. When Jiang Chen and the others were about to enter the gate of the 5th floor, they saw 3 figures walking out from the inside. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they were the disciples of Gu Palace. At this moment, all 3 of them had bruised noses and swollen faces. Their qi was chaotic and they had suffered certain injuries. Each of them was covered in dust and dirt, looking extremely miserable. All 3 of them were second-grade great saints. The one standing in the middle had blood at the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong with you 3?" asked Jiang Chen with a frown. These 3 weren't unfamiliar to him. Although he didn't know their names, he knew that they were the geniuses of Main Palace. They were among those who went to the outer palace to cause trouble yesterday. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 of them raised their heads. When they saw that it was Jiang Qin, a complicated look was revealed in their eyes. "Gu Qin," the one in the middle said in a low voice. "Gu Yong, who did this to you?" asked Gu Luiying. Frankly speaking, they were delighted to see the 3 geniuses of Main Palace in such a miserable state. "It's none of your business who did this to us." Another genius of Main Palace, Leng Leng, said. "You're right. It naturally has nothing to do with us if you get beaten up. But if you get beaten up here, it's a disgrace to Gu Palace. Not daring to fight back after being beaten up, it's even more shameful. Your Gu Palace is truly disappointing." Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. "Gu Chen, that's enough. I don't need your sarcastic remarks." Gu Yong said loudly. "I've said it before. In my eyes, there is no distinction between Main Palace and Outer Palace. This is the refining tower. You not only represent yourselves, but also the face of Gu Palace. Tell me, who did this to you?" Jiang Chen looked at the 3 of them and asked word by word. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, like an emperor questioning his courtiers. They didn't dare to not answer. "It's the people of Desolate Palace. The cultivation place that we found was taken away by them and they even beat us," Gu Yong said. "Bring me there," Jiang Chen said in an unquestionable tone. Gu Yong and the other 2 glanced at each other before nodding their heads. Once again, they strode towards the 5th level. The qi of heaven and earth in the 5th level was much denser than the outside world. Just a casual breath was enough to make one feel refreshed. There were many small secret chambers here, and each of them had a stone door. If the stone door was not closed, it meant that there was no one inside and people could enter to cultivate. If the stone door was closed, it meant that the inside was occupied. At this moment, the secret chambers on the 5th floor were all closed, and there were many people outside looking for places to cultivate. "Where is it?" Jiang Chen asked. "It's here." Gu Yong came to the front of a secret chamber. The stone door of the secret chamber was closed. It had been occupied by someone. "We were the first to snatch this secret chamber, but it was occupied by Desolate Ichiro and the others. They even beat us up. That Desolate Ichiro is a 3rd-grade great saint. We are no match for him," Gu Yong said while gritting his teeth. His heart was filled with depression when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered. "Kick the door," Jiang Chen said plainly. "I will kick it." Chapter 955. Hong. The youth of Gu Palace kicked the stone door ferociously, causing the entire stone door to tremble violently. The 5th level of the ancient pagoda buzzed. The kick of a 2nd-grade great saint could crush a mountain, but it didn't even break a single stone door. However, this was normal. Jiang Chen could already see that the stone door had been set up with a seal by an expert. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to break it. Hong. The youth raised his leg and kicked again. Desolate Ichiro, get out here right now. The youth was incomparably arrogant. Although Desolate Ichiro was a third-grade great saint, they didn't care about him at all. Gu Yong and the rest had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength with their own eyes. Even the peak third-grade great saint Gu Lang couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen, let alone Desolate Ichiro. To Gu Yong and the others, since they were dealing with the people of Desolate Palace, it was only right for the people of Gu Palace to unite. Thinking of how Gu Qin was willing to stand up for them when they attacked the outer palace yesterday, they felt incomparably touched. The domineering aura radiating from Jiang Qin had convinced them. The commotion immediately attracted a lot of people. Most of the geniuses in the 5th floor were third-grade great saints. Most of the 4th-grade great saints had gone to the 6th floor. That was why Gu Yong and the rest were so arrogant. They could basically conclude that no one in the 5th floor was a match for Jiang Qin. Bang bang bang. Gu Yong stepped forward and kicked the stone door 3 times. The stone door made a cracking sound. No matter how good-tempered those who were cultivating inside were, they wouldn't be able to control themselves when they encountered such a situation. The stone door was slowly opened. 3 angry men walked out. The leader was a tall and burly man with a fierce face. He was a third-grade great saint. He was the genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Ichiro. Standing beside him were 2 second-grade great saint geniuses of Desolate Palace. Their faces were also filled with anger. Anyone would be infuriated when they were interrupted during their cultivation. Desolate Ichiro and the rest laughed when they saw that the ones who kicked the door were the geniuses of Gu Palace whom they had beaten up and thrown out of the tower. Damn it! You 3 don't know what's good for you. How dare you kick my door and disturb my cultivation? Do you believe that I'll take your lives right now? In this refining tower, even if you die, it'll be in vain. Xiao Ichiro said fiercely to Gu Yong and the other 2. It's Desolate Ichiro. This guy isn't someone to be trifled with. Why would the people of Gu Palace provoke him? You still don't know this. This secret chamber was snatched by Gu Yong and the others. Xiao Ichiro caught up to them, and not only did he throw them out, he also seized the secret chamber and gave them a good beating. However, are these 3 fellows sick in the head? They actually dared to come back and kick the door. Are they really not afraid of death? That's right. You should know that there have been deaths in this refining tower before. Desolate Ichiro is a third-grade great saint. They are no match for him. The surrounding people began to discuss. There were also a few people from Gu Palace who came over when they saw the conflict. Their initial thought was the same as the others, but when they saw Jiang Qin who was standing beside Gu Yong, they immediately felt relieved. Others might not know this man who had only been in St. Origin Palace for a day, but they were all too familiar with him. Desolate Ichiro might be terrifying, but compared to this ruthless man, they were afraid that he was still far from being comparable to him. Desolate Ichiro, it's still uncertain who will die today. You all have seized our secret chamber. Chapter 956. Whatever you wanted to do just now, I will do it now. Anyway, if you die here, your death will be in vain. Jiang Chen's face was cold. A powerful force was released from his body, pressing towards Desolate Ichiro from all directions. No, Desolate Ichiro let out a roar. He could feel the chi of death. He didn't expect that his opponent would really dare to kill him. This was simply unbelievable. He regretted it very much. There were still some secret cultivation rooms here when he came here, but he chose to rob Gu Palace. Now, It seemed like he had to pay a price for acting tough, but the price was too miserable. Bang! Desolate Ichiro's body fell to the ground. After moving a few times, there was no more breath. He was dead. The scene was silent. Many of them felt their breath quicken. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen's indifferent face, as if killing a genius of Desolate Palace was just like killing an ordinary person. It wasn't a big deal. My God! Where did this Gu Qin come from? Isn't he a little too audacious? How could he kill someone just like that? I'm afraid Desolate Palace won't let this matter go. This Gu Qin should be a newcomer of Gu Palace. I'm not surprised by his courage, but his strength. Desolate Ichiro is a mighty third-grade great saint. He killed him just like that. It's absolutely a fortune for Gu Palace to have such a genius. This is too powerful. A first-grade great saint killing a third-grade great saint. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. A genius had appeared in Gu Palace, and a ferocious one at that. It seemed that Saint Origin Palace was going to be lively in the future. Gu Yong and the others were also dumbfounded. Only Gu Liufeng's reaction was better. After all, this wasn't the first day that he met Jiang Qin. The people of Gu Palace looked at Jiang Qin with fear in their eyes, especially the geniuses of the main palace. When they recalled the scene yesterday and looked at the scene in front of them, they suddenly felt lucky. Lucky that they were from the same force as Jiang Qin. Otherwise, the situation yesterday wouldn't be as simple as a broken leg. But at this moment, the people of Gu Palace felt incomparably relieved, especially Gu Yong and the other two. Previously, they had been beaten up by Desolate Palace, but now, Jiang Qin stood up for them and killed them. Instantly, all the depression in their hearts was released. At this time, a lot of people who were cultivating in the secret chamber were alarmed. Many of them walked out of their secret chambers. Among them were the geniuses of Desolate Palace. When they saw two of their comrades lying in a pool of blood, they were instantly enraged. Shua! Jiang Chen's eyes shifted to the last second-grade great saint of Desolate Palace. Out of the three of them, two were already dead. It's your turn. You can choose to kneel down and apologize, or die like them. Jiang Chen's words were still cold and emotionless. In many people's point of view, what Jiang Chen did was a bit too much. Two of the geniuses of Desolate Palace had been killed. No matter how deep the hatred was, it should have been settled by now, but Jiang Chen still wouldn't let it go. Naturally, they didn't know about the grudge between Jiang Chen and Desolate Palace. He would never be polite to the people of Desolate Palace, but to his enemies, Jiang Chen never knew what mercy was. Gu Qin, don't go too far. A loud shout was heard from not far away. More than 20 people of Desolate Palace gathered together. Among them, there were a few third-grade great saints like Desolate Ichiro. A group of people walked towards them in an imposing manner. The one who spoke was a young man with a cultivation of third-grade great saint. He seemed to be at the same level as Gu Lang and slightly stronger than Desolate Ichiro. Go too far. I don't think that it was your Desolate Palace who started this first. They refuse to apologize, so they can only repay with their lives. Jiang Chen shrugged and said casually. Then, a sharp light appeared in his hand. Before the second-grade great saint could react, half of his head was severed. The second-grade great saint died on the spot without even having the chance to scream. At this point, the three people who robbed Gu Yong's secret chamber and beat up Gu Yong and the other two were all dead. Jiang Chen's attack was ruthless and merciless. Bastard! The people of Desolate Palace cursed. Each of them was furious, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's ability, no one dared to rush forward. Gu Chen, we, Desolate Palace, will remember what happened today. The leading young man said ferociously. If you don't want to die, you'd better disappear from my sight immediately. I don't want to see anyone from Desolate Palace in the 5th level of the refining tower today. All of you, get lost. You are not allowed to cultivate here. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the people of Desolate Palace and said in an indisputable tone. Hiss. Upon hearing this, many of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was what it meant to be domineering. He was too arrogant. The refining tower was a public place for cultivation. Although there were constant battles, no one wanted to occupy it. Today, Gu Chen was going to deprive the disciples of the right to cultivate here. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. The disciples of Gu Palace had been completely subdued by Jiang Chen's dominance. Although the strength of Gu Palace wasn't considered weak among the 8 major palaces, they had never felt so proud in the refining tower before. Jiang Chen's domineering aura made them feel that it was an incomparable honor to be a member of Gu Palace. Gu Palace had always been this powerful. Whoever was allowed to cultivate here would be allowed to do so. If they didn't allow anyone to cultivate, they would have to fucking get the hell out of here. That was how arrogant they were. What did you say? The leader of Desolate Palace glared at Gu Chen. His name was Desolate Yiming. He couldn't believe his ears. This arrogant bastard actually wanted to drive all of them out of the refining tower and deprive them of the right to cultivate here. How could the people of Desolate Palace accept this? Is there something wrong with your brain or your ears? He said that all of you should get lost. Ha! Just get lost. At this time, a loud voice was heard from behind. Everyone followed the direction of the voice and saw a big yellow dog swaggering towards them. Beside him was a handsome young man. The two of them were emitting a strong demonic qi. Obviously, they were from the Demon Palace. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Chen smiled in his heart when he saw De Huang Dog. The current De Huang Dog was already a 2nd-grade great saint. It seemed like he was doing very well in Demon Palace. De Huang Dog had come to Saint Origin Palace 3 days earlier than him. Given his bloodline and totem divine seal, he had already gained a certain status in Demon Palace. This could be seen from the way the geniuses of Demon Palace looked at him. A guy who possessed the bloodline and totem divine seal of a divine beast would surely attract attention, unless the brains of the higher-ups of Demon Palace were damaged. Whether De Huang Dog was doing well or not could be seen from the fact that he had advanced to the 2nd-grade great saint in just 3 days. Hee, little Chenzi, Master Dog has come to stir things up. De Huang Dog chuckled and his voice was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears. Well done, De Huang. Jiang Chen praised De Huang Dog. It was the best time for De Huang Dog to appear. Today, De Huang Dog represented Demon Palace and Jiang Chen represented Gu Palace. Both of them had joined forces to deal with Desolate Palace, implicating Demon Palace and Gu Palace together. This first step could be said to be perfect. Where did this dog come from? How dare you mock our Desolate Palace? Don't you want to live anymore? Desolate Yi Ming was infuriated. Today was too depressing. 3 of Desolate Palace's geniuses were killed and they were about to be expelled from the refining tower. Then, a motherfucking dog came out and ridiculed them for no reason. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at Master Dog? I think you are courting death. Master Dog is just here to watch the show. Am I not allowed to speak? Since when did your Desolate Palace become so arrogant? De Huang Dog wasn't a kind person. He was afraid that Desolate Yi Ming wouldn't answer him. As long as Desolate Yi Ming answered him, things would be much easier. It seems like you are really tired of living. Xiao Yiming had a belly full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. Since he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, he decided to vent it on this dog. Who asked this dog to appear at such a bad time, and it was asking for a beating? Hong! Desolate Yiming struck a palm at the Huang dog. The swift and fierce palm wind was like a spiraling weapon, rushing at the Huang dog. Courting death. The Huang dog's eyes glinted with ferocity. His head glowed with golden light as he collided with Desolate Yiming's palm wind. Hong Long. When the two attacks collided, the fifth level of the refining tower shook. The attack of a dignified third-grade great saint was supposed to be able to destroy a mountain, but now, all the attacks were shattered by Big Yellow's head attack. Big Yellow's attack was shattered into pieces. Great Saint. Swoosh. Before Desolate Yiming had the time to be shocked, he felt a ray of light rushing towards him. In a blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. Desolate Yiming knew that this wasn't good. He hastily used his Yuan force to defend himself, but it was too late. Bang! The Huang dog's head collided with Desolate Yiming's chest like a diamond drill. Desolate Yiming let out a miserable cry and was sent flying away. A large part of his chest was dented and blood kept spurting out from his mouth. Damn it! Where did this dog come from? Why is he so strong? Motherfucker! Don't tell me he's a newcomer in Demon Palace. Why are there so many abnormal beings? That dog's head is too hard. Desolate Yiming, a third-grade great saint, didn't even have the strength to fight back. Desolate Palace is really unlucky today. First, they encountered Gu Qin, then a dog came out from Demon Palace. I thought I could vent my anger by bullying them, but I didn't expect to be seriously injured by the dog's head. The people of Desolate Palace were indeed depressed and aggrieved. They had never suffered such vexation in the refining tower. They were supposed to be fighting with Gu Palace, but now, a dog came out of nowhere. Chapter 957. However, while the people of Desolate Family felt aggrieved, they were also deeply shocked, especially Desolate Yiming. He couldn't help but reevaluate the Huang dog. Although he was very powerful, he was still injured by the Huang dog's attack. This indicated that there was a certain gap between their combat strength. Moreover, the Huang dog was only a second-grade great saint. It seemed that not only Gu Palace but also Demon Palace had a true genius. It wouldn't take long for such an existence to become a dazzling existence in Saint Origin Palace. I will count to 3. If you all don't leave, I will start a massacre. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the people of Desolate Palace Leng. His ruthless eyes made them shiver involuntarily. No one doubted the authenticity of Jiang Chen's words. The 3 corpses on the ground were the best proof. For a ferocious figure like Jiang Chen, one should never judge him by whether he dared or not. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Brother Yiming, what should we do now? Someone of Desolate Palace asked unwillingly. Let's go. Today's matter isn't over yet. Desolate Yiming raised his hand to wipe off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. After that, he kept the corpses of Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 into his spatial ring and left with all the people of Desolate Palace. Ever since the refining tower was built, Desolate Palace had never suffered such humiliation. It was imaginable that Desolate Palace would never let this matter rest. Everything that happened today had spread the name of Gu Qin among the geniuses. This dear friend is so overbearing. Master Dog likes it very much. I wonder how do I address you? Are you willing to be friends with Master Dog? The Huang dog said pretentiously. Kong Yang tried his best to hold back his laughter when he saw the Huang dog's expression. Of course. I can see that Brother Dog is also a man of passion. Today, the secret chamber of Desolate Palace will be shared by Goo Palace and Demon Palace. Jiang Chen was also putting on an act. That's great. Everyone, listen up. The people of Goo Palace and Demon Palace will live in peace in these empty secret chambers. People of other palaces, go to the 4th floor and find a place. De Huang Dog's words directly tied Demon Palace and Goo Palace together. The secret chamber that was vacated by Desolate Palace was occupied by both Goo Palace and Demon Palace, excluding the other palaces. To them, except for the people of Goo Palace and Demon Palace, everyone else was their enemy. Naturally, there was no need for them to be polite. The geniuses of the 5 major palaces were muttering to themselves. They were obviously very dissatisfied with the result. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's performance was too strong, so they didn't dare to say anything. The geniuses of Goo Palace and Demon Palace, on the other hand, were very excited. Many of them didn't have a secret chamber to cultivate in when they came here. Now that they had been vacated, they were naturally happy. Especially the geniuses of Goo Palace. Their faces were filled with arrogance and pride. Today, Goo Palace could be said to be proud and elated. Jiang Chen had given them a lot of face. Goo Chen, thank you so much for today's matter. I didn't expect you to be so forgiving. Gu Yong came to the front of Jiang Chen and cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. Gu Yong, you have to remember that what happened yesterday was between Inner Palace and Outer Palace. It's not a personal grudge between you and me. I don't want to see Goo Palace being divided into Outer Palace and Inner Palace. I want to see a united Goo Palace. That's why I took action. In my eyes, all of you are on the same side. How can I just stand by and watch when one of us is wronged? We are a family in the outside world. How can we let outsiders bully us? I won't allow the people of Desolate Palace to bully you, just like how I won't allow you to bully the people of Outer Palace. Jiang Chen patted Gu Yong's shoulder and said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yong and the other geniuses of Inner Palace lowered their heads, feeling somewhat ashamed. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui exchanged a glance and couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. This man was courageous and astute. Jiang Chen's achievements would be limitless in the future. Even before the battle between him and Gu Lian had begun, the geniuses of Inner Palace had already completely changed their opinion of him and Outer Palace. That was a change in their hearts. They could feel that Gu Yong and the other geniuses of Inner Palace were no longer the same as before. The internal conflict of Goo Palace had begun to gradually improve. The effect of Jiang Chen standing up for Gu Yong and the other geniuses was much better than defeating Gu Lian 2 days later. Gu Yong, I have some pills here. Take them to the injured brothers yesterday. Their injuries will recover very quickly. Jiang Chen took out another spatial ring and handed it to Gu Yong. This was called the conciliatory policy. When there was no way to solve the conflict, beat the other party ruthlessly and then give him some benefits. It wasn't easy to change a person's mentality. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted to do. It was imaginable that when today's matter was spread to Goo Palace, those geniuses of Inner Palace and even the higher-ups of Goo Palace would praise Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had brought honor to Goo Palace and suppressed the arrogance of Desolate Palace. With the addition of these pills, all the enmity would be resolved. 2 days later, he would defeat Gu Lian in the martial arts arena in front of all the geniuses of Goo Palace. By doing so, Jiang Chen's goal would be achieved. Even if he couldn't solve the internal conflict of Goo Palace immediately, Goo Palace would become stronger and stronger until it became a solid block. Thank you, Brother Chen. Gu Yong received the spatial ring and said gratefully. It's Goo Palace's honor to have a genius like Brother Chen in our ranks. That's right. Given Brother Chen's strength and talent, his name will shake Saint Origin Palace sooner or later. Brother Chen, we apologize for being disrespectful to you yesterday. Many disciples of Inner Palace said solemnly. Given their arrogance, they wouldn't apologize if they didn't sincerely admire someone. Gu Chen is amazing. He has defeated all the geniuses of Inner Palace in just one day. It seems like the internal conflict of Gu Palace will be solved soon. Our outer palace won't have to live with grievances anymore. Gu Luiying sighed. It was hard for them not to admire Jiang Chen's carrot and stick tactics. Alright, everyone, go back to your cultivation. Also, friends of Demon Palace, don't waste any more time. Jiang Chen said to the crowd. Subsequently, under the envious eyes of the geniuses of the 5 major palaces, the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace entered the secret chambers to cultivate peacefully. Jiang Chen, the Huang Dog and Kong Yang pretended to chat for a while before entering a secret chamber at the same time. Dong! When the stone door of the secret chamber was closed, the Huang Dog burst into laughter. Brother Jiang, De Huang, you two are really good at acting. Kong Yang couldn't help laughing. Brother Kong, don't call me by my real name in the future. My name is Gu Chen now. You can call me Little Chenzi like De Huang does. Jiang Chen reminded Kong Yang. I've been too careless. Kong Yang sighed. He was too excited just now and had forgotten about the most important point. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chen had come in with a hidden identity. I heard that there's a lot of internal conflict in Gu Palace, but you've done a good job. The Huang Dog said. He and Kong Yang had been here for 3 days, so they had a good understanding of the situation here. That's right. What I need to do now is to eliminate the internal conflict in Gu Palace and make Gu Palace united. Today, the people of Desolate Palace have given me a good opportunity and I've already seen the results. De Huang's appearance just now was just right. The relationship between Gu Palace and Demon Palace has always been good. Now that the 2 major powers have joined forces, it's a very good situation. This will pave the way for the future cooperation between the 2 major powers. Jiang Chen gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. He didn't expect De Huang Dog's sudden appearance, but he and De Huang Dog's tacit understanding was almost flawless. A small matter between their disciples had played a big role, paving the way for the future cooperation between the 2 major powers. But since you've killed the people of Desolate Palace today, they won't let you go. Kong Yang said. It doesn't matter. Desolate Palace and I are mortal enemies. Plus, Gu Palace won't sit idly by if Desolate Palace wants to deal with me. The stronger I perform, the more Gu Palace will care about me. We aren't clear about the current situation in Saint Origin Palace, but the higher-ups of the major palaces surely know. Gu Palace should be able to see my importance. Jiang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Who cares? It's not a big deal to kill the people of Desolate Palace. Anyway, it's not the first time. This place is not bad for cultivation. I heard that the refining tower will only open for a day. Let's not waste any more time and cultivate. The Huang Dog said and walked towards a futon at the side. There were a total of 3 futons in this secret chamber, just enough for 3 people to cultivate. Jiang Chen and Kong Yang went to the other 2 futons respectively and sat down cross-legged. This was their first time coming to Saint Origin Palace and also their first time cultivating in the refining tower. Therefore, they were a little excited. If they could absorb some immortal qi, it would absolutely bring them endless benefits. Jiang Chen circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and found that there was a kind of indistinct connection between the refining tower and the passageway of the immortal world, like a formation. As for whether he could absorb the immortal qi of the immortal world through this connection, it would depend on his own ability. The refining tower had a total of 9 floors. The higher the floor, the closer the connection, the easier it was to sense it and the more immortal chi one could absorb. On the contrary, the lower the floor, the weaker the invisible connection and the harder it was to sense it. Even if one could sense it, the probability and amount of immortal chi that could be absorbed would be limited. The 5th floor that Jiang Chen and the others were in was neither up nor down. It would be difficult for them to sense the immortal chi. This mainly depended on their luck. Chapter 958. In Jiang Chen's senses, the top of the refining tower was connected to a miniature spatial zone. This miniature spatial zone should have been specially created by the experts of St. Origin Palace. It wasn't very big, only 1,000 miles in circumference. It was this miniature spatial zone that could absorb a small amount of immortal chi from the immortal world and let it float in this miniature spatial zone. In other words, all the geniuses who cultivated in the refining tower were absorbing immortal chi from this miniature spatial zone. Under normal circumstances, the speed at which the geniuses could absorb immortal chi from the immortal world was relatively fast, but the speed at which the miniature spatial zone absorbed immortal chi from the immortal world was very slow. This was also the reason why the refining tower only opened once a month. On the day when the refining tower opened, the immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone would be almost completely absorbed by the geniuses. In the following month, the miniature spatial zone would continue to absorb immortal chi from the immortal world. After a month, the refining tower and the miniature spatial zone would reach a balance. The miniature spatial zone only had a circumference of 1,000 miles. The amount of immortal chi in it was too little for so many geniuses. Even for those geniuses who were at the top of the 9th level of the refining tower, it was basically impossible for them to absorb a large amount of immortal chi. They might not even be able to absorb a little bit of immortal chi. Immortal energy was of high quality. The immortal plane was high up, and for people in the lower realms to want to absorb high-quality immortal energy was a manifestation of luck. The amount of immortal energy one could absorb was also related to the luck of a cultivator. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen's divine sense had penetrated into this miniature spatial zone. He could sense strands of divine sense drifting in the miniature spatial zone. The immortal chi seemed to have its own spirituality, wandering back and forth, its trace untraceable. Those vortexes were all immortal chi. They filled every corner of the miniature spatial zone. Jiang Chen could sense them clearly. He even had a feeling that he could directly capture those immortal chi for himself to absorb as long as he wanted. If other people knew about Jiang Chen's current situation, they would be shocked to the extreme. One should know that even those geniuses at the top of the 9th floor of the refining tower could only sense the existence of a microspace at most. They couldn't sense the existence of the immortal chi at all. They could only rely on their divine sense to scan and capture the immortal chi bit by bit and rely on their luck to absorb a small amount of immortal chi. To be able to accurately see where the immortal chi was like what Jiang Chen did was simply shocking and unprecedented. However, to Jiang Chen, the most inconceivable thing in the eyes of others was so easy. The dragon transformation skill is truly a supreme divine art. It might even surpass the existence of the immortal world. Obtaining this art is equivalent to obtaining great luck. I can do what others can't. Now, I'm going to circulate the dragon transformation skill to form an absorption whirlpool to absorb a large amount of immortal chi here. Breaking through to the 2nd grade Great Saint will be very easy. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He had a unique advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Hoo-hoo. Inside the miniature space, a storm was suddenly set off. With an invisible divine sense as the center, a whirlpool with a radius of 1 meter formed. After the whirlpool appeared, it immediately stirred up the entire miniature space, causing it to be restless. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. As the whirlpool spun faster and faster, the immortal chi in the microspace was automatically drawn into the whirlpool as if it was being summoned. The immortal chi flowed down along the whirlpool and instilled into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body quivered. Suddenly, he felt extremely comfortable. The dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed. His bones were making cracking sounds. The immortal chi rushed into his limbs and bones, making him sublimate from the inside out. New dragon marks began to form in his chi. What's going on? Why is the microspace agitated? I can feel that the immortal chi is draining rapidly. Who did this? What happened? There is a storm in the microspace. This microspace is the carrier of the immortal chi. It has always been peaceful. Why would such a situation happen all of a sudden? For a moment, all the geniuses in the refining tower were shocked, especially those geniuses in the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. They were cultivating diligently. It was not the first time for many of them to cultivate in the tower. The microspace had never experienced any changes before. This was the first time. Many of them were agitated and felt a deep sense of uneasiness. De Huang, Kong Yang, Lu Feng, quickly send your divine sense into the whirlpool. Hurry up. Jiang Chen's divine sense was transmitted to the ears of De Huang Dog, Kong Yang, and Gu Lu Feng, who was cultivating in the secret chamber next door. The two men and the dog were stunned at first, but they immediately understood. They scanned the area with their divine sense and immediately found the whirlpool that was spinning at a high speed. Obviously, this whirlpool was created by Jiang Chen. They could feel countless immortal chi flowing into the whirlpool. The Huang Dog and the others were pleasantly surprised. Without any hesitation, they quickly sent their divine sense into the whirlpool. Immediately, they felt the immortal chi flowing into their bodies like flowing water. Wow! This is so cool. Little Chenzi, you can actually make all the immortal chi fly into the whirlpool automatically. This is too abnormal. How did you do it? The Huang Dog was so excited that he almost jumped up. Little Chenzi is really an extraordinary person. This is like seizing by force. The immortal chi here is very dense. I can advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint if I absorb all this immortal chi into my body. The immortal chi is too dense. It won't be a problem for me to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint. Sure enough, following Little Chenzi will increase my luck and bring me endless benefits. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng couldn't hide their surprise. They admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. It was really shocking that he could do such a thing, but they didn't have the time to think about it. They didn't care how Jiang Chen did it. Given the current situation, the most important thing was to absorb the immortal chi. Only they knew how important the immortal chi was to them. In the miniature spatial zone, the whirlpool created by Jiang Chen was getting more and more powerful. The speed of absorbing the immortal chi was getting faster and faster. 3 men and a dog were seizing the immortal chi by force. The huge change in the miniature spatial zone had finally attracted the attention of other geniuses. Many geniuses in the 9th level of the refining tower had discovered the whirlpool that was crazily absorbing the immortal chi. So it's because of this whirlpool. Someone is trying to seize all the immortal chi. Damn it. We must not let anyone seize all the immortal chi. The refining tower only opens once a month, but the emergence of this whirlpool is also a good thing for us. We can use our divine sense to enter the whirlpool and absorb the immortal chi directly. It will save us a lot of trouble. Let's not think too much about it. There isn't much immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone. At this rate, all the immortal chi will be absorbed in a few minutes. I can use my divine sense to enter the whirlpool and absorb the immortal chi, which will save me a lot of trouble. Many of them had discovered the whirlpool created by Jiang Qin. Now wasn't the time to investigate the origin of the whirlpool. The most important thing now was to absorb the immortal chi. In their opinion, the whirlpool could gather the immortal chi, which would save them a lot of trouble. They could just put their divine sense into the whirlpool and absorb the immortal chi. Unfortunately, no matter how good their idea was, they couldn't even get close to the edge of the whirlpool. One after another, their divine sense rushed towards the whirlpool. However, when they touched the edge of the whirlpool, they were all bounced back. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't put their divine sense into the whirlpool. What's going on? Why can't I go in? It's intentional. Someone is doing this on purpose. Investigate, we must find out who is trying to monopolize all the immortal chi. Damn it. Damn it. This is too much. This is robbery. Don't put anyone in their eyes. Who is so audacious? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the law enforcement palace? There are a total of 4 divine senses in the whirlpool. In other words, there are 4 people trying to snatch the immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone. They want to take all the immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone. This is too abominable. We must find out who did this and drag out those 4 damned people. Many people were enraged. This situation was too shocking. The refining tower had existed for 100 years and such a daring thing had never happened before. The person who created the whirlpool to absorb the immortal chi didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. Caca. Those bastards are probably going to die from anger. Even their divine senses can't enter. The Huang dog laughed in a carefree manner. It's indeed delightful. But isn't it too much for us to do this? I'm afraid those geniuses won't let this go easily. Gu Lufeng said worriedly. Lufeng, don't be overcautious. Just focus on improving your cultivation. There will be people who will bear the consequences for us. Jiang Qin said. The path of cultivation had always been about taking things by force. There were only so many cultivation resources, and it all depended on who had the courage and luck. If one had to be cautious in everything he did, then there would be no point in cultivating. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. In the miniature spatial zone, those geniuses were still unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Some mighty 6th-grade great saints were still attacking the whirlpool with their divine sense, trying to tear an opening and penetrate it, but to no avail. Jiang Chen's whirlpool was condensed by the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation technique. Even a mighty 6th-grade great saint wouldn't be able to break it. After all, divine sense and soul power weren't proportional to one's cultivation. Hong. Chapter 959. Amazing. Little Chenzi has advanced to 2nd-grade great saint, but his chi hasn't diminished at all. It seems like he has obtained great benefits from the immortal chi. His cultivation grade will continue to rise. Even if he can't reach the 3rd-grade great saint, he can still reach the peak of 2nd-grade great saint. But I'm not weak either, I'm going to advance to 2nd-grade great saint very soon. Kong Yang looked at the majestic chi of Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock, but like Gu Lufeng, he had also obtained great benefits. To them, this was the first time they had obtained the help of immortal chi and they had absorbed so much of it at once. Naturally, the benefits were boundless. They had been baptized from the inside out. Ha! Master Dog is going to advance to 3rd-grade great saint. The Huang dog jumped excitedly. He had just advanced to 2nd-grade great saint not long ago. It wouldn't be a matter of a day or 2 if he wanted to advance to 3rd-grade great saint. Now that he had obtained so much immortal chi, his cultivation grade would advance to 3rd grade Great Saint. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely satisfied. In the secret chamber next door, although Gu Lufeng didn't speak, he was also feeling very happy. He was working hard to advance to 2nd grade Great Saint. Jiang Chen had absorbed the most immortal qi. His body could accommodate hundreds of rivers. The benefits of absorbing immortal qi for the first time were unimaginable. Through the baptism of immortal qi, not only did Jiang Chen successfully condense 500 dragon marks, advancing to 2nd grade Great Saint, the number of dragon marks was still rising. According to Jiang Chen's attack, he could condense at least another 1,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 83,000. His cultivation grade had completely stabilized at 2nd grade Great Saint. In the miniature spatial zone, the geniuses kept attacking the whirlpool, but they still couldn't penetrate it. They could only watch as all the immortal qi was absorbed by the whirlpool. In just a few minutes, there wasn't even a strand of hair left in the entire miniature spatial zone, let alone the immortal qi. Damn it! Who did this? How could he absorb all the immortal qi here? Even after a month, it won't be able to return to its previous state. Just now, the divine sense was connected to the 5th level. Let's go and have a look. Who is so bold to do such a thing? It's the 5th level. 3 of the divine senses came from the same secret chamber. I have already sensed the location of the secret chamber. Let's go. I would like to see who is so bold. For a moment, the entire refining tower was stirred. All the geniuses were infuriated. The lowest cultivation grade of the 7th, 8th, and 9th floor was 4th grade Great Saint. There were also plenty of 5th grade and 6th grade Great Saints. Those who could reach this level were the top geniuses of their respective palaces. It wasn't the first or second time that they had come to the refining tower to cultivate, but they had never encountered such a thing. Today, someone had actually absorbed all the immortal qi, which was an eye-opener for them. It didn't take long for all the experts to arrive at the 5th floor. Even the geniuses from the other secret chambers on the 5th floor had come out. What happened today really made everyone furious. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person could do such a crazy thing. Stopping others from cultivating was equivalent to cutting off one's path to wealth. This was very shameful. It's here, this is the secret room. There's no mistake, I can sense it very clearly. Kick the door open and get the people inside out. This is outrageous. If such people continue to exist, we won't be able to cultivate in the future. All the experts were infuriated. Some of the more hot-tempered ones went to kick the stone door, but the stone door had been tempered by experts. Even a 6th grade Great Saint wouldn't be able to kick it open. Moreover, since the refining tower was built, no one had ever dared to destroy anything here. That was a serious crime and they would be brought to the law enforcement palace for questioning. Law enforcement palace didn't belong to any of the 8 palaces. It was an independent palace. If the law enforcement palace was included, there should be 9 palaces in Saint Origin Palace. The members of law enforcement palace were also made up of people from the 8 palaces. In order to maintain the stability of Saint Origin Palace and avoid chaos, some matters would be dealt with by law enforcement palace. In other words, law enforcement palace had a pivotal position in Saint Origin Palace. Get the people inside out. Someone shouted as he kicked the stone door. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog simply ignored this kind of behavior. They were now at the most critical moment. Unless the people outside broke the stone door and rushed in, they wouldn't care about it at all. Dong dong dong. The stone door was kicked so hard that the entire 5th floor of the refining tower started to shake. More and more people gathered outside, and their anger was getting bigger and bigger. However, the people inside the secret chamber were like tortoises hiding in their shells, completely ignoring their anger. Motherfucker. Who the hell is inside? A 6th grade great saint genius of Desolate Palace couldn't help but curse. I know. It's Gu Chen and De Huang Dog inside. Someone said. Who is Gu Chen? And what is De Huang Dog? A genius of Desolate Palace asked. He is the new genius of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. He had a conflict with Desolate Palace before. 3 of your geniuses were killed by Gu Chen on the spot. All the geniuses of Desolate Palace were driven out by Gu Chen and De Huang Dog. There is no one in the 5th level of Desolate Palace. All the secret chambers of Desolate Palace have been divided by the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. One of them said. He was here when he saw the commotion, so he knew who was inside the secret chamber. What? A few supreme geniuses of Desolate Palace exclaimed. They glanced around and found no one from Desolate Palace in the 5th floor. It seemed like what the other party said was true. A new disciple of Gu Palace had killed 3 of their disciples. This was too much for them to bear. Killing the geniuses of Desolate Palace is an act of courting death. Today, we must shred this Gu Chen into 1,000 pieces. The genius of Desolate Palace said ferociously. Ha! Your geniuses have been killed. It can only mean that you are not strong enough. This kind of thing has never happened before. It seems like a new genius of Gu Palace has arrived. A supreme genius of Gu Palace burst into laughter. His name was Gu Shuangtan. 6th grade great saints like him were considered as supreme geniuses. They wouldn't show themselves during normal days as they would only focus on their cultivation. They wouldn't care about the new disciple of Gu Palace. The fact that the immortal chi in the mini-spatial zone was forcibly taken away had infuriated Gu Shuangtan and the other supreme geniuses of Gu Palace. When they heard that the person inside the spatial zone was a disciple of Gu Palace, their anger vanished immediately. In the refining tower, the most important thing for the geniuses was unity. They would never help outsiders to bully their own people. Gu Shuangtan, it's easy for you to say that. Your geniuses have killed our geniuses for no reason. We won't let this matter go. Also, this man has absorbed all the immortal chi. That means he is going against all of us. The genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Changfeng, was infuriated. Initially, he was angry because the immortal chi had been absorbed, but now, it was completely different. As an outstanding genius of Desolate Palace, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent when his own people were killed. It wasn't for no reason. At this time, Gu Yong stood up. He came to Gu Shuangtan, clasped his fists and said, Big brother Shuangtan, this is what happened. After listening to Gu Yong's explanation, the eyes of the supreme geniuses of Gu Palace sparkled, especially when they heard that Gu Chen was only a 1st grade great saint, but he had killed a 3rd grade great saint of Desolate Palace. What kind of monstrous genius was that? Even they couldn't do it. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had stood up for Gu Palace. This had given Gu Shuangtan a very good impression of Jiang Chen. How could he allow himself to be manipulated by others when his own people were bullied? Gu Yong and the others were still injured. Plus, many of them were present when Desolate Ichiro beat them up. So, no one doubted Gu Yong's words. I heard it, Desolate Changfeng. It was your Desolate Palace who started the trouble first. That's why Gu Chen fought back. Plus, Gu Chen is just a 1st grade great saint. Killing your 3rd grade great saint only shows that your Desolate Palace is incompetent. Gu Chen was just defending himself. Even if you bring him to the law enforcement palace, you won't be able to do anything about it. Gu Shuangtan said with a smile. There's no need to bring this matter to the law enforcement palace. I will kill that Gu Chen here today. Desolate Changfeng was incomparably domineering. Then you can try. Gu Shuangtan said tit for tat. He, Desolate Changfeng, wanted to avenge his own people. Gu Shuangtan wouldn't just stand by and watch his people being bullied. If that was the case, he would be despised and looked down upon by the people of Gu Palace. Desolate Palace has no right to do such a thing. His death will be in vain. You can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. At this time, another voice sounded. It was a genius of Demon Palace. The geniuses of Demon Palace had also figured out the ins and outs of the conversation. They already knew about De Huang Dog. He was a genius who possessed the bloodline of a divine beast and had the divine totem seal. Now, it seemed that there were two geniuses of Demon Palace in this secret chamber. That was to say, the people of Demon Palace had also obtained a lot of immortal qi. In that case, there was nothing for them to be angry about. Hong Long. At this time, two extremely powerful qi rushed out of the secret chamber. De Huang Dog and Kong Yang had advanced to the next realm. After their advancement, a strong wave was also sent out from the next chamber. It was Gu Lufeng who had advanced to the next realm. Damn it! The person inside has obtained a huge amount of immortal qi. He has advanced to the next realm. Damn it! The immortal qi was supposed to belong to us. Drag out the bastard inside. Gu Shuangtan, Ing Yun Kong, the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace have destroyed the common interest of everyone. Both of you better not intervene. Today, we must teach the bastard a lesson. That's right. This kind of thing has never happened before. Kill the person inside. Chapter 960. The crowd was agitated. It was obvious that Jiang Qin had taken all the immortal qi by force, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Creak, two stone doors opened at the same time. Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog, Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng walked out at the same time. Why are there so many people here? What's happening? Jiang Qin asked with a surprised face. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. This guy was really good at acting. How could he not know why so many people were gathered here? How could he not know when the door was almost smashed? You are Gu Qin. Many eyes fell on Jiang Qin. Desolate Changfeng asked Leng Leng. The experts of Gu Palace also looked at Jiang Qin, confirming that they had never seen this person before. Sure enough, he was a newcomer. But this wasn't important. What was important was that this guy was a disciple of Gu Palace. They couldn't just stand by and watch. It was important for them to stay united. That's right. Jiang Qin nodded. I'm Desolate Changfeng of Desolate Palace. You have killed a disciple of Desolate Palace. That's a dead end for you. If you kneel down now, I may give you a quick and painless death. Desolate Changfeng said while gritting his teeth. It seems like all of you from Desolate Palace are the same. You always like to ask others to kneel down, but in the end, you kneel down yourself. I killed them because they were the ones who started the fight first. It was because they were weak. If they want to kill me, should I just stand here and let them kill me? What a joke. Jiang Qin said indifferently, totally not putting Desolate Changfeng in his eyes. Looking at his calm and composed look, the peerless geniuses of Gu Palace couldn't help but give Jiang Qin a thumbs up secretly. His courage alone was admirable. One should know that although Jiang Qin had just advanced to 2nd grade Great Saint, Desolate Changfeng was a mighty 6th grade Great Saint. The gap between them was unimaginable. Sure enough, you are arrogant. It seems like I don't need to be polite to people like you. In that case, I will kill you directly. Xiao Changfeng's killing intent surged, and he was about to make a move. Xiao Changfeng, do you think that I, Gu Shuangtan, do not exist? If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Gu Shuangtan stood in front of Jiang Chen, standing opposite Xiao Changfeng. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had expected the experts of Gu Palace to take action, and they did not disappoint him. At the very least, Gu Palace appeared to be very united, and their unity today would be of great help in resolving the internal conflicts of Gu Palace. We'll talk about the conflict between the two of you later. Gu Chen, let me ask you, how did you manage to gather all the immortal qi? A genius of Hua Palace asked. This was a question that many people wanted to know, especially those powerful 6th-grade great saint geniuses. They had been cultivating in the refining tower for an unknown period of time. They could only rely on their luck to absorb the immortal qi, but this guy in front of them was able to gather the immortal qi in such a large area. Apart from infuriating them, it also made them want to know how Jiang Chen did it. I didn't do anything. The immortal qi came to me on its own. The refining tower absorbs the immortal qi. Everyone relies on their luck. It seems like my luck is stronger than all of you. Could it be that having a strong luck is against the rules? Jiang Chen looked at the genius of the Hua family. For a moment, many of them didn't know what to say. No matter how angry they were, Jiang Chen's words didn't seem to be wrong. All along, those who cultivated in the refining tower had to rely on their luck. Whoever had a stronger luck would be able to absorb more immortal qi. Based on what happened today, it didn't seem wrong for Jiang Chen to say that he had a strong luck. Ha! Ha! You guys don't have good luck, yet you came here to behave atrociously. You really have no manners. Master Dog really looks down on you guys. Cultivating here, everyone depends on their own abilities. Experts like you can enter the 9th floor to cultivate, and every time you guys absorb the most immortal energy, the benefits you get are also the greatest. That's because of your abilities, and no one dares to cause trouble for you guys. Right now, our luck is better than yours, and that's also because of our abilities. Yet, you guys came here to cause trouble. Shameless. The Huang dog's mouth was very sharp. He immediately turned on his mocking mode. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng grinned at the side. Yes, that makes sense. It seems that their luck is too strong, so they can absorb all the immortal qi. This doesn't seem to violate the rules. In Yunkong nodded and said. At this time, they naturally had to stand together with the people of Demon Palace. There were a total of 4 people absorbing the immortal qi, and 2 of them were from Demon Palace. They couldn't stay out of this matter. That's right. Luck is something that no one can say for sure. Gu Shuangtan nodded. Unknowingly, Gu Palace and Demon Palace had already stood together. I don't think this is a problem of luck. Gu Chen did it on purpose. He used some kind of method to forcibly absorb all the immortal qi. You guys also know about that whirlpool. It was definitely done on purpose. The genius of Narang Palace said. That's right. This matter concerns everyone's welfare. We must get to the bottom of it. In my opinion, we should attack together and force Gu Chen to tell us. Yes, we must do this. Otherwise, every time we cultivate in the future, our immortal qi will be sucked away by him. How are we going to cultivate then? The people of the 6 palaces were determined to not give up. Ha! Do you want to fight? We, Demon Palace, have never been afraid of you. But you have to think it through. With so many of us fighting in the refining tower, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences. I'd like to see if you dare to make the first move. In Yunkong burst into laughter. As a genius of Demon Palace, the thing he was least afraid of was fighting. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire refining tower became tense. There were too many experts here. If both sides didn't back down, it would become a big melee. Once the structure of the tower was damaged, no one could bear the responsibility of such a large-scale battle. However, the geniuses of the 6 palaces weren't willing to let Jiang Qin go just like that. One should know that Jiang Chen's method of absorbing the immortal qi was too terrifying. If they didn't pursue this matter today, they would never be able to absorb the immortal qi in the future. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng exchanged a glance and couldn't help but shake their heads. Jiang Chen was indeed a devil incarnate. No matter where he went, there would be countless troubles. No matter where he went, he would always be the focus of countless gazes. This was only the 2nd day of his arrival in St. Origin Palace, but he had already caused such a huge commotion. Adding the Huang dog to the mix, it was simply a combination of 2 swords. No matter where they went, they wouldn't be able to stay calm. What are you all doing in the refining tower? Just when both sides were in a stalemate, a loud shout was heard from afar. 3 tyrannical silhouettes appeared on the 5th floor. They were 3 elders. Their casual movements were exuding a tyrannical qi, causing a certain amount of pressure to be felt in the entire 5th floor. They were 3 unparalleled 7th-grade Great Saint experts. They are the people of Law Enforcement Palace. It seems like the incident here has alarmed Law Enforcement Palace. It must be because of the immortal qi. One should know that this has never happened in the refining tower for so long. It's normal for Law Enforcement Palace to be alarmed. Law Enforcement Palace is superior to the 8 major palaces. They have the right to settle everything in St. Origin Palace. The refining tower is the most important place in St. Origin Palace. Now that an accident has happened, they must investigate it thoroughly. Seeing the arrival of the people of Law Enforcement Palace, a trace of fear was revealed in the eyes of many of them. Even though they were all geniuses, they wouldn't dare to go against Law Enforcement Palace. The immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone has been taken away. Who did it? The leading elder asked. Elder, it's Gu Qin. Desolate Changfeng pointed his finger at Gu Qin. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. The elder who spoke just now was a member of Desolate Palace. He had a certain status in Law Enforcement Palace. What's the situation of Law Enforcement Palace? Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Gu Shuangtan. Law Enforcement Palace is an independent palace of St. Origin Palace. It has the right to control everything in St. Origin Palace. In other words, Law Enforcement Palace has a unique power in St. Origin Palace. Every 3 years, Law Enforcement Palace will elect one of the 8 palace masters to be the palace master of Law Enforcement Palace. However, Law Enforcement Palace has been in the hands of Desolate Palace for many years. The allocation of public resources in St. Origin Palace is also decided by Law Enforcement Palace. The old man who spoke just now is a member of Desolate Palace. Gu Shuangtan transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. It seemed like the strength of the 8 major palaces had begun to tilt. This could be seen from the fact that Desolate Palace had always been in control of Law Enforcement Palace. Although Law Enforcement Palace had gathered the people of the 8 major palaces, the real power was in the hands of Desolate Palace. Not only Gu Qin, the 4 of them have also absorbed a large amount of immortal qi. Each of them has advanced a level. Someone said, pointing the spearhead at the Huang dog and the others. The 4 of you, follow us to Law Enforcement Palace. The elder, Leng Leng, said. Elder, Gu Qin was able to absorb the immortal qi because of his exuberant luck. Cultivating in the refining tower is all about luck. Law Enforcement Palace shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. Gu Shuangtan clasped his fists and said. If Gu Chen and the others were taken away by law enforcement palace, it would be a serious matter. Kid, you don't have the right to interfere in the affairs of law enforcement palace. Gu Chen, the four of you, follow us to law enforcement palace and explain the matter. The elder's tone was unquestionable. All right, I'll go with you, but this matter is my doing alone. It has nothing to do with the three of them. Jiang Chen said. No, take them all away. The elder made a grabbing motion, wrapping Jiang Chen and the other three with a wave of qi, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Brother Shuangtan, Gu Chen and the others have been taken away by law enforcement palace. What should we do now? Will they be in danger? Gu Yong asked worriedly. We don't have time to worry about that. I'm going to report this matter to Palace Master. A place like Law Enforcement Palace isn't a good place. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.